The Rise of Iceland. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201, Attack on Reykjavik, 2. After listening to Kadir talked about the situation in Iceland, Heir was soberly aware that the conflict between the heads of various regions of Iceland and the governor of Iceland had been squeezed to the point of breaking out in the past. Everyone dared not speak, because they were afraid of the guards in the hands of the governor of Iceland and the powerful kingdom of Denmark. But now Heir has led the army back to Iceland. As long as Heir has made certain achievements, the rebel forces in Iceland will be reflected in each other. Simir was very brave when he was a child. I remember he once caught whales and walruses alone. He made the best choice. Heir smiled and praised Kadir. Also talked about Simir's admiration for Heir and his willingness to sacrifice and contribute to the cause of Iceland's independence. After a while, a team of knights dressed in leather armor and half-length iron armor caught up with the army. Hearing the movement, Kadir turned to look. Before the army intercepted him, he laughed and greeted him, and then led them to Heir. Before Your Excellency General Heir. This is Brother Simir. Simir, you also know Heir. He is very happy that you can join us. Kadir laughed and introduced the two. Young Xun Pavilion. Heir used to have a few drinks with Simil when he was a guest at Kadir's house. He still has a good impression of the boy in memory and the strong man. Now both of them leaped off their horses and clenched their hands. Heir said, "Thank you for joining. Simil, what you did for us," Kadir has just said, "I think you are our own. In the past few years, I like to listen to your saga stories about Brother Heir and Brother Hagrid. I wanted to go with you to Wendland with Kadir before, but Kadir said that you will come back sooner or later, so I will always wait. I finally waited for you guys. At first, I was a little worried that the manpower you brought was not enough to deal with the people such as Kolsvin and Sigfurs." Heir's warm and kind attitude moved Simir very much. He talked and laughed. Then he looked at the rigorous army in surprise, and said with a smile, "Haha. I didn't expect Brother Heir that you brought back the powerful army, let alone defeat the governor of Iceland and led Iceland to independence. Even if you and the king of Denmark fight for Nordic supremacy, it is enough." Heir wouldn't take it seriously if Simir had little knowledge. He also laughed, and then pulled Simir to introduce to everyone. Heir and others who opened their eyes to see the world through the Dutch and British partners are very clear about the details of the European war in recent years. Regardless of the country that participated in the war, it sent tens of thousands of troops, not to mention the most expensive cavalry, which was thousands of cavalry. Not to mention military literacy and general ability. The lack of cavalry and the overall number of troops can already show that Heir's army can only be regarded as a mercenary group that has always had some strength, and it seems pale and weak to contend with heat and a country. However, Heir knows that he still has to show no fear of the Icelandic governor's guards, no fear of Danish soldiers, and no fear of any power in Europe. This is the best way to ensure high morale and confidence in victory. Therefore, the self-confidence revealed by Heir in a simple exchange completely convinced Simir and the warriors he brought. They worshipped the heroes of the Sakayan epic with the wine adored by General Heir, and then thought that they had participated in changing the era. In the historical events of the celebrities, they soon showed their strong desire to fight and loyalty. 10 minutes have passed in the group chat. Heir looked at the eastern sky pale, and waved, "Hurry up. Be sure to attack Lake before Kallisvin and Sigforth learn about the news." Javik. General Heir's orders were issued layer by layer, and the rest of the army quickly mobilized, and then marched towards Reykjavik, a large port in the north. Simil and the warriors he brought with him formed a separate team to follow Kadir's army. Although they have not received professional military training, everyone is brave and good at fighting, and basically they have worked as pirates, so it can also exert a certain combat effectiveness when needed. Thousands of troops are growing up and marching northward. Apart from the dull footsteps and horseshoes, there are only the neighing of horses, the sound of noses, and the coughing of people from time to time. In the dull and rapid rush, it finally arrived at around 9 o'clock in the morning. The people walking in the front were Heir and Hagrid riding horses. They took the lead to see Reykjavik faintly visible in the smoke ahead. At this time, Many people in the villages on both sides of the road south of Reykjavik happened to get up and go out, and they also saw Hader's army Youngsuan Pavilion Youngsuanj.org Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix. However, almost all the villagers flee from afar in fright. Many of the faint-hearted hid in the room and shivered. The villagers in Iceland never imagined that one day when they went out in the morning, they would see dense and vicious soldiers in the morning light. They suspected that they had encountered a powerful pirate attack, but in their hearts they also doubted what kind of pirates would be so neat. Military appearance. Dada. In the villages on both sides of the road, the villagers rushed to flee. Suddenly a few horseshoes came from the heavy fog in the morning, and they got closer. Someone. Hagrid and Olaf rushed forward. They were worried that it was the guards or merchants of Dagon, and they could take them down quickly in order not to reveal their whereabouts. Hader and others all clenched their weapons and looked forward, only to see Hoskard and Karl, father and son, riding horses out of the fog. Hader. Seeing Hader's army, Hoskard was surprised. Hader also hurried forward after Hoskard's horse approached. He said directly without greeting, "I went back to Dagon overnight to ask about the situation. The other information is not important and I will tell you later. The important thing is that I will talk about it a few days after I heard of Karlsvin. It's time to return to Denmark. It is said that King Dan wants to promote him to the governor of Norway." Sigfurs ran to the governor's mansion every day these days, saying that he was preparing gifts for his uncle, Sigforth and Karlsvin. "Okay. It's time to see us coming back. This is all the guidance of Brother Yurt. Thank him," Hader said emotionally. Kadir and others laughed, and then they gathered together to discuss. After a while, Hoskard frowned and said, "I saw a few knights entering the city this morning when I was out of the city. I suspect that other people who found the problem have reported to Karlsvin. If he and Sigfurs knew there was an army, news of the offense is likely to escape. Then let's speed up. I will occupy Reykjavik this morning, and capture Karlsvin and Sigforth," Hagrid said hurriedly, worried that the opportunity for revenge within his reach would change again. Hader and others all know that every minute Reykjavik's Karlsvin and Sigfurs and others may learn the news of the army's pressure, so Hader has responded to everyone's opinion and once again ordered towards the army accelerate. Under the urging of Olaf's cavalry to patrol, the army speeded up again, and finally entered the Dagon South district after half an hour. At this time the sun in the east has risen, and there are already many people walking or driving on the gravel roads on the streets of the southern district, busy running around for their livelihoods. The inhabitants of Iceland who had been sluggish suddenly saw the army approaching on the southern road and were frightened with fright. They threw down the baggage and belongings in their hands and fled in a hurry. At the same time, they couldn't stop shouting to God Youngsuanj.org. In G-Fagu Jump, Hader knew that the battle to attack Dagon had already begun, and he wanted to occupy the entire Dagon and the traffic arteries in just half an hour, so he sternly ordered, "Be guarded all the way and quickly occupy the traffic arteries." Encountered. The rebels and the guards of the governor's palace can fire freely at any time. Susie and Hader issued a battle orders. The soldiers of the three corps maintained their fighting posture under the orders of their respective battalion company captains. The spearmen clenched their spears and looked left and right. The musketeers held their flintlock muskets and looked forward. Boom! When Hader led the army to occupy the most sparsely populated southern area, where the poor and fishermen live, and when he was about to concentrate on entering the central area, he suddenly heard a dull and loud shelling from the northwestern harbor sound. "Is it Hudik?" Hader frowned and looked at Olaf hurriedly. Hagrid urged, "Send someone to the dock to have a look. I will go see it myself." Olaf hurriedly agreed, and turned his horse's head to personally lead the three cavalry to the pier. When Olaf approached the pier, he saw chaos in the entire port. The hulls of two large ships that were unloading fell over, revealing a few black holes shot out by artillery shells. Several businessmen in Chinese clothes were crying bitterly. Standing in the distance yelled and seemed to want to stop the shelling on the sea in the distance. Obviously, it was their ship that was destroyed. On weekdays, most of the pier can be crowded with sailors, lifu, businessmen of all sizes, coachmen, servants, etc., all holding their heads and rushing to the east and north in a panic, lest their heads be smashed by iron cannonballs falling from the sky. Olaf stretched his legs on his horse and stood up, watching a row of ships forming a chain of walls on the side of the western sea, exposing hundreds of black hole artillery pieces. Several shells were fired from time to time to the suspension parked in the port. Ships carrying the Danish flag Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix. Suddenly there was a burst of gunfire not far from the east. Olaf stared at it and saw that there were more than 100 in the governor's mansion in the distance. Musketeers wearing half-length plate armor formed a square formation and quickly ran towards the dock. In the chaos, the musket guard did not notice Olaf, who was riding a horse in a uniform not far away. If Olaf's dressing alone is usually enough, he would be arrested and interrogated. Olaf knew that the guards of the governor's mansion had come to the pier to fight the fire, but those 100 muskets could not deal with the armed merchant ships on the sea. At most, they were only deterring the chaotic human rights. Knowing that there is no scenery anymore, Olaf glanced at the tall governor's mansion, sneered, and hurried back to the front of Hader's army, speaking in detail about what he had seen and heard. Hader chuckled and said, "Hudic is really quick." As expected, he is a tacit old man. Now that the dock is blocked, we will quickly seize the southern and northern areas of traffic, and Karlswyn and Sigforth escaped. There is nowhere to escape. Hagrid. You led a legion to blockade and encircle Sigforth's mansion. Kadir and Hoskeld led a legion to control the various districts of Dagon. I personally led an army to encircle the governor mansion and take Calvin. Can we occupy Iceland? It depends on today's battle to enshrine Marcus and knights. Hader quickly gave instructions soberly. After everyone agreed in unison, Hagrid hurriedly found his commander's army on horseback. After renovating his army, he led the army to rush towards the aristocratic and rich people in the center of Reykjavik. Residential area as the deputy commander of the corps, Kadir became the supreme command when the commander Hudic commanded the navy and could not command the soldiers. He and Hoskeld also quickly summoned their corps, and then led the army into the central area, preparing to take control first the wharf and the central business district, and then control the north, south and east districts. Simir and others, as the participating troops in response to the uprising, followed Kadir under Hader's arrangement Youngsung Pavilion. The army of more than 3,000 people quickly left under the leadership of commanders at all levels. Hader looked at the much thinner army behind him, and at the same time looked at the deserted street, snorted and said, "Yuruf, you go to the governor first. Take a look at the mansion. If the governor's guard is not there, attack it first. If it is, surround and block the governor mansion, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." Olaf took the lead with 50 cavalry soldiers to leave, and arrived at the governor's mansion a moment later. Olaf and a few sharp-eyed knights found that the governor's mansion had closed its doors. Observing carefully, the gun barrels were even vaguely visible in the observation ports on the first and second floors. Obviously, the governor's mansion was prepared for defense. It seems that Karlsvin already knows that we have scored in Reykjavik. Twucking, Olaf sent more than 30 cavalry to guard on both sides of the street, and then sent 2 more to the pier to check the situation. After a while, Hader personally led the army to arrive. Olaf was reporting the situation, and the 2 cavalry sent to the dock happened to return. General. Deputy Commander. The soldiers under the commander of Hagrid and the commander of Kadir have taken control of the pier and harbored www.uxiaspit.com and killed 8 governor's guards and captured 90 of them. Hader smiled and nodded. He felt that the progress of returning to Iceland was much simpler and easier than he thought, but currently neither Karlswyn nor Sigfurs has been caught, and he can't show optimism yet, so he is serious. Said, send someone to persuade the people in the governor's mansion to surrender and tell Karlsvin that as long as he surrenders, I can spare his life. Several Viking officers approached the governor's mansion and began to persuade them to surrender loudly. They indicated that the Viking general Hader had attacked Iceland. The purpose was to liberate Iceland and lead the people of Iceland to freedom, free from Danish oppression and exploitation. There seemed to be a commotion in the governor mansion, and then in response to Hader was several gunshots and a Viking officer was hit in the right leg. Damn it! Hader yelled and ordered a storm with a wave of his hand. But a random shot did not cause any decent damage to the governor mansion, only some scars were added to the door. Instead, the soldiers of the Viking Expeditionary Corps were killed and wounded by cold shots in the governor mansion. Hader was furious in his heart, but he calmed down quickly. He secretly scolded himself for fainting, then gathered the army to surround the governor mansion, and then said, "We surrounded the governor's mansion and trapped him for 3 days, and he had to make the people hungry and thirsty and surrender. Or gather wood and pile them on the house and set them on fire. It's like Flossie burned Niall and his sons to death. But we only need to take revenge with Karlsvin, so you just said what I planned. Now, if they don't surrender, they will find some firewood and burn the governor mansion." Chapter 202, Attack on Reykjavik, 3. After Hader calmed down, He restored the wisdom of the leader, and his orders were quickly implemented. It didn't take long for some soldiers to bring in a large amount of firewood from the port, and then a few loud Viking soldiers walked to the gate of the governor mansion, loudly telling Hader's meaning to the governor mansion, and indicated that it was an ultimatum. After a while, when Hader was about to lose his patience and began to order soldiers to pile up firewood around the governor's house to be lit, the door of the governor's mansion was suddenly pushed open, and then an old man in Chinese clothes raised his hands and trembled. Walked out slowly. Don't shoot. I'm Jagland, the commissioner of the interior of the governor's palace. Lord Calvin ordered me to come and negotiate with the Lord Hader to surrender. Jagland spoke in a panic, and at the same time he kept bowing to Hader. Several soldiers stepped forward and grabbed Jagland and pressed his back, cutting hands in front of Hader. Hader saw the dog legs of Kallisvin in front of him, the guy who had been oppressing the Icelanders under the banner of the governor. A trace of joy was in his heart, staring at Jagland, who was increasingly wrinkled on his face, and asked indifferently, "Ya Grand Master, do you still know me?" Jagland just saw Hader riding a tall horse. Jagland, who has many years of experience in the city government of officials, knew very well whether Hader was a pirate or a mercenary from another country, or, as the rumors said, he had developed in Wetland. Only with his current military strength, he can cover the sky with one hand, and the world is invincible. Remembering that he had not taken Hader less before, Jagland secretly groaned in his heart. Hearing Hader's ridicule, he hurriedly bowed and said, "It turned out to be Your Excellency Hader. Just now I saw your demeanor and thought it was that. The marshal came to Iceland in person. I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that you are getting mixed up outside. God bless. This is really the glory of our Iceland." Hader frowned when he heard Jagland's words, and not only did not feel the comfort of being flattered, the soldiers escorting Jagland added a little bit of force, and at the same time they cursed. "Be honest." Jagland cried out in an instant, and begged for mercy. "Oh, just Your Excellency Hader. That, I have nothing against you, let alone you." Hader watched Jagland's performance with cold eyes, and then gently waved his hand until his pale face dripped with painful sweat, and the soldier who received the signal let go. Jagland fell on his knees like a newborn, panting and trembling with both hands trying to rub his shoulders, but the severe pain made him unable to control his arms, so he could only give up with a grin. Wanber.net. "What did Kallisvin tell you to come out and talk about?" Hader asked coldly. Jagland's mind was spinning quickly, and he said respectfully, "Your Excellency Hader, the Governor-General, he now knows that he was deceived by Sigfurs, so that he misjudged you into exile. Mr. Hagrid and little Sigfurs duel, press no matter how dead or injured, you should not arrest him and confiscate your property. The governor asked me to tell you that as long as you can withdraw from the army, he will not blame him. He is willing to punish Sigfors and return your property doubled." Jagland's brain, which had been dulled due to aging and drinking, became extremely clear at this moment, although before he went out, neither he nor the governor knew who the enemy attacked Reykjavik was, let alone discussed it. It was discovered that it was how Hader had compensated for mercy, but Jagland served several governors, and he was trained from the grassroots officials, and he acted as if he had been prepared in an instant. Hader laughed when he heard the words. He didn't believe what Jagland said in his heart, but it is a good thing to be able to peacefully win the governor's palace, so he pretended to think and said, "Well, I believe Lord Calvin." Then Lord Jagland, "Please take my hand down to see the Governor-General." Jagland looked at the murderous soldiers around him, a little uncertain. Hader said coldly, "Don't worry, we will all obey the decent nobles." The dignity of the nobility is something that the leaders of the European pan-cultural circle recognized. After more than 100 years, Napoleon the Great was not executed, but was imprisoned twice, which is a manifestation of the nobility in the millennium history of Europe. In national wars, civil wars and other subversion regimes and even wars of extermination, the leaders will always be nobles, large and small, rather than civilians and serfs. The status quo is even more unbreakable in Europe. The dignity of blood has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so the nobles only see that regardless of victory or defeat, they always leave the other side with a dignity that nobles deserve. Hearing that Hader had moved out of the noble dignity, Jagland reluctantly nodded and said, "Well, please come with me to the governor's mansion to meet the adults." Trimid 1, Gad 2, Kachix. Jagland doesn't know that Hader is not a nobleman at present. He can only be a squire family, so what he said is not reliable. For sure, Playbar Novel Network T. Before long, a dozen elite White Wolf soldiers wearing half-length plate armor followed Jagland into the governor's palace. Attacked instantly after approaching the guards of the governor mansion, and then controlled the 30 guards guarding the gate as the first group of Viking soldiers who entered greeted with excitement. Hundreds of Viking soldiers rushed into the governor's mansion one after another. Then there were chaotic noises and sound from time to time in the 3-story stone fort of the governor's mansion. The man's painful cry and the woman's scream after a long while. When the governor's mansion was completely silent, Hader rode his horse into the gate with a guard, and Ranhu and Gilson walked out of the castle, bowed in front of Hader and said, "All the resistance personnel have been dealt with, please come in, Your Excellency." Hader nodded and turned to dismount, and walked into the castle under the guidance of the two. The hall on the first road of the governor's mansion is in a mess. The 2 rows of more than a dozen oil paintings on the wall are portraits of middle-aged or elderly men in Chinese clothes. These are portraits of the governors of Iceland and the attention of a dozen governors. Hader stepped onto the red carpet in the lobby on the first floor of the governor mansion. On the carpet and on both sides were dozens of tragic guards and guards of the governor mansion. The blood penetrated into the carpet, making the bright red color. The fur carpet became darker and brighter, and at the same time turned the air into a terrifying smell. Naranhu and Gilson whispered to the soldiers to drag the corpse out, and Hader walked through the blood-stained carpet and debris on the ground without expression, walked through the corridor, and climbed up the stairs. Dozens of guards in the governor's mansion have been subdued or even killed by Viking soldiers in the previous battle. The fierce battle knocked down all kinds of exquisite furniture in the governor's mansion and broke down. Hader looked at the magnificence and turned into chaos and chaos. A strange pleasure arose. After boarding the second floor, Hader saw a young couple and their 2 children sitting on the sofa in a large warm living room. The young man with the gray curly hair was wearing a pleated skirt. It was Governor Korsvin's Excellency. The beautiful woman with a slender waist beside him was the daughter of the Sigforth family. There were 2 3- or 4-year-olds beside him. The child is their crystallization. Yagran squatted in a corner of the hall on the second floor with his head in his hands and shivered, seeming to be frightened by the violence of the Viking soldiers just now. The callous one and his wife sitting on the sofa were very calm. They were dignified and calm, as if a court painter would draw portraits for them, but they could see clearly in Hader's keen eyes. The pretentious gesture of 2 young people, Kallisvin and his wife's white lips and clenched fists, as well as the trembling child in their arms, completely betrayed their fear and helplessness. Hader relaxedly walked to the opposite side of Kallisvin, sat on the sofa on one side, leaned back into the soft leather, and unconsciously raised Erlang's legs, looking at Kallisvin's dodging eyes, and said faintly, "Your Excellency, long time no see." "Hader," Calvin said with a tremor, squinting his eyes pretentiously, "I didn't expect you to become a pirate with thousands of mercenaries. The warship that bombarded the harbor an hour ago was also your handwriting, right?" Hader smiled slightly, looked around and said, "Our Lord Governor is very smart, haha." Nalanhu and others let out a chuckle. Calvin snorted in the mockery of everyone, and at the same time he felt his wife beside him tight and stiff. He stretched out his hand and patted the child in his arms, hoping to relieve the tension of his wife and children. A moment later, he whispered, "In a few years, you have changed from an exiled criminal to a rare pirate in the world. Although you have sat in front of me, I still can't believe it." Hader sneered, "Our Lord Governor will only squeeze his people from the top. How can he care about an Icelandic criminal?" "But, Lord Governor, you have to think about your future now." A flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and he said in a trembling tone, "What do you want? You have to know that if you just want to retaliate against Sigfurs, maybe the Danish side will forgive you for your rudeness, but if you dare to kill the official rebelled, and even kill the governor, a royal bloodline, your broken ship and pirates alone cannot resist the Danish army." Hader looked at the luxurious decorations in the living room of the governor's mansion non-committal, and then smiled, "I am not returning to Iceland just for revenge. I also want to lead Iceland back to the state of freedom and independence more than 600 years ago. We Icelanders get out of your Danish oppression and exploitation." "What? Are you blatantly rebelling?" Hearing Hader's lofty ambitions, Karlsson instantly ignored his fears and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? Do you want to start a war? Christian IV, your majesty, the world will definitely catch you and hang you." Tremid 1, Gad 2, Kachix, Hader said coldly, "Want to hang me? Then see if his army has this ability." After saying that, Hader lost the meaning of communicating with Kallisvin. His mood as a winner and his heart has faded. "Take the Kallisvin family down and put them in custody. Wait until after the war before convicting them." When Hader spoke, he waved his hand casually. Naturally, soldiers arrested the Kolswin family and Juglan and others in the small and dark prison behind the governor mansion. Hader was tortured in that prison a few years ago. For 2 days, Feng Shui took turns, and this time it was Calvin's turn with the sorting and cleaning of the Viking soldiers. In less than 2 hours, the formerly messy and large governor's mansion quickly became tidy and empty. Hader, who was lying on the sofa and resting calmly, and some of his soldiers and officers who moved and were quietly waiting for the other 2 regiments to report the latest news of the battle, and at the same time, they were ready to support at any time. At the same time that Hader settled in the governor's palace, the brothers Kadir and Hoskard had already sealed off the entire port of Reykjavik, the northern and southern areas, and also arrested a dozen guys who took advantage of the chaos and looted. At the same time, the area where the wealthy chiefs of the eastern part of the governor's mansion lived was also plunged into silence. There were Viking soldiers holding spears and muskets in the streets of the whole area. 3 rows of musketeers and more than 200 spearmen stood in front of a luxuriously decorated 2-story villa with a garden and lawn. All Icelanders who saw this big house would envy and say, "Master Sigforth's villa is so magnificent," but who would have thought that one morning, the mansion of the most proud Sir Sigfur's house in Reykjavik would suddenly be surrounded by a large number of soldiers, and I really saw the dead. Behind the soldiers on the opposite side of the mansion, Hagrid, wearing half-length iron armor, rode his horse and looked at the closed door in the distance. His face changed many times before he said in a deep voice, "Knock the door open for me." Then he rushed in and grabbed West. The Jeffers family, young and old, the Sigfurs family was also considered vigilant. When the dock was shelled, they closed their homes and gathered their family members to stand up with weapons. The original purpose was to resist the pirates, but they did not expect to wait for the big enemy. Hagrid lied down on the window and glanced down. Sigfurs looked pale, looked at the more than 20 family members and 3 sons around him, and said, "Hagrid has brought a lot of men. 300 or 400 people. They also have muskets, and warships. It seems that there are adventures like Zachary said, but we can't catch them all. Hagrid and Hader will definitely kill us. Everyone is waiting at home." After a while, we waited for Hagrid to approach and rushed out and killed him. Then we went to the governor mansion, where there were more than 100 guards. When the leaders learned that Hagrid rebelled and killed people, it was us, even the Danish Navy. Come back for help. www.uxiaspit.com. So let's not panic. Sigforth's wife also pulled out the dagger from her waist and said, "I think Hagrid and his men are like the pirates of my brother's house. They won't be mercenaries, right?" Sigfurs was very irritable, and rebuked in annoyance, "Don't say your brother. If your brother didn't kill Hader, would there be today?" The woman was so scared that her face was instantly scared, and then Sigforth's second son raised her head and said, "Father, don't quarrel. Hagrid, they are going to do it." Hearing his son's reminder, Sigfurs hurriedly looked down at the crack in the window, and then found that Hagrid's soldiers had hit his door with a log boom. Wanber.net. The loud noise was accompanied by the slight shaking of doors and windows and the spilling of dust, making the Sigforth family nervous and even fearful. Sigfurs squeezed the matchlock in his hand and said, "Go to the 3 people at the window over there. Let's open the window together and kill the guy who hit the door." Wanber Novel Network. Wanbar.net. After a while, the door had been knocked 3 or 4 times, and Sigfurs' heartbeat kept speeding up, then lit the fire rope, greeted his family with a big shout and opened the window and fired a bullet toward the door. Boom. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Attack on Reykjavik, Final. When Sigfurs was shooting at the Viking who hit the door, dozens of gunshots suddenly sounded out of thin air, and a large smoke of gunpowder suddenly appeared outside Sigfurs' villa, as well as fragments of bullets. Flying out cracking, the 2 wooden windows on the second floor of the Sigforth house were smashed, exposing the broken curtains and wardrobe walls. Sigfurs felt his body lighten without waiting for the musket to hit the Viking soldier downstairs, and then there was a sharp pain and numbness in his left shoulder. When he recovered and found himself lying on the ground, he looked down. Looking at the blood on the shoulder in the room, he knew he had been shot. 2 sons-in-law and a nephew also fell in front of another window. There were blood holes in the chests and heads of the 3 people, and they were obviously killed. Looking at his relatives who died tragically, Sigfurs' mood became complicated and inexplicable. An involuntary thought floated in his mind. Hagrid ambushed the gunmen outside. "Hey! It looks like it's doomed today." Almost in an instant, Sigfurth's wife and daughter saw the tragic death of their relatives. Although they had some experience, they were still scared out of their minds. A few women were screaming hysterically in the room. They couldn't imagine how their relatives were shot to death by the people downstairs almost instantly. It was obviously the son-in-law who shot them first. Seeing from a distance, the smart Sigfurs was shot down by the musketeer who he arranged to squat in the corner. Hagrid sneered and laughed. Do you think you see all my troops? Huh? I'm going to play. Fuck you, Ryan. The servant of Hagrid who has been following Hagrid, has now become a Viking officer. He led the musketeers to knock down those who wanted to sneak upstairs and joined the attack on Sigforth Villa. The sturdy gate of Gforth Villa finally began to creak overwhelmingly with the impact of a large number of Viking soldiers. After a while, the door was knocked down with a cracking sound, and then Hagrid laughed and waved, "Come in." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed in. More than a dozen Viking sharpshooters started, and there were dozens of musketeers and spearmen behind. When they encountered men and women holding weapons in the Sigforth family, they shot them to death, or threw a throwing axe and spear at their waist. It was hit hard, and within a short while, the Viking soldiers killed more than a dozen members of the Sigforth family on the second floor. Sigfurs got up slowly with the help of his son. He heard the gunshots outside the door when he was about to talk to let his wife and children escape. His expression changed and he knew that Hagrid had led the soldiers into the villa. Waiting for someone to be blocked in the room is a dead end, and hurriedly said, "Let's rush out. There are still 11 healthy family members in the Sigfus room." They either picked up the musket on the ground or the axe beside them, and then under the leadership of Sigfus, they opened the door and rushed out. The Sigforths and the others thought that rushing out was a tragic fight. They could escape from the heavens thanks to Hagrid's encirclement and entanglement, but when they came downstairs and turned a corner, their faces were all the same. Change. Become more and more frightened. It turned out that they found that it was not Hagrid and his soldiers who greeted them, but rows of black hole muzzles. Hagrid, Ryan, and others, who had been standing upstairs for a long time, saw Sigfurs and his wife and daughters for the first time. Hagrid's eyes flashed with the excitement of revenge, and he shouted from his throat, "Fire!" Boom! Hagrid's voice was not over, but there were more than 10 gunshots in succession. Sigfurs and other more than 10 people were all knocked down before they could dodge. The youngest nephew of the Sigfurs family and his servants rushed to the front. They all died on the spot with 3 or 4 shots. Sigfur was behind. Although his wife, children, and grandsons also rolled to the ground, only the wife and the youngest son were actually shot. Hagrid watched with cold eyes, and when he saw Sigfurs still breathing, he sneered, and said, "Everyone in the Sigfurs family can't catch it. If they dare to resist, they will kill them on the spot. All the property of his family will be robbed at will." Everyone cheered when they heard the words, and then hundreds of soldiers rushed into the Sigforth courtyard with 7 or 8 long houses, and then the crying, sobbing, and other messy noises of women and children continued to ring. When all the dust settled, Sigforth's villa was finally set ablaze by Hagrid's guards. Seeing the flames in front of him, Hagrid was extremely happy. He laughed, and at the same time, he looked back at the Sigfus family who was imprisoned together in a sluggish manner, and said loudly, "Sigfus. Dogs, things. Look at your home. Look at your family. Look at your experience. This is the end of your bad things." Haha, the Sigfurs family was downcast, his wife and daughter were shivering, and even his 2 sons were pale, and his grandchildren had long since been in a coma. Sigforth stretched out his hand and stroked his hair, and said, "You won, Hagrid. You killed my son and ruined my family. When Hater was driven away and taken away from your family a few years ago, I thought I was a complete victory. But now I see I am a complete defeat, Hagrid. I don't think my life can be saved. But I want you to keep my children and wife. They are innocent in these things." Hagrid knows that the Icelandic tradition of seeking revenge is generally not harmful to the family, but he can't completely decide how to deal with the Sigfurs family, and Hagrid doesn't want to spare Sigfurs' family in his heart, so he doesn't. In response, he just sneered and said, "Have you finally learned to ask for help?" Sigfus was about to continue begging, when Sigfus's wife straightened up suddenly with a disheveled hair. Her eyes flickered, and she said sharply, "Hagrid, you are going to hell. You killed my son. You thing. My son-in-law Karlsvin is the cousin of King Christian IV of Dan and the governor of Iceland. If you dare to attack my house, Karlsvin will definitely catch you and skin you." Haha. Hagrid and all the soldiers around him laughed, as if they had heard the funniest joke. "What are you laughing at?" "Shut me up," When Sigforth's wife became more and more frightened, the new Viking officer Redhead Tom, who followed Hagrid, said, "Your son-in-law Kalaswin may have been arrested by Lord Hader by now. You are talking nonsense." Sigforth's wife said she didn't believe it, but she believed it in her heart. Otherwise, how could Hagrid attack his villa in broad daylight? Why didn't the guards of the governor's mansion come? It is likely that the son-in-law Kalaswin is also overwhelmed, thinking of the danger of his only patron. Sigforth's wife fainted instantly. Sigfurs also shuddered. Only now did he know how powerful the two Hatterhage brothers are. Even if Denmark expels them in the future, it may be difficult to keep the lives of his family and his son-in-law Karlsvin. Although Sigfurs could not believe that Hagrid and Hader had a powerful army for a few years, but the facts were in front of him. He could not think of ways to protect his family. Turning his head to look at his relatives next to him, Sigfurs's eyes were extremely dim, and he sighed in his heart. If Karlsvin is also caught by Hader, almost everyone in the Sigfurs family except Marcos will be taken by Hagrid. Brother arrested or killed. God, why do you prefer to kill the wicked man who kills my son? On April 22, 1631, Hader led a 4,000 Viking expeditionary corps to Iceland. On April 23, Hader, Hagrid and others led the Viking expeditionary corps into Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland. Hewdett led an armed merchant ship to block the port. After smashing the resistance forces and breaking through the governor mansion and Sigforth's house, Hader relied on the armed forces of the three legions to quickly control the situation and gradually took control of Reykjavik on the morning of April 24, in order to appease the Icelanders who were frightened by the army, gunfire, dead bodies, etc. Yesterday, the Hader and Hagrid brothers, who had stayed in the governor's mansion for a night, summoned their officers to discuss. Later, troops were sent to the governor's house, and the officials from all over Dagen and the elders of the three churches were invited to the governor's house to announce to them that Iceland would end the era of Danish and enter the era of independence and self-government, led by Hader. The three elders used the power of religion to appease the people of Dagen, and the leaders must also show their loyalty. A few hours passed quickly. Until noon, with the help and guidance of muskets and spears in the hands of enthusiastic Viking soldiers, dozens of officials and 7 or 8 leaders of Dagen walked into the governor's mansion tremblingly. The front hall, and then carefully sat down under the guidance of Valitu, Lund, and Grant Solrak. After a while, the three church elders also came to the front hall with the help of the guards. The front hall of the governor's house has always been the center of the governor of Iceland's exercise of power. Every year, tax collection, information transmission, etc. must be held in this front hall to convene the leaders of the island to participate in the court meeting. Whether it was the leader or the three elders who entered the front hall this time, their mood was absolutely different from the past. Uneasy became a big stone in their hearts, making them look at the Viking warriors inside and outside the hall. Worried about them doing it on their own. After a while, Horsgerd, Kadir and Ulev walked into the front hall through the small door, and when they saw the three elders in place, they hurried forward. Elder Hongred, Elder Amai, Horsgerd and Kadir crossed their chests and greeted the three elders. Horsgerd looked at another face and asked, "This elder is more laborious than the elder. I heard last night that Elder Yorick had passed away the previous year. What a good person, what a pity." Amai said in a deep voice, "Yet, Ulicker has returned to the Lord's embrace. But Horsgerd and Kadir are still as strong and healthy as before. God bless you." A young elder also stood quietly and did not speak. 2 of the 3 elders are old acquaintances of Horsgerd, Kadir and Hader and others. It is the elder Hunred who has traded arms with Hader and the teacher Ami of Olaf, Tom, and Salrak. Elder J, the original Elder Yorikel, was also very familiar with Horsgerd, but yesterday he returned to Dagen ahead of schedule and inquired about the news that he knew that Elder Yorikel died of asthma worsened in the winter 2 years ago, and the result was very serious. Soon the Norwegian side sent a new elder. That is, the gentleman in front of him called Elenia Fellowby. After a few people talked a conversation, Horsgerd said to the younger elder Ellen, "You are Elder Ellen, right? Please come to discuss your important matters, and your subordinates are rude. Please forgive me." Ellen, Leah, Hongred and Amy I also had a brief chat after they came to the governor mansion. Hongred and Amy I already knew that Hader and Hagrid had mixed up during their escape. It was quite good. It even pulled up a team with more than 30 armed merchant ships, and this time came back to retaliate. The two have no grudges with the Hader family, and even have a relationship of varying depths, so they both behaved very easily under the comfort of the two. Ellen Leah also relaxed, so he talked with Horsgerd and others politely and naturally, and at the same time expressed his willingness to give due help to Heir and others when they needed it. The attitudes of the three elders were very direct and gentle, which made Hoskard very happy, and then after introducing Olaf to the three, they sent someone to invite Heir and others. Actually, Amia and Elenlia didn't know it. But Elder Honrad knew very well that the brothers Heir and Hagrid were in Winlandfa, North America, because Honrad's family controlled the business of the Danish East India Company, and King Christian IV of Dan also planned to emulate the Netherlands, France, and Spain to colonize the West Indies. Although this plan was terminated by the defeat of the war, but Honrad's family has been paying attention to the trade exchanges between European countries, especially Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and the changes in East and West India. To be precise, Honrad and the family behind him learned that the Heir and Hager brothers sold a lot of goods in Amsterdam in the summer of last year and made a huge fortune. While he was curious, Honrad began to increase the intensity of inquiring about the news. www.uxiaspit.com. In the autumn of last year, he became more aware of the business dealings of Hagrid and others in Europe, and at the same time became more curious and admired. Honrad can infer from the value of the commodities that he inquired about. Hagrid's annual profit has exceeded that of his own East India Company, and in the spring of this year, Honrad learned about the colonial changes in North America last year. He also learned about the latest general situation of Vinland, Icelandic colonizer Heir, and others from ships returning from New England. It can be said that Honrad is the person who knows Heir and others best in Europe. However, because Heir and Olaf kept the information of Wenland secret, Honrad only knew the real situation of Wenland. Honrad and Heir's real details are not very clear, but Honrad knows that Heir, Hagrid, and the others currently rely on fur, honey and other commodities to obtain a huge wealth, and they are indeed sufficient to develop into a powerful force. Therefore, when he suddenly learned that Heir led his army to occupy Reykjavik and arrested the governor of Iceland Karlsvin and his enemy Sigfurs, Honrad naturally accepted it. After he was surprised at the same time, a businessman's investment into Ishan made Honrad smell the opportunity. He was keenly aware that Iceland might change in the future, so Honrad was already thinking about how to maintain Iceland's current and future ruler Heir. Friendly and harmonious relationship. HTTPS. Genius only remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 204. The overall situation is tentative. In the front hall of the Governor Mansion, Hoskard, Kadir, and Olaf had a good chat with the three elders and many leaders who were invited. After a while, Heir, Hudik and Hagrid, wearing traditional Icelandic costumes, walked in together. Although Heir has become the actual controller of Dagon, he still needs the cooperation of everyone in the room to stabilize, so he behaves very politely. After the three giants of Viking thunder enthusiastically shook hands and greeted the three elders and others, everyone sat down and talked. After chatting for a while, Heir shook Elder Ami's hand and said, "Thank you very much, Ami, for your teaching to Olaf. I will let Olaf come back in some time and I will make a special trip to express my gratitude to you." Ami's thanks to Heir was a little confused. He asked himself whether he was good to Olaf, but Olaf's intelligence and studious also signified that he did not impart too much knowledge to this child. But Heir's thanks to Ami still accepted, and at the same time expressed that Olaf is his most proud student. Where did Ami know that Olaf's promotion of the new technology and culture in Vinland would be said to be the teaching of Elder Ami, the latest knowledge from Rome? So Heir, who is convinced, would be so grateful to Ami. After chatting for a long time, the three elders already knew that Heir had a need to find them. The three clergy had no inclination for whether Iceland was under Danish rule or Icelandic autonomy, and even Amir, as an Icelander, was happy to see it. As a result, Heir stated implicitly that it would not affect the interests of the three cathedrals in the future, and would even take care of it, so the three elders expressed their support for Heir in a clear manner. As the overall situation gradually grasped, Heir's mood became a little high. He looked at everyone at the venue and said solemnly, "Guys, since our Iceland was discovered by Nordurd more than 800 years ago, our ancestors migrated to Iceland. Life on this glacier-filled island is for the pursuit of freedom and freedom from the oppression of the church and the king, but our Iceland became a dependency of Norway 500 years ago, and has been oppressed by the governors sent by Norway and Denmark for hundreds of years. We have robbed the wealth accumulated by the people of Iceland for many years, constantly squeezed the blood and sweat of the people of Iceland, and even disrespected the laws enacted by the ancestors of Iceland, trampled on the dignity of the Icelanders at will, and for so many years we have suffered terribly. Countless ancestors want to escape the oppression given to us by the governor sent by Denmark, but Iceland, which has few people and weak strength, can hardly resist. Every Icelandic governor will wantonly bully, slaughter us Icelanders and plunder our wealth. Are you willing? Will we and our children and grandchildren be slaves to the Danes? I do not want to. So I resisted. We want to seek Iceland's independent rights and autonomous status. Only Amy of the three elders is Icelandic. He couldn't help being excited when he heard Hader's passionate and provocative speech. The remaining two elders just listened quietly, but also secretly admired Hader. Eloquent, however, the rest of the leaders and many officials in the front hall meeting room, as well as the senior officials of Viking Raiden, were mobilized by Hader. Almost all of them stared at Hader's generous speech and heard Hader's generous speech. When excited, he even cheered after talking for a long time. Hader inevitably got a little dry mouth. At this time, Gilson brought a glass of wine. Hader took half a glass. While drinking, he watched the venue and found that everyone's emotions had been guided by himself. Hadal straightened up again happily and spoke loudly. Korsvin and his running dog Sigfurs murdered the family in order to the wealth of the Icelanders. Everyone knows that Hader was persecuted by Kolsvin and Sigfurs and finally chose to flee Iceland, but God bless. I went to Wendland under the guidance of my ancestors and built a huge manor with a powerful army. Although my life has been very rich and evil, even far more than the days when I was the regional leader in Iceland, I still can't sleep at night. Friends, I feel distressed when I think of our Icelandic compatriots still under the governor's lust. I now have the ability to save Icelanders, and I must take this responsibility. I miss my suffering compatriots all the time. I am suffering from heart. I am worried that one more Icelander will be killed when I come back one day late, so I am back with the army, guys. I have now arrested Kolsvin, the governor of Iceland who was dispatched by Denmark to Iceland to oppress us. I also arrested Sigfurs, who is in trouble with Kolsvin. I think it's time for us Iceland and the people of Iceland to escape from Danish rule. Yes, I want to lead you back to the good times of the Free State 500 years ago, so I want to invite you all to come. I need your support and help. Talking about Hader's amiable look around for a week, he asked, I wonder if you are willing to join the movement to establish the Icelandic Free State. Hader's words showed that he returned to Iceland not only for personal grievances, but also for his own strength to lead the Icelandic people to the road of independence and self-government. In recent years, because of Denmark's use of troops, the governor of Iceland has increased his influence on Iceland. Almost all the leaders felt resentful for the collection of various taxes and war donations. Hader's words touched them, and they also saw an opportunity to enter the center of power in Iceland. In the past, Iceland was the leader of the governor sent by Denmark. Icelanders are at most a staff member, unable to become the governor's adjudicator, but now Icelanders manage themselves by themselves and show loyalty to Hader at this time. In the future, they and their family may become more glorious and stronger. So after Hader finished speaking, everyone who knew that the general wanted to make a statement was very active. Hader, what do you want us to do? My mammoth must obey. Yes. I am also willing to contribute to the freedom of Iceland. Your Excellency Hader, you are such a great man. The leaders and officials rushed to express their loyalty and support to Comrade Hader, who had actually controlled Degen, and then the three elders also praised Hader for leading the people of Iceland out of the glorious image of exploitation and oppression in Denmark. Seeing that everyone was very acquainted, Hader fell to the ground with a big stone in his heart, and he laughed. I am going to sign a notice for the time being as the Viking general acting in Iceland. To inform everyone in the 28th district and the 3rd district of Degen to tell everyone. Iceland is no longer a colony of the United Kingdom of Denmark, Norway, but a free state led by General Hader Viking. Then the leaders of the 28 districts, the village chiefs and tax officials under their jurisdiction were convened to convene a meeting for leaders from all over. When we meet, I plan to keep it as it is for the time being. At the same time, I will also exempt this year's agricultural tax to stabilize people's hearts and reduce pressure on the Icelandic people. Can you think it's okay? Hader looked around for a week after speaking, and the black old attitude of I'm finished speaking, who agrees? Who opposes, made everyone look agitated and hurriedly got up to agree. Your Excellency Hader is really a hero. This order represents your determination. I am willing to support you. Yes. I have known that Lord Hader is a natural leader. Exempting agricultural tax is really a good act. The people of Iceland will love you forever. I will help you propagate as soon as I go back. I think people in all regions of Iceland know that you will lead Icelanders to have the right to a free state after you return, and they will support you as the leader. All the leaders are vying to express their respect and support for Hader. Although they are all straightforward Icelanders, They dare not disobey or disrespect the mighty Hader. After all, this is a ruthless person. People, and His Excellency Hader's order of tax exemption is indeed a good thing for everyone, so more than half of the people's words are really from the heart at present, regardless of whether the participants have other ideas. It is just from the performance of everyone that they are impeccable cooperation. Everyone expressed their support for Hader, and also showed the lowest posture after the meeting. Hader was very happy to summon the bookkeepers of the governor's palace to write down various clerical notices. In the final analysis, it is the fact that Iceland has become independent, and that it was achieved under the leadership of the Viking general Hader. It is in order to reduce or exempt agricultural taxes this year and let people everywhere live with peace of mind. After Hader personally was willing to check the correctness, the clerks and the Viking soldiers handed over the documents to the leaders of the districts, and the notice was in the hands of the Viking officers. Hader prepared to use his Viking army as the main force to propagate the 28th district of Iceland and the 3 districts of Dagen. At the same time, the leaders of all regions of Iceland were summoned to the governor's house of Dagen. The leaders of these regions are deeply rooted and have huge families and resources. In the past, the governor of Iceland maintained the foundation of the system, and the churches in various regions were generally managed by the family relatives of the chiefs in each region, as deacon priests. Hader wanted to quickly take over the inheritance of the governor of Iceland, stabilize the situation and rule Iceland at the same time, and must let all regions. The leader of Hader pledged his loyalty to himself. This idea is not only the meaning of Hader, but also the unified opinion of the Viking Raiden leadership. In order to inherit the rights of the governor's palace to rule Iceland as soon as possible, Hudik and others have made up their minds to send troops to eliminate it. Several disobedient thorns at noon that day, the Viking officers with notices left Dagen on horses. They took soldiers with muskets and notices to various places in Iceland for propaganda. At the same time, they invited leaders from all over to come to see His Excellency Hader Maeshutin. In the afternoon, the extremely cooperative government officials, church personnel and leaders in the 3 districts have stabilized the tens of thousands of people in Dagen because of their active work. It can be said that many people in Dagen have begun to take to the streets, even in various streets. The shops have resumed about 60% of the original business activities due to the end of the war and Dagen's allegiance to Hader. The tense atmosphere in Reykjavik that had lasted for several days finally relaxed, but just when Hader wanted to have an afternoon tea and sleep, an official and 2 Viking officers from the governor's mansion quickly walked into Hader's office and hurriedly reported another news. Sigford C's nephew, Marcos, the former government official, suddenly disappeared at noon today. It is said that he ran away during lunch. Because Marcos was behaving normally for the past 2 days, he was deceived to pass the customs and did not attract anyone's attention. Maya.com. He waved a few people out, and Hader snorted and remembered that the Sigfurs family is one of the best families in Iceland, with intertwined relationships and hundreds of relatives. Now the immediate family members are almost exhausted, but he still needs a place for Marcos. And other Marcos fled and even made chaos. After thinking for a moment, Hader wanted to clearly grasp the relationship of the Sigfurs family, so he ordered people to mobilize the genealogy files of the chiefs of various regions that had been backlogged for many years in the library of the governor mansion. He was ready to understand clearly and then go to Sigfurs. In the areas closest to the family, some people line up to suppress the guards to prevent them from revolting and causing trouble. Because of the small population of Iceland, the cultural system basically maintains the original state hundreds of years ago, so the governor only relies on Danish law, Icelandic law and Bible teachings to manage Icelanders, while local management appoints powerful families that have been passed down from generation to generation. Reykjavik's management and understanding of local leaders relies on the family tree backup submitted by local leaders. The main content of the so-called family tree is the inheritance and genealogy of the leader's family, as well as the family's land, real estate, personnel work, and family members and others. Family marriage and other information. It can be said that by mastering the genealogy of the chief families of various regions, you can have a deeper understanding of the entire Iceland. The relatives of Sigford's family were all killed by Hagrid, and they are currently being held in the governor's mansion dungeon, but there are still some relatives in their family who are more closely related. Even in Reykjavik, there are 10 or 20 people now that Sigford's nephew Marcos has escaped. Hader is a little alert, although the child is probably scared away, but it does not rule out that he and the Sigford family will be distributed in other forces. The leaders of the region and others are united against themselves, so you must grasp the Sigfourth family's influence as soon as possible, and then disintegrate the control in a targeted manner. While Hader was immersed in the Sigfur's family genealogy file, Hudik, Kadir, Hoskard, and Olav walked into the council chamber of the governor's house together. They walked briskly across the corridor, and then walked in. Hader's office was not discovered by Hader until he was sitting at the corner of the long table in front of Hader. It was clear that there was something relatively important for the four of them to come together. Hader: Your Excellency, the Danish maritime merchants and the servants of Elder Honrad come to invite you to a banquet. This is the third invitation in 2 days. After greeted Hader, Hudik frowned and said in a deep voice. Hader raised his head and asked, You can do it for me? Yes. What is their purpose? Do you want to leave Iceland? I've been there twice. You guessed it, it's because our fleet blocked the harbor, and their merchant ships wanted to leave the port but couldn't leave, so I had to beg you and me here. Hudik was helpless. Said Hader questioned, What are they anxious about? Have you checked their identities? Are they all serious businessmen? You tell Honrad that he must appease the Danish maritime merchants. I can make a promise that we will protect Denmark. Personal property and personal safety. I will not restrict the freedom of Danes, but the premise is to stabilize the overall situation of Iceland. When I stabilize the overall situation of Iceland, the seaport will naturally be open to allow them to come and go freely. Now they are anxious to go. What do you mean? Is it possible to report to the Danish Navy? Hader snorted coldly. Chapter 205, Crusade against the rebel Hader. There is a big city in the northeast of Iceland called Grimstiki, which goes deep into the hinterland. It is said that the city is actually a big village. In this era of the 17th century, except for the national capital, all cities are underdeveloped. The situation in Iceland is even more serious. To put it bluntly, except for Reykjavik, there is a city in Iceland, and all the other regions are villages. The difference is that it is bigger and smaller. This city is adjacent to the Combe Valley. It was originally the residence of the serfs in the Combe Valley, and later secretly formed a city, which belongs to a central area with a large number of people in the northeast. Iceland's topography has caused the island's interior to be covered with glaciers and volcanoes. The terrain is so high that it is basically difficult to find a place suitable for people to live. Therefore, although Iceland is large, people do live in groups around the island. Established on the ocean coast of the east, west, south and north, it is an area dominated by port city culture. Grimstaki is a rare large area deep in the hinterland, where there has always been a vast grassland with lush water and grass, and a small amount of arable land. At first, the Herman family and the Weiss family occupied the entire area of Grimstaki and Combe Canyon. Later, the heir of the Herman family died of illness, and the Weiss family relied on Dagon's relatives. Sigfourth annexed two regions 6 years ago after bribing Governor Karlsson, and managed the entire large region. Weiss became the most prestigious and wealthy person in the northeast. In the past few years, with his family Sigfurs and the governor backed by his back, Weiss is so proud and domineering in the northeast, he is hidden in the role of the second governor. But one night, Sigfourth's nephew Marcos suddenly knocked on Weiss's door and told him in closed doors that Hader, the former leader of Herat village in the hazel forest, had killed the guards. A few years after escaping from Iceland, he suddenly came back and brought a brigade of pirates. They attacked Dagon and arrested Lord Kallisvin and Sigfourth. The pirates with as many as 300 or 400 defeated the governor. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebel Hader, page 1/8. The government guards are currently burning and looting in Dagon. Marcos told Weiss that the governor asked him to organize militia rescues. Just wait for a few days for the Danish counterinsurgency forces to come. Weiss is the first-class hero. In the future, it will be no matter whether it is a knight or a fiefdom. Weiss, who was moved by Marcus's persuasion, was very happy to think that he had a chance to become a nobleman, and then sent the young men of his family out to gather men to form a militia, and at the same time set the 7 or 8 fire ropes in the warehouse. Guns, 2 iron armors, more than a dozen leather armors, and swords, axes, bows and arrows were all moved out as military assets in order for Weiss to form a militia against Hader. Marcos did not truthfully inform Weiss Hader that there were more than 4,000 troops in his hand, and half of them were musketeers, otherwise Weiss would never dare to resist openly. And Weiss and Marcos are now convinced that the Danish side will send troops to counter the rebellion when they learn of the Icelandic rebellion. Hader will definitely come to a tragic end. So Marcos and Weiss will form a militia to resist Hader? Starkey formed a militia team of more than 200 people at the end of April, and it is still expanding. Weiss and Marcos take the militia team to practice, eat and drink every day, and cooperate with each other. The other leaders of the Northeast region connected in series, hoping to gather their strength. That morning, 7 or 8 knights wearing half-length plate armor passed through Combe Canyon and entered Grimsticky's square. They found more than 50 militia youths training flying spears. "Who are you?" It was Weiss' eldest son Cams who was in charge of the militia. He squinted his eyes and stepped forward and asked loudly. The envoy of the Dagon Viking General Heir was ordered to send official documents and notices to Grimsticky's leader Mr. Weiss. "Is Mr. Weiss at home?" The leader of the night was a middle-aged man with curly hair. The soldiers behind him were all yellow-skinned men with flat facial features. He took out the document from his waist and replied. His face changed and he shouted out what he wanted to see. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebel Heir, page 2/8. The short spear was removed and thrown out. The doglegs of Heir the Dagon rebels. "Guys, kill them?" Cam's flying spears were bent over and avoided by several knights, but they were in the square of Grimsticky, and before they turned their horses and left, they were surrounded by dozens of militiamen, and then hundreds of people emerged from the houses and alleys in all directions, all of them holding weapons and looking at the knight excitedly, as if a hunter had found their prey. "Grimsticky has blatantly resisted, everyone go." The leading knight drew his sword and shouted. The 8 knights were completely unable to attack because they were trapped in the crowd, so they could only wield their weapons to drive away the militiamen who rushed up around them. But it didn't take long for 2 knights to be knocked down by flying spears and then killed by the militiamen. The knight leader knew that it was difficult to resist, so he could only take a deep breath and said, "The northern ninjutsu is the thinnest now. We gather and rush towards the north. As long as 1 or 2 people can escape, we can tell General Heir Starkey's situation. Sooner or later, Your Excellency General will avenge us? Guys, go. The 6 knights desperately broke free from the surrounding militias, and finally merged into a stream and rushed in one direction. The militias along the way began to disperse slowly. After all, it was not who was facing the 6 strong horses. Time can stand still seeing that the 6 knights were about to rush out. Weiss and Cams, who stood outside the crowd, looked flat. The father and son, together with a few militiamen with the best archery skills, were bowing their bows and shooting arrows. The bowstring trembled, and 7 or 8 feather arrows flew out, shooting down 3 knights instantly. The cavalry is the best target when it is stuck in a crowd and cannot perform its mobility. The remaining 3 knights knew that it would be difficult for them to escape, so a backward knight threw the spear in his hand and shot it. The horse's buttocks in front of him, and the sharp spear tip pierced the horse's skin. The horse felt the pain and suddenly accelerated out of the encirclement. The remaining 2 knights resolutely turned their horses' heads towards the distant one who was holding their bows. Weiss al. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebel Heir, page 3/8. They rushed over, but they had to switch their directions to deal with the 2 of them. The 2 cavalry clenched their spears, and defracted firmly, looking at the archers coming closer and closer. They seemed to hear the sound of the bowstrings getting tighter and tighter on the opposite side, and the 2 had already faced each other. Aware of death, they clamped the horse belly and said loudly, "Long live Viking thunder! Charge! Charge! Charge!" Reykjavik? Regarding the question of whether Danish maritime merchants can leave Hong Kong and when they will leave Hong Kong, Heir's attitude is very firm. That is, they are not allowed to leave temporarily. At least they cannot be allowed to leave Danish maritime merchants until the Icelandic regime under his leadership is stabilized. After all, as long as they leave, the Danish side will be aware of the sudden change in Iceland. The next step is to face the Danish blockade and even send troops. At present, Heir can only gain a firm foothold as much as possible to stabilize the overall situation of Iceland. After the conversation between Hudic and others in Heir's office was over, Heir's attitude was soon communicated to Hongrid and several Danish maritime merchants who were guests at Hongrid's house through Hudic's mouth. Ears? A group of people in Hong Luod's home were waiting anxiously. After a while, Hong Luod, who had sent Hudic away as a guest, pushed the door and walked in. "How? What did Heir say?" Hong Luod shook his head and said, "Don't worry, when he stabilizes, Iceland will expand the group to come and go freely, and he said that whoever is in a hurry to leave now has to report to Denmark. If whoever actively wants to leave, I'm afraid that the one who sits in the governor mansion is about to use his swords and guns. So I say you will all be safer, ? What? ? It's a delay of 1 or 2 months. We will do it for nothing this year, and we can't explain it when we return to Denmark. ? Elder Hongred, you come forward to talk about it again. ? Hongred shook his head again and said, Haddard has captured Karlsvin and Sigforth, as you all know, and now he has sent many people to take the oath of sovereignty in various regions. I think he will send you. It is very clear that he also has the ability to kill at will in Iceland, that is. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebel Heir, page 4/8. The future of Denmark. It is possible to return, and Heir's army can remove all opponents and even those who are not pleasing to the eye, so we should all be obedient. ? You can't just see your own gains and losses, if you think about whether money is important or life is important. Have you all forgotten the 2 ships that had to leave the port and were broken? The owner Anderson and we are both its a friend, isn't he just because Hudic had his head chopped off for resisting Heir? ? Hongluod mentioned the violent incident when Hudic blocked the port a few days ago, and everyone was instantly silenced. After a long time, Villessen, the most respected merchant among the merchants, solemnly looked at Hongred and said, We are all Danes or Norwegians. Seeing Heir's meaning may be hostile to us, so we can only ask the elders. You help us leave. If you can help us, we will not treat you badly when we return to Denmark, and we are also willing to give enough benefits to your excellency Heir or Hudic and others. You see, ? Hongluod smiled and said, Willing to spend money, there are still opportunities for many things, but it will definitely not work in these 2 days. Maybe next week will be a turning point. ? Under Honred's persuasion, the Danish marine merchants left his home in frustration and went to Villesung's residence to drink. After drinking too much, Villesung felt depressed, remembering that his father was the housekeeper of the Elfi family. He had always been respected all over Denmark, but he was restricted in Iceland. He felt resentful in his heart. He cursed, When I return to Copenhagen, I will tell Master Fitz about Heir's rebellious deeds in Iceland. I have to let His Majesty King Dan send an army to punish him, or I will be too aggrieved. ? Brother, keep your voice down. ? Several Danish marine merchants hurriedly held a yelling Villesung, and then persuaded him to keep a low profile. But Villesung, who had been drinking too much, became more and more excited, and his voice became louder and louder. After a while, the door of the house was kicked open by the Viking legion patrolling the street, and then asked the soldiers who came to take Ville. The Song people were arrested and sent to prison. With Heir. Chapter 169 Defeats the rebel Heir, page 5/8. The news that the general notified Iceland spread in Dagen and adjacent areas, and Iceland, which had been silent for hundreds of years, slowly boiled over. The chaotic situation quickly turned calm under the pressure and deterrence of the military horse muskets. Heir and several leaders are instructing the governor's official to carry out an inventory of Dagen personnel, and to send dozens of Viking soldiers to the 3 districts to serve as regional police to maintain law and order. When everything was done, Hagrid and Hoskard wanted Heir to report on the confiscated assets of Karlsvin and related personnel. After hearing this, Heir looked upset and sneered, Has Karlsvin been the governor of Iceland for 5 years? Only 5 years at the most. How did he search for nearly 100,000 marks of gold and silver? Sigford, it's no small advantage for C to be his accomplice, ? Horsgard took out 2 more papers, handed them over and said, Karlsvin originally had some property, because he was transferred to Norway to take up a post and sold all his assets and land this year, so his wealth is easy to check. The 4 large barrels of gold and silver dug up from the backyard of the governor mansion and the lover's house on Warren Street in the East District are all assets. The rest are fur, porcelain, ringing bells, clothes, etc., which are worth tens of thousands of marks. The other is Sigforth's assets. Hey, the accumulation of his family business for hundreds of years can be said to be amazing. In addition, in recent years, he has been making money to buy land in Karlsvin. There are more than 20,000 marks of gold and silver, as well as a lot of porcelain, fur, etc. These are not counted. The most valuable is the land under his name of more than 1,000 Vilgerd, of which there are only more than 300 Vilgoat arable land, which also includes the rest of the land in the White Hazel Forest as pasture. There are currently more than 10,000 sheep and 300 cows, horses and pigs in the pasture. The value is amazing. Question mark? Very good. The assets of Sigfurs and Korswen must be well counted. The floating wealth is temporarily placed in the governor mansion. When the situation is stabilized, I will remove some of the rewards for all of us. Land, real estate, cattle, sheep and livestock will maintain the status quo for the time being, but after a while, we will also reward you with that part. By the way, the Sigfus family is known as the most wealthy and noble in Iceland, and this is impossible. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebel Heir, page 6/8. Point of wealth. Sigforth will die anyway, Hagrid, tell him, as long as he turns in all his possessions, he can save his family's life. If they don't pay, let their whole family go to Satan. Question mark? Hagrid nodded very excitedly, and then eagerly quit. Suddenly Hudic walked in with a few panting Viking soldiers, and shouted as he walked, Heir. Sigforth's in-laws, Weiss, and Marcos, who had fled the other day, were in Grimm's. Taki announced that he would crusade against the rebel Heir. At present, 3 or 4 leaders in the northeast have been connected in series. The soldiers we sent were attacked by them. A dozen people were killed. The rest of them fled too, I reported. Question mark? All of Heir hurriedly got up www.wuxiaspit.com and looked at the 3 soldiers that Hudic had brought in. Your Excellency General. We are ashamed of the Viking Legion. Question mark? Heir never imagined that facing an army of 4,500 people, there would still be people in Iceland who would dare to oppose him, but seeing the embarrassed look of the soldiers sent to the northeast to convey the message, things seemed to have happened. Hagrid couldn't wait to ask for the details, and then the 3 soldiers clarified with a single word. The rebellion of the northeast region centered on Grimstocki. Sigfurs has 2 relatives in Iceland. One died of illness a few years ago and the family property was also annexed by Sigfurs, and the other was in the Combe Canyon area in the northern part of Grimstocki County in the northeast. The leader of Weiss, the entire fertile land of the canyon, and the forest pastures around the edifice are private property of the Weiss family. There are more than 100 people in the 4 villages under his jurisdiction. The family is also thriving, which is regarded as the strongest in the northeast of Iceland. Large forces have become more and more rampant in recent years because of their relationship with Sigforth. When Heir attended the court meeting a few years ago, Weiss served as the of Sigforth in attacking him, so according to Heir's plan, Weiss was also on the list of liquidation. Sigfurs has relatives and friends all over Iceland, but the closest relationship and the most powerful one is Grimm in the northeast of Iceland. Chapter 169 Crusade against the rebels Heir, page 7/8. Weiss in Stuckir County? Marcos went beyond the expectations of Heir and the others. After escaping, he even defected to Weiss. The 2 dared to rebel against Heir. This incident made Heir and the others laughed. Chapter 206, Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion. Weiss and Marcos knew that Heir had more than 4,000 elite soldiers and dozens of warships, but they also showed extraordinary bravery. Not only did they cooperate with other leaders in the northeast to attack and kill Heir, sent to swear sovereign status. The Viking soldiers even blatantly played the banner of fighting against the thieves and villains Heir, and rescuing the Governor-General Kallisvin and Mr. Sigfurs. This is a blatant provocation and trampling on Heir's dignity and status as a Viking general, the current occupier and ruler of Iceland. Several people in the governor's mansion who heard the news shouted angrily and laughed at Weiss and Marcos, and others are overwhelmed. Weiss and Marcos take the lead against us. If they are not taken down quickly, the leaders of other regions will follow them and lose their awe of us. After a few sneers in the room, Heir looked at his strongest subordinates and brothers, and asked, Hudic, Hagrid, Hoskard, who of you is going to capture Weiss? Hagrid took the lead and said in a loud voice, I'll go. I will be able to sweep the northeast with a cavalry and 500 musketeers. Brother, I will go personally and wipe out the Sigforth faction, and then the guys who don't believe us, everything is cleaned up. From now on, Iceland will be your perfect place for Heir. Heir was about to agree, and when he said it, he sent Hagrid and Olaf together, and then ordered Hudic to mobilize 3 ships, preparing to go halfway around the sea and land to the northeast faster. When Hagrid took Olaf to check the manpower on board and leave, Hoskard asked Heir, brother-in-law, although we have a large army in Degen, how can more than 4,000 people manage the vast area of Iceland? You know Iceland with a population of more than 50,000, and the leaders and families of each region are deeply rooted, they are not easy to obey. Today, Weiss said that he wants to rescue Kallisvin against us, and the next leader may be the leader of another region. What do you think, Hader said, rubbing his temple. There are too many things these days, and I'm a little dizzy. Hey, I didn't expect Iceland to be dozens of times harder to manage than Vinland. In comparison. Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion, page 1/7. It's better to deal with Native Americans. It is definitely not appropriate to deal with Iceland with the management of Vinland. We have to study slowly when we occupy Iceland, how to govern and how to get Icelanders to support you and support you, Hoskard said, squinting his eyes, and said, I think in order to prevent the Icelandic leader from making chaos in the name of the governor in the future, we might as well put Karlsson and Sigforth to death as soon as possible. This will allow locals to see our determination and courage have also lost the reason for the chaos. More importantly, it can shock the minds of people everywhere, letting them know that even the governor and Sigfors can be killed at will, so they dare not fight us. Hader thought for a while, then looked at the others, seeing Naranhu, Salrak and the newly arrived Kadir all agree with each other, and said, that's good. Before we decided to lead Iceland out of Denmark. At that time, I was ready to fight with Denmark at all costs. Since I have offended Denmark, I am not afraid to offend it further. Killing Karlsson and Sigfors does not necessarily offend Denmark. Because we have already offended Denmark by leading Iceland out of Denmark. We can no longer offend Denmark. We dealt with Karlsson and expressed our determination to Denmark. King Christian IV of Dan knows that we will never compromise, Kadir said with a smile. Hoskard snapped his fingers and said, yes. We can't silently kill Karlsson and Sigfors. We must find a way to get everyone to support us in killing them, at least not to sympathize with them. This way Hader killed them. Karlsson is the hero of Iceland. It can enhance the cohesion of Icelanders. No one could think of a better idea for Hoskard's proposal. After a while, Hader sighed. Unfortunately, Heine and Olaf are not there. They must have an idea. The atmosphere in the living room stagnated for a while, and a thin Indian officer behind Kadir stepped forward, first bowed respectfully, then straightened his upper body and said, I have a way to offer to Lord Celestial. Several people in Hader looked sideways and saw that it was Oris who was speaking. Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion, page 2/7. The original priest of the city Lord of Great Falls, after becoming a Viking and an officer, has been very loyal and has gradually become a company commander and sergeant because Oris managed the Viking soldiers from Bedak very well, and nowadays also very popular with Kadir. He was taken to the governor's mansion. Oris' speech reminded Hader of the young man, and then waved his hand. Speak up, what is the way? If it works, I will reward you with 50 marks of gold. Thank you, General God, Oris said after thanking respectfully. I heard that Icelanders used to like to discuss crimes of criminals in public trials and then punish them. We Bedak also had tribes in the past. The practice of collective punishment of criminals by members, so I think that the governor of Iceland Karlsson and Sigfors already have other enemies or oppressed civilians. If we look for these poor people, and then call a public trial to convict Karlsson and Sigfors as guilty of unpardonable crimes, so respectable masters of the gods, your order to kill them is the most sacred and noble right move, and it will also bring you great prestige. Most Icelanders will understand your greatness and correctness after learning about a public trial, so supporting your leader is the only correct choice. Oris' words aroused the deep thoughts of Hader, Kadir and others. While Oris was waiting uneasy, Hader laughed and said, get up. Wait for Kadir, you take him to take 50 mark gold coins as a reward. Oris, you are very smart, I think you can do what Oris wants. Kadir and others also agreed with Oris' opinions. Then, after completing the details in the speech, Hader handed over the convening of a public trial meeting to convene a public trial to judge and execute the crimes against Karlsson and Sigfors. Luz is responsible for both. A few days later, the residents of Reykjavik and the villagers in the surrounding area knew that Hader was going to convene a public trial to punish Karlsson and Sigfors. At the same time, Hoskard had found more than a dozen people who had suffered 2 crimes. People oppressed Icelanders, Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellions, page 3/7. And after special training in language complaints, I strive to be able to speak in the conference with a strong voice and arouse the resonance of others in these days. Elder Hongluo also visited Hader twice, and at the same time he presented a self-ringing bell engraved with the gold and silver threads and 12 gems of various colors during his second visit. This self-ringing bell is a luxury product customized by Danish marine merchant Valessen for his owner Fitz-Ulfi in Marseilles. It was originally a birthday present to King Christian IV by the Master Ulfi, but now it has been trapped in Iceland. The date of returning to Denmark has been delayed, resulting in the failure to return to Copenhagen before the birthday of His Majesty Christian IV, so the gift has lost its greatest value. In order to leave Iceland as soon as possible and return to Denmark, the owner and King Dan are asked to send an army to rescue Iceland that has fallen into the hands of the villain Heir as soon as possible. When Villesen always wanted to take the lead in reporting the news, he had privately decided to give this self-tolling bell, which was originally to be given to the King of Denmark, to Heir through the hands of Elder Honrad. The purpose was to make Heir raise his hands high. Release as soon as possible. Of course, Hongluo did not help freely. His original words were, "There are not many people who can speak in front of His Excellency Heir. There is no one who wants to persuade His Excellency Heir to hurt his face and favor. I don't want to go 10,000 to 20,000. In order to achieve the goal, Villesen also asked other Danish maritime merchants to collect more than 7,000 pounds of silver and give it to Honrad. So Honrad really pondered his excuses and went to visit Heir in order to achieve his goal. Honrad's first visit was just to chat with Heir and express the innocence of Danish maritime merchants and their willingness to accept the fact that Iceland changed their owners. When Hongluo gave an expensive and luxurious gift during his second visit, Heir's attitude changed a little, and then he smiled and said, "After the public trial meeting, I am going to unblock the port. Please go back and tell the sea." With this news, businessmen, I believe that captains who are willing to do business to make money welcome the open Iceland. That's natural. Hongluo nodded happily. Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion, page 4/7. Then he said, "I think maybe my ship is also willing to do business with the people of Iceland under the leadership of General Heir. Only friends are the only barriers to help and protect merchant ships on the turbulent sea. We are all willing to work with you. Be friends." Heir understood Honrad's kindness, so he said cordially, "We have worked together happily. It seems to me that we were already close friends when you sold me the rifle a few years ago. Elder Honrad, I look forward to the close cooperation between Iceland under my leadership and your family. Thank you for your trust." Hongluo nodded and said, "I believe we will have more cooperation in the future." That's natural. In the cordial conversation between the two, everything was plain and the best answer was obtained. Hagrid and Olaf soon took the cavalry and musketeers by boat to northeast Iceland to suppress the rebellious Weiss and Marco's forces. Heir and Honrad also reached a consensus and agreed that as long as Honrad and others support the trial of Karlsvin and Sigfurs, the Danes can be allowed to leave Iceland after the public trial is over. 2 days later, Horskerda and Oris have brought back to Dagon more than 20 Icelanders who have been bullied and oppressed by Karlsvin and Sigfurs, and there are also many people who have been dealt with by Karlsvin because of their crimes. These people are under the management of Oris, and he teaches them to evade the important and expose the ugly face of Karlsvin and the nature of Sigfur's doglegs every day. The mature rhetoric is gradually familiar to people. After Hoskerd reported the situation to Heir, Heir felt that the time was right, so he personally ordered that on the morning of May 1st, a public trial of Calvin and Sigforth was held on the West Square outside the governor's palace, because at that time, the leaders of all parts of Iceland will come to Dagon as long as they are not clearly opposed to them. It is a good show to try 2 people in front of everyone. It will definitely establish Heir's dominance in one fell swoop. Things really follow Heir and Hosku. Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion, page 5/7. It developed as expected by Elder and others in the week at the end of April. Reykjavik welcomed more than 20 leaders one after another. The first dozen or so of them were chiefs and patriarchs who had some or even good relationships with the Heir family. Heir entered his busy work after warmly receiving the leaders. Dagon had just experienced a turmoil, and it took a month to complete the care of the dead and injured, liquidation, and disposal of various assets. When Heir was busy, Hagrid and Olaf had arrived at Cape Frontier in the northeast of Iceland, and they had landed at Salsport, the only port in the northeast suitable for large ships in Icelandic legends. The island's northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest are protected by guardian elves. Because of the shape of the terrain, they are the red-tongued golden-clawed eagle, black bull, white-clothed old man, and red-tongued golden-clawed dragon. Hagrid the Cape Frontier, which arrived with Olaf, is the tongue of the dragon, the patron saint of the northeast, and the Vatnajökull Glacier, which is close to the south, is the old man in white. Iceland has a large population of people living in the west due to its unique geographical location and environmental geomorphology. The population in the east is also concentrated in the east coastline and northeast region. The southeast region has a very small population. The northeastern region has lost control due to the riots in Weiss and Marcos, which has caused instability in the eastern region. Even the leader of Salsham, Anna, is in a wait-and-see attitude. After being summoned by Hader soldiers, they only sent one of my own village chiefs went to Dagon to participate in the meeting. After Hagrid led the army together at the dock, Anna was obese and late, and with a look of surprise he brought the family behind him with a knife and axe to the front. Are you an officer from Dagon? Who are you? I'm Hagrid, the younger brother of General Hader, and this is Olaf, the eldest son of General Hader. Because Weiss and Marcos are in the middle of the chaos. www.wooksiaspit.com. We have been specially ordered to quell the rebellion. Knowing the identity of Hagrid, Anna shook his belly and stretched out his big hand, saying, I am Anna, the leader of the Thorth area. Welcome to General Hagrid and Master Olaf. After shaking hands with Anna, Hagrid frowned and asked. Chapter 170 Liquidation and Suppression of Rebellion, page 6/7. The messenger sent by General Hader to invite the leaders to Dagon should have arrived. Why are you still in Source? Are you going to go to Weiss? Hagrid finished. Olaf and the surrounding soldiers staring at Anna gloomily. Anna sweated on his forehead and hurriedly bowed and said, General Hagrid has misunderstood. I was sick a few days ago and cannot go personally, so I have sent someone to apologize to General Hader and leave. I don't think you look like you are sick now. Olaf snorted and asked, Is it all right? Anna hurriedly nodded and said, Just right. Just right, Olaf sneered and said, Why don't you go to Reykjavik? We came to fight the rebellion, not only to deal with the rebellious Weiss, but also to review the entire northeast and east regions, and found that there was no support for General Hader. People who want to be arrested will be dealt with by Dagon. Hearing Olaf's intimidation, Anna Ugwang looked at the hundreds of warriors with muskets and dozens of aggressive cavalry behind Hagrid and the two. He didn't dare to slap his mouth, and said hurriedly, I'll go this afternoon. Must act now. Hagrid and Olaf nodded in satisfaction, and then asked Anna, the situation of the Weiss rebels. Chapter 207, Plowing. Weiss built a team of hundreds of people in a few days and has become the eldest brother of the northeast region, so no matter what they think in their hearts, other leaders dare not violate Weiss's meaning on the surface. There are even two regional leaders. He had also fallen to him, and joined Grim Starkey's rebel army with his children. Anna, the leader of the Thorth area, has always been an excellent businessman. He originally meant that he was not guilty of both sides and watched the changes. However, when he saw Hagrid's army's cannons and 500 musketeers, after 50 cavalry soldiers, knew that Weiss's manpower and strength were not Hagrid's opponents at all, so he answered Hagrid's inquiries with all his might, and in a short while, he explained clearly what he knew about the Weiss rebels. Weiss was originally a rebellion in his own region, but because of the deceptiveness of the banner, several leaders in the Northeast District believed that Weiss and Marcos were right, and at the same time they were willing to support Weiss military actions. The news brought by Marcos and the appearance of Hader's soldiers in recent days have indeed confirmed the fact that there has been a mutiny in Dagon, and that Hader has imprisoned His Excellency Governor Kolsvan in a rebellion. Marcos and Weiss have been propagating these days that Denmark will send a large number of troops to counter the rebellion when they learn about Hader's rebellion. At that time, Hader and his lackeys and traitors who fail to him will be killed by Danish Christian IV. His Majesty was executed cruelly. Denmark ruled Iceland for hundreds of years. During this period, it also cruelly suppressed and massacred several movements in Iceland, such as the issue of conversion. At that time, a bishop was executed and dozens of steadfast believers were arrested. Because Denmark has been in power for many years, Icelanders are actually afraid and jealous of Denmark. Of course, many people are still mixed with disgust and even resentment, but no matter what the mentality, the Icelanders are convinced that the Danish army will be able to destroy Hader. After all, people in the Northeast have not seen Hader's Iron Army, and have not seen the momentum of the 4,500 army. He has seen hundreds of musketeers firing in a salvo. Chapter 171 Lighting Sweeping Holes, page 1/7. We don't even know the horror of the Viking Legion. Therefore, Weiss was only relying on pulling out the Danish flag to make the many leaders of the Northeast region fall to him openly or secretly. After listening to Anna's report, Hagrid knew that the leaders of the entire Northeast region had been deceived by Weiss and Marcos. It turned out that Marcos told them that Hader had only a few hundred pirate accomplices, and it was only through unexpected sneak attacks that he took control of Kolsvan and occupied Dagon. If the many leaders of the East can unite enough to make up a coalition of more than 1,000 people, then they can defeat Hader and enter Reykjavik, then rescue Governor Karlsvin and Grand Port leader Sigfurs, and become the great hero of the Kingdom of Denmark, receive the rewards and merits of His Majesty Christian IV. Even after seeing Hagrid and Olaf's army, Anna knew that they had been deceived by Marcos. Hagrid and Olaf laughed and told Anna that there were still 4,000 troops in Dagon. Only the Iron Army can shred any enemy who dared to resist. Anna condemned the actions of Weiss and Marcos, and actively sent more than 20 young people from his family and more than 50 men from the region to act as the guide of Hagrid's army to the southwest. Rim Starkey, and Anna himself took some gifts and took the boat to Reykjavik as soon as possible. Under the leadership of the Anna family militia, the army of Hagrid and Olaf found the nearest canyon channel in the snow-capped hills of northeast Iceland along the Sand River, and quickly passed through the Combe Canyon to Grimstad Base. On the morning of April 28, Hagrid and Olaf ordered everyone to rest for half an hour in front of the gorge and eat some dry food. Then Olaf and the 2 cavalry ate 2 bites and rode to the front to check the situation. At this time it was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and there was a bit of fog inside and outside Combe Canyon. Grimstucky outside the valley was the base camp of Weiss. When Olaf approached, he found that there were hundreds of houses in the fens, and there were still hundreds of houses in the fence. There are many horse-drawn carts and bullock carts, many women and men are cutting wood and carrying water, and many more. Chapter 171 Plowing the court and sweeping holes, page 2/7. Men practice bows and arrows and throwing axes in the open space. 50, 72, 83. Olaf simply counted and found that there were roughly 80 people in the village. He remembered that Anna said that Weiss united the 3 villages and already had a scale of nearly 400 people, with 200 men. Above, then nodded and whispered, "It's almost done. Weiss and the others should be in the village, and they can be completely wiped out." Olaf said that he turned his horse's head back in front of Hagrid, who was resting in front of the gorge, and then told what he had detected. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Weiss and Marcos are not the materials of the war. They stupidly didn't send them. People guarding Combe Canyon, Uncle, I'm afraid they will wake up suddenly when our army breaks into the village." Hagrid laughed and said, "Which one of them is a warrior? How can you guess that we are here so fast? Although the Icelanders are descendants of Viking pirates, they have been ruled by Denmark for hundreds of years. Cool, is far inferior to our ancestors. Let us go, kill the enemies who dare to resist us, use their blood to inspire Icelanders and stimulate their bloody. Let's go, let's flatten Grimstucky in one fell swoop and wipe out all the guys who dared to resist." Olaf was excited and raised his arms, saying, "Push Grimstucky." Everyone behind him agreed in unison, and suddenly there was a muffled sound like a boulder falling to the ground in the canyon. 10 minutes later, the 550-man Viking Expeditionary Corps rushed towards Grimstucky under the leadership of Hagrid and Olaf. All the 500 musketeers raised their flintlocks. Papa, Grimstucky today was filled with heavy fog, but as the time approached noon, the fog gradually thinned, and suddenly a burst of rapid and loud gunfire came out. The militiamen who are training on the village square just feel that they will hurl a large area. When it gets dark, 60 to 70 young men fell half in an instant. And the remaining half of the militiamen watch their familiar friends and comrades suddenly get bullets in the chest, shoulders and even their heads. Number 171 Zang Lighting sweeps the hole, page 3/7. After the blood hole, he either died tragically or rolled in pain, squatting down in fright, and at the same time clenching the weapon in his hand. Ding ding. Enemy attack. The bell on the church tower on the side of Grimstucky Square was ringed. The rapid ringing signaled that they were attacked by a powerful enemy. All the adults in the village had to take up arms to defend their hometown. In the rush of the bell, a group of cavalrymen outside the village quickly penetrated the white fog and approached the village. Behind the cavalrymen was a phalanx of hundreds of people slowly approaching. Both Weiss and Marcos rushed out wearing leather armor holding matchlock guns. Behind Weiss there are 6 sons and 3 sons-in-laws, as well as their cousins, about 50 or 60 people. These people are the closest and trusted by Weiss. The subordinates are also the core of this rebel army. Weiss originally had 8 sons. The second son was killed when he was robbed at sea a few years ago. The 4th son has been living in Dagon because he married the daughter of Sigfurth. Marcos told Weiss that his 4th son he was shot while resisting Hagrid. The reason why Weiss resolutely wanted to confront Heir, who had already occupied Dagon, was actually trying to avenge his son. Weiss's eldest son, Grimstucky's number 2 character, Kams, hurriedly summoned everyone to his side, and then said, "It must be Heir's lackey who killed him." "Father, let's fight them." Weiss looked at the cavalry outside the village as he was about to rush into the village. The leader was a tall man with white beard and hair. He squinted his eyes and made a voice from his throat, "Hagrid." Hagrid came here himself. Marcos was startled, his face was a little pale, and he trembled. "Mr. Weiss, or let's run away first. More than 50 knights, we can't escape at all. Now we can only fight." Weiss had already calmed down at this time, and as he stepped forward, he took off the longbow on his back as he walked, bent the bow with 3 arrows, and shot towards Hagrid. Hagrid blocked 2 arrows with a swipe of the big axe in his hand, and the other one wiped his body and passed. Chapter 171 Lighting Sweeping Point, page 4/7. Hagrid slapped his horse to speed up, and shouted, "Weiss! You can save your life by surrendering immediately, and you will lose your head if you dare to resist." After shooting 3 arrows and finding it was useless, Weiss hurriedly greeted the children behind him to shoot. Hagrid and other cavalry rushed, and received more than a dozen feather arrows and were shot down. 4 people arrived in front of Weiss and others. Hagrid grinned cruelly, and suddenly swung out the big axe in his hand. Accompanied by the speed of the horse and the strength of the swinging arm, the big axe slashed diagonally with a whirlwind. Weiss desperately retreated and avoided. Foresee and his 2 younger brothers also stretched out their spears to block them, hoping to stop Hagrid's axe. Hag is 2 meters tall and can swing the wood of the ship at will. When he was young, he was famous for winning wrestling with cows and horses. He swung an axe with all his strength and was confident that no one could resist in Iceland. The result did not disappoint Hagrid. He only felt that 3 spears were smashed by the shock of his right hand, and then the big axe opened Weiss's left shoulder like lightning. When Hager turned his horse's head, he saw that Weiss was already lying on the ground with a terrifying expression and pale. If it weren't for the flesh and blood of the left waist, Weiss had been split in half by Hagrid. The Cams brothers lay down in front of Weiss' corpse and cried twice, then took up their weapons and rushed towards Hagrid. "Kill Hagrid! Revenge Dad! Kill Hagrid! Kill the enemy and avenge the leader! Vengeance!" The death of Weiss made all Grimstarkus realize that if they don't kill Hagrid, they will be killed by Hagrid and others. Therefore, Cams and others are taking the lead. Soon everyone will be killed. A strong desire to fight broke out, and he constantly rushed towards Hagrid and other cavalry, trying to trap them in the crowd, so that the cavalry could not run, and was dragged down and killed. Hagrid took the cavalry with his cavalry vigorously to brandish a weapon in his hand, killing a dozen militias in an instant, but there was still a cavalry who was hugged by his thigh because the horse under him turned slower when he turned in a circle, and then he went down. 7 or 8 spears pierced his chest and died. Hagrid saw the circle of defending himself and others getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 171 Lighting Sweeping Holes, page 5/7. He was also a little anxious. Although he was confident that he had the right to sprint and could definitely escape with a big axe, the dozens of men behind him were about to sink in. "Why don't the musketeers shoot yet?" Hagrid glanced at the musketeers' phalanx who had entered the village in the distance, and yelled anxiously, "Do you want to kill the master? Things in the world always happen by chance." Hagrid's voice fell, and the musketeers' phalanx in the distance seemed to respond to him, and more than 100 musketeers in the first row shot suddenly. Snapped, the hot snake spurted out, and the force of the gunpowder pushed the lead bullet out, and instantly flew out several hundred feet and fell behind the militia crowd surrounding Hagrid. "What? Oh!" Hiss, the militia team was hit by concentrated firearms, and almost 100 people fell in an instant. Although most of them were injured, for the weak-willed and low-quality militiamen, the miserable appearance and painful howling of the wounded were far more than dead bodies in one fell swoop. There is a sense of shock and suffering. The women and teenagers in the militia first dropped their weapons and turned and fled. No matter how Cams and others shouted, they could not slow down the deserters. The servility and the escape of the youth were first an avalanche that shattered the fighting will of the rebel army. The 200 or 300 soldiers who surrounded Hagrid and others soon joined the deserters. They dropped their spears, axes, long swords, short spears, flail and other weapons. Suppressed the panic sound of purring. It only took a short 10 seconds from the crowd to run away to the landslide and the collapse of the landslide. Except for Cams and the others, they gathered together and tried to shout loudly and try to stop the militia from fleeing. Even Marcos bent over, ran outside the village. Hagrid watched the mob in front of him flee uncharacteristically. As if he had encountered a hunter's seal group panicking, he grinned. "You want to fight against us with these things like Weiss? Poor worm. Others can do it. Let go. You read www.uucan'tchu.com, but Marcos can't spare it. Chapter 171 Lighting Sweeping Point, page 6/7. Hagrid removed a short blunderbuss from the horse's head, then aimed at Marcos, who was about to escape range, and fired a shot. The purity of the blunderbuss is the same as that of other flintlock muskets, which is not accurate, but Hagrid has practiced muskets for more than 10 years. With his intuition and feel, a shot still hit Marcos in the back, causing him to suddenly plant. There was no movement. "Come and take a look." Hagrid turned his head and ordered the 2 cavalry behind him. The 2 rushed towards the horse, and after a while they dragged Marcos's body back with a rope, and said, "General, Marcos is dead." Hagrid squinted his eyes at Marcos, who was covered in mud and turf. Seeing that his distorted body was indeed dead, he snorted and said, "I can't help but fight." Turned his head and looked at Cams, who was hugged in a hug from a distance. Hagrid snorted coldly, "Kill the stubborn rebels. Clear the assets of the traitors and villains throughout the northeast." The afternoon sun was the hottest, and the fog that covered Grimstarkey gradually dissipated. The sunlight shed the dead, wounded in villages, looking like a scene of purgatory. Hagrid is riding a tall horse, and the white beard exposed under the iron helmet is glowing golden by the sunlight. With his stalwart body and gleaming iron armor, it is like a picture of Charlemagne's southern expedition. Maybe after a few years, when Hagrid gets old and weak, people will draw a picture of Grimstarkey's rebellion based on his memories as a family record and a proof of personal memory of his achievements. Chapter 208, Public Trial Assembly. May 1st is the day that Heir decided last month for the public trial of the villain Sigfurs, the villain, and the Colsvin. As soon as the bell rang at 7 o'clock in the morning, Heir got up to wash and change clothes at the 2 young servants of the governor mansion that Kadir found from Ash Mountain village, and then sat in the restaurant to eat a breakfast made by an Icelandic chef. After breakfast, Hudic, Kadir, Horsgerd, and Oris walked into the governor's mansion. Heir had a good appetite. He ate an extra piece of bread, and then ordered, "Go and inform the leaders and the people of Dagon who have arrived these days. A public trial meeting will be held in front of the governor mansion to try Calvin and Sieg." Foss, Aeolus bowed and said, "I have sent someone to inform just now. Only 20 chiefs from the 28th district of Iceland came. The chiefs from the 12th district in the west and the 6th district in the central arrived, but only 5 came from the 11th district in the east." Horsgerd was very upset, rubbing his fingers, and said. Heir asked, "Which 5 haven't come?" "Grimstadki and Egilstadki, Neskoistiki, Bakkafors, Hepburn. In these 5 regions, in addition to Grimstadki's rebellion, there are 2 more. I took refuge in Weiss, and the rest is not honest, and I am also doing small moves." Horsgerd snorted coldly. Heir nodded and said, "These are the turf of the big family. It doesn't matter if they are not convinced, their strength will convince them. When Hagrid kills Grimstadki, I am afraid that other villages will rush to visit us." "Up, Hadel is right," Hudic said with a flick of his eyes. "Let's hang Corsvin first, and then Hagrid will kill Weiss and them again. No one in Iceland will dare to be disobedient," everyone said for a while, and the soldiers under Oris walked in quickly. There are already people standing outside the governor mansion. Elders Honglo, Amai, and Flibby are also here. They asked me to ask your excellency when the public trial meeting will be held. Chapter 172 Public Review Conference, page 1/7. Dal smiled and said, "It's getting late. It seems that my friends can't wait. Oris is going to take Colsvin and Sigfurs to the square." After Oris left, Heir looked at Hudic and others. "Let's go to the square, too." After a while, more than 100 heavily armed soldiers walked out of the governor mansion. They protected Heir and other leaders to stand in the square. Then the soldiers dispersed and drove the crowd to the sides, and at the same time invited the 3 elders to Heir's side. After a few words of greeting, the soldiers moved in a few wooden seats, and then Heir, Hudic, Horsgerd, Kadir and the 3 elders sat down and waited. After a while, the sun was getting hotter and hotter, and Oris led a dozen soldiers to the embarrassed Corsvin and Sigfurs and walked over. Sigfurs and Colsvin used to dress richly and gorgeously, and their hair and beards were neatly trimmed, but now they are wearing dirty clothes with a foul smell. Their hair becomes a weed, and their beards are even more so. It's messy. Although the 2 people in the audience have different impressions of the governor and Sigfurs, they can still see clearly from their facial features when they walk in. People gradually recognize the governor general and Sigfurs. The buzzing discussion became louder and louder, and at the same time, the look at Heir became more and more frightened. Oris bowed towards Heir and said, "Your Excellency, The criminals Kolsvin and Sigfurs have been escorted. Will there be a public trial? Hader nodded and said, let's start. Oris walked to Hoskard and whispered, my lord, please hold a trial. Hearing this, Hoskard got up, walked to the two sinners whose hands and feet were restrained by ropes, looked around for a week, and then said, we are all residents of Dagon, as well as the leaders of various regions. I think you are all familiar with each other. I should all know Hoskard, today is a good day for us Icelanders to public trial Denmark sent to enslave us and oppressor Icelandic governor Kolsvin and accomplice Sigfurs. Everyone wants to. Chapter 172 Public Trial Conference, page 2/7. Think about it, have Kolsvin and Sigfurth bullied you? Have you robbed of your assets? If so, stand up boldly, and General Hader will uphold justice for you. After Hoskard finished speaking, he calmed down for a while, then stood up a dozen men, women and children, crying and expressing the identity of the victims, and then got the soldiers instructed by Hoskard and Alice to let in more than a dozen people, and then everyone rushed up to beat Kolsvin and Sigfurth. Kolsvin and Sigfurs suffered in prison for several days. They were weak and mentally stupefied. In addition, their hands and feet were with ropes and they were inconvenient to move. They were besieged by a dozen people and could not resist for a while, and they were beaten within a short while. Battered only when the two of them had crooked noses and slanted eyes and spitting their teeth did Hoskard order the soldiers to expel the besiegers, and then asked them to treat the criminals calmly, and boldly speak Kolsvin in front of General Hader and all the Icelanders. And Sigfurth's guilt Kolsvin, he and Sigfurth forced my husband to death and raped me. Sigfurs sent his butler to my land and cattle and sheep, and my family was destroyed. Because I couldn't pay the war donation the year before, Sigfurs said to lend me usury, and then, they forced my wife and children to death. Last year, Calvin continued to collect taxes, and my wife happened to be ill. After more than a dozen people talked about the evil deeds of Sigfurs and Kolsvin, the onlookers became very angry, because they have also received war donations and donations over the years, especially in recent years. The increased taxation oppression, watching everyone crying in the field, the residents of Dagon and most of the leaders felt sympathy, and ignited resentment towards Kolsvin and Sigfurth. After a while, I don't know who first called for the execution of Kolsvin and Sigfurs, and then the call for the execution of Sigfurs became louder and more uniform. Suddenly a voice rang from the crowd, kill Kolsvin. Icelanders have to manage themselves, the mood has been. Chapter 172 Public Review Conference, page 3/7. The mobilized people also echoed, kill Kolsvin. Icelanders have to manage themselves. After a while, Hoskard took 2 steps forward and said loudly, Kolsvin is a Gentile running dog who oppresses and slays our Icelandic compatriots. Sigfurs is an accomplice and demon. They have robbed us of the Icelandic people in Iceland for 5 years. His countless wealth has killed tens of thousands of Icelanders. For many years, Kolsvin and his dog Sigfurs have searched Denmark for most of the hard work of our Icelanders. They have collected 30,000 or 40,000 marks, and robbed a large amount of land and property. More than 100,000 marks. As soon as Hoskard's voice fell, everyone became even more annoyed, because the two people's more than 100,000 marks included some of their hard-earned money. Amid the condemnation and insults from the crowd, the dizzy Kolsvin and Sigfurs, who had been beaten before, deliberately defended and made no sound. They could only squat on the ground and shivered. Hader was excited by the sentiments, and he had vaguely become the great hero of the Icelanders who set out the chaos in the minds of Icelanders and led the people to freedom. So he stood up and walked to the front of the stage. Seeing Hader walking in, everyone raised their hands in excitement and shouted, General Hader. Hader waved both hands, and then said loudly, please be quiet, everyone. Listen to me say a few words. It seems to be Hader's personality charm, perhaps the soldiers' deterrence. In short, everyone is relaxed and quiet, watching Hader intently. Hader is not nonsense. He first condemned Denmark's evil deeds and oppression against Icelanders over the centuries. At the same time, he showed that he had seized power on behalf of Icelanders, and his purpose was to make Icelanders prosperous and free from oppression. At the same time, Hader said that he would use a large part of the money of Sigfurs and Kolsvin that he found out to be used for Iceland's construction and future education, medical care, and industrial development expenditures. In Hader's words, everyone can hear General Hader's deep feelings for Iceland and his determination to build Iceland into a strong and prosperous country. Every Icelander's heart is warm. Chapter 172 Public Review Conference, page 4/7. Then he waved his fist and claimed high praise to the Lord General Hader. When everyone was quiet again, Hader waved his hand and said, "I gave the order to hang the heinous sinners Kolsvin and Sigfurs and execute them on the spot." The blood of two thieves shows that Iceland is leaving Denmark, the determination to become a free state. Oris raised his fisted right hand on the spot and shouted enthusiastically, "Long live General Hader! Long live the free state of Iceland!" A yellow-skinned guy's tearful shouting and cheering made all Icelanders feel uncomfortable, as if they didn't know the goods, so all Icelanders scrambled to clench their fists and shouted, "General Hader, long live! Long live the free state of Iceland!" Soon Kolsvin and Sigfurs and his son-in-law were hanged by Viking soldiers in front of the Doge's palace. The only difference between the two was that Sigfurs did not beg for mercy or struggle, while Kolsvin was scared. Peed his pants when the two bodies were hanging on the rope and swaying. Hader was bathed in the sun and the cheers of the Icelandic people. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed this moment. He felt that he had surpassed all the ancestors of Iceland at this moment. Enough to be a strong stroke has been left in history because of the fear of Hader. The bodies of Kolsvin and Sigfurs were not claimed by the next day in the end. Hoskard sent the two corpses out and buried them as of today. The powerful governor of Iceland Kolsvin and the big landlord Sigfurs have completely become the past tense of Iceland. And Iceland has also moved into a new era of autonomous state under the leadership of Hader. Your Excellency General Hader, the investigation and liquidation in Dagon has ended. 12 criminals and opponents have been arrested. Are you exiled to Greenland, or do coolies? Good Lord, Your Excellency, the overall situation is stable now. In order to establish your correctness and leadership, I think it's time to announce the establishment of the Icelandic Free State. Of course, if you are willing to be the king. Way, Chapter 172 Public Trial Conference, page 5/7. The soldiers of Beijing are very happy. In the governor's palace, Hader and the high-level officials discussed many matters of post-war rule. After hearing Hudik's last question, everyone held their breath and looked at Hader, because Hader's decision concerns the fate of Iceland and the future of everyone. Basically, most of the high-level officials hope that Hader can become the king of Iceland, and then everyone will be able to become a master as a 17th-century landlord. Hader was naturally interested in being a king, but he thought of what Olaf Hadarsson had said before coming. Although the words were different, they had similar meanings, which was to persuade Hader not to occupy Iceland. King dominates in a European world dominated by ecumenical culture. Countries that believe in Eastern Orthodox, Christianity or Catholicism must promote monarchy and divine authority. Even the succession of the Orthodox and Catholic kings requires the Pope, Patriarch, and Archbishop to crown the crown. This is the political correctness after converting to Christianity. So even if Hader expelled the Danish forces and actually became the king of Iceland, he could not rashly claim to be the king. This would violate the taboos of European cultural circles and would be in the international public opinion. Ignore the status, the influence of public opinion is still second. The main thing is that when Hader rashly becomes king, it will completely anger Denmark, and it is very likely that it will lead to a real war. If it is only to expel Denmark and demand autonomy and independence, Denmark will not get too much stimulation. There is a high possibility to choose to negotiate, which will win Iceland's prime time for development and integration with Finland. www.uxiaspit.com. Until Denmark will be relieved from the loss of defeat in the future, and Iceland will also be combined with Finland and North America. Develop into a powerful existence, fully capable of self-defense and self-protection. Hader originally agreed with Olaf Hadarsson, and agreed to only expel Kolsvin after the occupation of Iceland, and declared Iceland to enter the era of dominion or free state. But now, in order to establish prestige and show determination among the people on the island, Hader has hanged Kolsvin under the persuasion of a few ruthless people, and at the same time, he is more and more excited about the king. After thinking about it for a long time, Hader decided not to take too much risk, so he cleared his throat and said, Chapter 172 Public Trial Conference, page 6/7. Said, in order to prevent our Iceland from being isolated in Europe, and at the same time not to embarrass Denmark and cause unnecessary trouble, I think we should temporarily establish the Free Republic of Iceland, and I will serve as the Great Duke of the Republic. Everyone grinned when they heard the words, especially Hudik. Hoskard and Kadir laughed happily, because Hader's decision has been a big improvement compared to before. It turned out that Hader decided to establish the Free State of Iceland, and then led the Icelandic people with an Icelandic general. But now, after many days of persuasion, he has decided to establish a free republic and wants to serve as a great duke, although he is much worse than the king. but at any rate it also means a sovereign country, and since there are great dukes, can there be marquess, earls, viscounts, and barons? With a republic, everyone is the hero of the republic, and with a great duke, everyone is also honored by the honorable husband of the duke. Chapter 209, Free Republic of Iceland. A soldier hurriedly walked into the governor mansion, and after reporting to Captain Gilson, the two pushed in. General. Commander Hagrid and Master Olaf sent people, saying that the rebellion of Weiss and Marcos has been defeated, 72 thieves have been killed, 180 people have been arrested, and they are now on their way back to Degen. After hearing what Gilson said, the meeting room suddenly became lively. Good. Hagrid and Olaf did a good job. When the news spreads, no one in Iceland will dare not listen to Lord Hader anymore. We are going to send someone to convey this news to the districts. Now that the leaders of the districts have not left, they just summoned them to communicate, and then called in those who did not come. Let them know the fate of going against us. Hader laughed after listening to everyone's babblings. Well said, everyone. We should let the people of Iceland know the fate of opposing my Viking General Hader, and take the opportunity to subdue the leaders of all regions. Hudic, don't send people to the remaining districts to inform them. If they don't come, replace them. Hudic hurriedly echoed, okay, I will arrange for someone to go right away, but I think the leaders in the east have already known Weiss's end, they may already be on their way. After Hader and the others perfected the details of the great cause of founding the nation, they finally decided to wait until Hagrid and Olaf and the others returned to Degen. All the leaders would be called to Degen, and then a meeting would be held. The obedient leaders from all over the country served as members of the assembly, gradually improved the political system and administrative organs of the Free Republic of Iceland. The simplest sentence of Hader is, even if Iceland is a military government, it cannot be seen by others. We have to have everything that other countries should have. After a day and a half, Hagrid and Olaf returned to Degen. They first went to the former governor mansion, and the current state mansion met with Hader, the great Duke of the Republic of Iceland, and then reported the elimination of the rebel forces headed by Weiss and Marcos. Chapter 173 Free Republic of Iceland, page 1/8, Weiss and Marcos were killed during the exchange of fire. This time, their family members and the heads of other villages were captured. Hader nodded and said, leave it to Hoskuld. He is currently responsible for the Icelandic guards and the handling of criminals. That's good. Hagrid asked excitedly after speaking, brother, you have established the Free Republic of Iceland? And you have also become a great duke? This is really exciting. Olaf also said with a smile, we were a little surprised when we heard about it, but father, what do you mean by Grand Duke? Do you mean by Grand Duke? Hader shook his head, and said, no matter how big the duke is, there must be a king. Who does not have the loyalty of the king and duke? What does the great duke mean? Hagrid and Olaf scratched their heads. Hader laughed and said, I will cause hostility from Denmark and even other countries in Europe. After all, we are not traditional nobles, let alone the support of the church, but being a general is too low grade. It is inevitable to be a duke to be an effective and loyal king, so I think I will be a great duke, which means that the greatest is equivalent to the lord or monarch of the country, that is to say, I am the Grand Duke who is loyal to a Republic of Iceland, neither the Duke nor the Grand Duke of the Holy Roman Empire, let alone the Prime Minister is the title that represents the country, and he is the highest-ranking Prince of Iceland equivalent to the Republic of Iceland. What do you think? This name I gave it? Hader asked with a smile. Hagrid and Olaf naturally praised Hader's fantastic ideas, and at the same time said that having a great duke is the first step towards greatness for Iceland. After chatting for a few words, Hagrid remembered the senior leaders including himself, so he asked, brother, you became the Duke of the Great Nations. How do Hudic, Kadir, and Hoskard and I judge the merits and rewards? Everyone should be knighted. Be an official. Hader nodded and said, you and Hudic, Kadir, and Hoskard will all be named viscounts. How about a few more barons and more land? You will have to fight in the future, and you will be promoted slowly if you have done meritorious services. Chapter 173 Free Republic of Iceland, page 2/8. Jeff frowned, and said angrily, if you become a great duke, let me be a viscount? Huh? You are embarrassed to say it. Hader's face changed a little embarrassed. Olaf hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Hader thought for a while, and said, you are my brother, you are a bit taller, then be an earl. We have less land and fewer people in Iceland, you to understand. Hagrid was barely satisfied, and then said, Our family business was created by the brothers. You can't be too stingy. But eldest brother, our 3 sisters have also come to Dagon. What are you going to do? Hader frowned and said, the eldest sister Uhtred and the second sister Fredge are also pretty good families. Although their husband and son are just free people, they have some skills and can be promoted to be an official, but the little sister is blind. What about Germany? Hagrid also frowned and was speechless. Olaf is older and has an impression of the 3 aunts. He knows that the aunt and the second aunt are older than their father. They married farmers in the Lotura region and Ornis region in northwest Iceland more than 20 years ago. Before Olaf left, he rarely saw the 2 aunts and their families, but he knew that his father and uncle had a deep relationship with the 2 aunts. As for my Aunt Mund, Olaf was impressed. Not only was my aunt only 10 years older than herself, but more importantly, my aunt was a mentally disabled person. In Olaf's impression, his Aunt Mund is a woman who has difficulty in life and has problems with her speech and actions. Later she married when she was 12 years old. It is said that she was married to a woman in the Herbern region of southeast Iceland. The old widower also gave birth to several children. In addition to the eldest daughter, he also had some disabilities. The younger daughter and son were normal, but their family's financial situation had been poor. His uncle could only herd sheep and had no ability. After a moment of silence, Olaf said, in Iceland, we can't take care of Mund and their family too obviously, because my father has just dealt with Karlsson and Sigfurs who oppresses Icelanders. If we help Eamon and them too obviously, it is likely to attract criticism and people say that we have no public minds. I think it is better to put. Chapter 173 Free Republic of Iceland, page 3/8. Germany. Aunt Mang's family sent them to Wenland and asked Olaf to give them some land servants. They will surely have a very happy life. Ulf, you are very thoughtful. Hader nodded with a smile, and then asked, what do you think of Hagrid? I think there is no better idea than this, Hagrid said with a smile. Maybe our 2 sisters would also like to go to Wenland? Now our sisters' family lives in Sigfurs and Korswen's yard in Dagon. Maybe they can't wait to see you. Let's invite them to the National Palace for a dinner tonight. By the way, tell them they can go. Regarding Wenland's happiness, the 2 sisters are free to choose, Hader said to Hagrid with a smile. I'm going to visit them. By the way, I invite them to the dinner tonight, Hagrid said as he couldn't wait to turn around and leave. You also go with your uncle, just to meet the cousins and cousins of the 3 aunts' cousins. Hader glanced at Olaf beside him and said. Okay, Olaf answered and walked out quickly. On a quiet evening in Reykjavik, Iceland, a lively dinner was held in the National Palace. In addition to the invited guests, Iceland's famous bards, musicians and dancers were invited to perform at the National Palace. During the show, the whale oil lamp was lit in the entire mansion, and the oil mixed with spices exudes a faint fragrance. In addition to the 3 sisters of Hader, 3 elders and more than a dozen leaders who have the best relationship with Hader were invited to the dinner. The other is the middle and high-level Vikings. Nearly 100 people gathered on the first and second floors of the Guagwang mansion. Together they listened to the music played by the harp and the henkin, listened to the song of the bard, enjoyed the graceful dance, and then tasted delicious food, desserts and beer. Wine, whiskey, water of life for the royal jelly, syrup, and water of life that General Hader brought back from Vinland. All Icelanders who participated in the meeting were full of praise, while Honrad looked at the slice of bread covered with royal jelly in his hands. Chapter 173 Free Republic of Iceland, page 4/8. After a while, he praised, it seems that Hader not only has a rich colony in North America, but also has a special channel for honey and sugar. Maybe I can let the family try to cooperate with him. If Hader can share channels, the Danish East India Company will become a behemoth comparable to the British East India Company or even the Dutch East India Company. Honrad, who was touched by royal jelly and syrup, confirmed an idea in his heart, then walked into the backyard and approached Hader, who was talking to his family. Hader was talking to the 3 sisters, and at the same time kindly gave his niece and niece a meeting gift. When he found that Hong Luod was standing by and waiting for him, he turned and smiled apologizing, and then quickly walked out. Elder Hongrad, what do you want? Hader took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped his hands, then asked. Honrad said softly, Your Excellency Hader, you also know that my family is in charge of the business dealings of the Danish East India Company, so I am very interested in the royal jelly, oriental caramel and even the water of life that you brought. I don't know you. Would you like to talk to me? Hader knew that after taking over Iceland, His family would no longer be able to come forward to do business in the future, so it is necessary to find a spokesperson. Harnred's inquiry just made Hader's heart move, and then said, "Naturally I am willing, but you whether the family is willing to cooperate with me, I'm afraid you can't call it the shots. After all, the relationship between me and the Danish side is not friendly at the moment." Hongrad smiled, and then said, "Businessmen only talk about benefits. I believe you don't know anything from the Dutch? As long as you have enough money, the Dutch can sell the country, even though my family doesn't. We'll betray Denmark, but you and Iceland have always been Denmark's overseas colonies. Iceland's independence will anger Christian IV and all princes and nobles, but there is no obvious damage or harm to Denmark, so we are definitely willing. Be a partner and friend with you. In fact, what I personally mean is that after seeing Your Excellency Hader again after many years, I already know that you will." Chapter 173 The Free Republic of Iceland, Chapter 173, 5/8 pages. Successfully leading the people of Iceland. This is difficult to change even if the Danish side sends troops, so I think it is the best time to cooperate with you now. 10 good opponents are not as good as one bad friend. Can you understand what I mean? After finishing speaking, Hong Luod looked at Hader with a smile. Hader shook Honrad's hand naturally, and then said, "Business affairs will be discussed later when I have time. I think Iceland is willing to become partners with your family." "That's really our honor." Hong Luod smiled and thanked him, and then leaned over to Hader and said in a low voice, "The Danish maritime merchants have all left this afternoon, but the leading maritime merchant is Fizulfi's subordinate, and Ulfi is King Dan's son-in-law. When the maritime merchants return to Denmark, everything about Iceland will be known to the Danish government and the people. You have to be prepared. Maybe His Majesty Christian IV will send troops to attack you, maybe not, but I still please follow the news from the family." Hader frowned, and said, "Thank you for your reminder. Elder Honrad, I understand your kindness. I don't think that the Danish troops will harm Iceland, and it will not be my opponent, but if it is convenient for you, can you help purchase some ammunition?" Hongrad nodded insignificantly. "No problem, I will arrange for someone to do it. I think even if Denmark does send troops, we can also come forward to help you mediate and coordinate. Maybe Iceland transfers some benefits. Your Majesty, who is already crazy, will acknowledge the fact that you and Iceland have become independent." After the reception was over, several leaders from the east were finally late. They saw Hader nervously. They thought they would be reprimanded or even punished, but they were relieved by the words of the Lord Hader. This made the leaders who came last felt ups and downs, and finally surrendered their allegiance on May 5. Hader invited the heads of the 28th district, the heads of Dagen and the 3 elders in the front office of the national government to declare that the Free Republic of Iceland has been formally established and Hader will be the supreme leader of the Free Republic of Iceland. The public, then the Great Duke sets up a court to manage Iceland, except. Chapter 173 The Free Republic of Iceland, page 6/8. The executed Sigforth and Weiss, the 29 leaders and 3 elders who participated in the meeting became the 32 members of the court meeting. The court committee and the councillors are responsible for managing the affairs of various places, and provide opinions and suggestions to the court committee. It belongs to a management agency that assists the big country. After the establishment of the court meeting, 32 members elected the president. After a round of voting, the president was finally appointed by Elder Amy I. After the court meeting was established, Hader passed a bill establishing the parliament through the court meeting, and then the parliament was formally established on the morning of May 6. The responsibility of the National Assembly is to manage and implement the development and construction of Iceland as well as people's livelihood, industry and even the use of funds. www.wuxiaspet.com is basically composed of several ministers and prime ministers, as well as some clerks. Hader appointed Hudik as prime minister after the establishment of the parliament, and Hoskard served as Minister of Law and Fisheries, responsible for Iceland's public security management and penalties, as well as the planning and management of fishery development. Kadir is the Minister of Commerce and Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, responsible for the taxation of Dagen and the planning of the Reykjavik Business District, and the planning and management of agricultural planting and grazing in Iceland. Olav served as the Minister of Finance with great power, and he was directly responsible for the management of Iceland's public taxation funds, as well as for the use and distribution of funds. Hagrid served as the Minister of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Religion, responsible for demographic management and statistics of Iceland's Protestant denominations. In the future, Hader is going to let Tiger be responsible for transforming Iceland's Protestant denominations. He must find a way to integrate some elements of Norse mythology, to ensure that the Icelandic people believe in Christianity, but also to ensure loyalty and awe to the Hader family. After the establishment of the National Assembly and appointment of officials, basically all current affairs in Iceland have clear personnel management, and the power of chiefs in various places has been greatly reduced. However, Iceland has taken the most important step towards formalization and nationalization. No one dared to launch a different business. Everyone raised their hands in favor of the establishment of the court meeting in Parliament. Then these two exciting news spread quickly in Iceland, making every Icelander who heard the news excited. Chapter 173 Free Republic of Iceland, page 7/8, endlessly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Viking Leading Great Restructuring. After the establishment of the National Assembly, Hader asked the members of the court meeting to postpone the pace of going home, because Hader still had a major issue for them to discuss and pass in the court meeting. That is about the merger of Vinland and Iceland and the discussion of Icelanders being included in the management of Viking Thunder. Hader, Hudik and others have long agreed internally. Only when Icelanders are included in the Viking system will the core and leadership of the Hader family remain unshakable for 100 years. And after the independence of Iceland, the Danish side will definitely not give up. It is certain to send troops to attack. The difference is the strength of the troops. Although Hader has 4,500 Viking expeditionary soldiers in his hands, but after all, he's going to deal with Denmark, a powerful Nordic country. Everyone, including Hader, actually has no confidence in defeating the Danish army. However, Hader and the others firmly believe that they would be able to repel the Danish army from the expedition as long as they did their best. For this goal, they agreed to conscript a large number of troops in Iceland after the establishment of the state, and strive to train a 10,000-person army. Anyway, there are many more artillery and guns, which are completely enough for the use of an army of tens of thousands of people. Conscription involves many issues such as welfare benefits and military pensions. In addition to relying on local leaders, Hader felt that the simple conscription might not be effective, and a slight mistake would cause public grievances. After thinking and listening to the opinions of everyone, Hader finally decided to take all Icelanders into the Viking Raiden system in one step, and then Icelanders became Viking masters in one step, possessing the natural status of enslaving Native Americans, and can get them. The land slaves of North America will make Icelanders who have longed for land and high-quality land for hundreds of years completely obeyed and loyal. For the Icelanders, it is the most inspiring condition to use high-quality land with a better climate, which is more than any rhetoric. When the Icelanders become Vikings, they will send their males to serve as Viking militias out of obligation to train and fight. This will not only give Hader a large amount of military expenditures, but also allow Icelanders to become the masters of the country. His entrepreneurial spirit has devoted himself to the war career of defending the home and the country, exerting his peak combat power and fighting will. Hader thinks this is the best choice. At first, when the court heard that Duke Hader wanted all Icelanders to join the Viking lay organization with him as the general, they were very surprised. However, after hearing the explanations from Hader and others, they realized that they would join the Vikings. The good thing about King Leading is the temptation that Icelanders can hardly resist, so they are all tempted. After a round of discussions, all the heads of the Icelandic regions agreed to their respective regions' proposal to include Viking Raiding. Then, depending on the population of their respective regions, each head would serve as the head of their respective region and concurrently serve as a Viking. Radane's high-level officials can at least get a Manjuhelm, and several regional leaders, such as Egil Stadki, Selfus, Borgarns, and Dagen's leaders, are all managed more than 2,000 people, barely able to be a captain of the purse or become Viking Leading's oars, rudder, and even the captain of the ship, and he has greater legal rights than the previous leaders, and is a strict organizational system. Every leader is very happy, although they seem to be in the thunder. Be more loyal to the general of Hader, but the interests of all Vikings have been tied up, and there is no such thing as a change in form. If it's just the Viking leading system, it's obviously a layer of exploitation, and the system is rigorous. People who can become the leader are naturally very keen to join Viking leading as a domineering Viking, but as ordinary people. It's hard to impress Icelanders when they say it. However, the birthplace of Viking Thunderbolt is Vinland. Viking Thunderbolt is an exploitative system based on the bodies of thousands of Indian natives in the future, hundreds of thousands or even millions in the future. Only by becoming Vikings can they have an exploitative system. Qualified and uprightly exploited native Indians, enslaved them, and plundered wealth. If Icelanders are informed about the hidden status treatment after joining Viking Thunder, I believe that no Icelanders will resist or oppose. Faced with the opportunity to become a colonist in an instant and be called a master, the government will participate. All the leaders of the meeting are very clear. I am afraid that no Icelander will be willing to give up this opportunity. At the court meeting, the proposal of Icelanders to join Viking Redang was quickly passed, and then President Amy made a formal application to the Great Duke Heir. Heir personally signed the order, and then the leaders of the local government took the officials and officials of the government. The soldiers returned to the regions. Viking Redang's propaganda and the first census of the population of each region are carried out at the same time. After the census statistics of all regions, they will be summarized in the national government, and then the recruitment and training will be allocated according to the population. Since becoming a Viking can get land and even slaves in the New World, almost no one opposes the implementation of the Viking rating system. After more than a month of statistics and summarization, Heir and others are also the first complete appearance of the population of Iceland after the local officials returned to Dagen. 60,855 people, 30,041 males, 30,814 females. There are more than 400 people in this population who are still doing business outside or robbed and haven't returned to the island. Basically nothing is left out. Hagrid added after reading the booklet written by the staff. 8 dozen people including Heir, Hagrid, Hudic, Hoskard, Kadir, Amy, etc. sat in the council chamber of the national government. After Hagrid reported on the demographics, he served as the head of the national government officials. The former head of the port area, Saul, stood up and said, "Your Excellency, the current personnel lists of all regions have been brought back. The island's more than 60,000 people must be included in the Viking Thunder, but according to the system established by His Royal Highness before, Viking Thunder is full of 12,500 people. How to plan the personnel? His Royal Highness also needs to plan." Although the absence of Heine and Olaf made Heir miss more and more. He and several key figures have been discussing the reorganization of Viking Ray when the population increased, so they directly ordered Iceland's 60,000 many people and the original 2,500 multidimensional Jingrin can be divided into 5 Viking Thunder Dang, in order to establish the correctness of Viking Thunder Dang and ensure the leadership of the Vikings, and to better manage the Vikings. In the future, Iceland and Vinland will be governed by 5 Viking Thunders. The 5 locals are equal. The population is divided by region. Dagen has the largest population. A part of the population merges with Lao Lidang, and then the southwest can be divided. For 2 Lidangs, the southern and Zhangdong regions are merged into 1 Lidang, the northeast and the north are merged into 1 Lidang, and the northwestern population is more populous, which happens to be 1 Lidang. Since Viking Thunder belongs to a military-type organizational structure, the appointment and change of personnel in Redane does not require the participation of the Icelandic Free Republic Chamber. It is completely determined by the Supreme Leader Heir. Therefore, after finishing talking about the establishment of 5 Vikings after Redang's decision, Heir directly appointed 5 Viking Raiden generals. The Southeast Viking Raiden general is served by Hudic, the Northeast Viking Raiden general is served by Hoskald, the Northwest Viking Raiden general is served by Kadir, the Southwest Viking Raiden general is served by Hagrid, and the Dagen Viking Raid Dang, that is, the old Viking Raid, has Olaf as the general, and the 5 Viking Raid has the commander-in-chief, and I will be the general. All Viking generals are responsible to the marshal. After a series of orders issued by Heir, everyone knew that after Iceland was incorporated into Viking Thunder, the original 2,000 and 60,000 Duojing people were reorganized into 5 Viking Thunder. Only the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest 4 Lidang are divided according to 12,500 people. Dagen Lidang, which merged with the old Viking Lidang, has 13,500 people, which is the most populous Viking Lidang. And above the 4 Thunders is the commander-in-chief of all the Thunders and Vikings, His Excellency Heir. Before this meeting, Heir had already discussed with several generals. At the same time, the 5 Thunderbolt Manjo had been ruddered, and the captain of the Persider had all drawn up the personnel after Heir finished speaking. Olav, as the most fundamental old Viking leading and General Dagon leading, who merged with the elite population of Dagon, got up as the leader of Viking leading II, with 5 lay in his hand. The 25-ship district chief appointments and 125-man Juf and rudder chief appointments began to be remembered in this appointment. Almost all the old people who followed heir, especially those in the village of Harut, were appointed by the captain or rudder leader. In addition, the original 29 Icelandic leaders also served as rudder leader. It is considered that they have maintained their original position, but some people's rights and the population under their jurisdiction have been restricted. However, because it is the reforms carried out by the great powers, they can only accept any ideas in their hearts after this major restructuring. Heir believes that his ability to control Iceland has been improved across the ages. At the same time, he ordered all chiefs and leaders to go to 4 regions immediately, and 5 generals set up general forts in their respective regions for clear management. Every Viking thunder is required to train a regiment of Viking soldiers, and families who serve as soldiers can get 50 acres of land and 2 slaves in Vinland. After the meeting, the 5 Viking generals summoned their respective district chiefs, rudder chiefs, etc., and at the same time appointed their subordinates and team captains. After the 5 Viking thunders were led by their respective generals to straighten out the relationship, the leaders and rudder leaders from all over the country took the lead to leave Dagon. Within a few days, the many changes in Iceland and the welfare issues of Vikings quickly spread to all corners of Iceland, and then every Icelander was caught off guard and excited about the great changes in the world. Soon the regional leaders around Iceland, with young men and women, built the Viking general's residence and office and the general fort for the leadership in the 4 places of Hofn, Salsham, Najdri, and Herat village. By mid-May, the 4 generals Hudik, Hoskard, Kadir and Hagrid took 2 ships to reward soldiers and laborers with materials and weapons and equipment to their respective regions. As the general of Dagon Viking leading, Olaf took the lead in convening the leaders of the big and small for conscription. As a large number of materials brought from Vinland were not sold this year, some sugar and wine products were allocated as reward materials for subordinates, and part of them were rewards for the construction of the general fort and recruitment training for the 5 Great Thunder. When the 5 Thunders was busy recruiting troops, Heir sent 2 warships back to Vinland to announce the good news, and at the same time, he was ready to take all his family after Iceland had restored the peace of the past. Heir remembered the reward for the 4,550-man expeditionary corps. After calling the 4 generals back, the 6 discussed for 2 days and finally decided to give it to all the soldiers of the Viking Expeditionary Corps. Implement incentives. The reward is divided into 3 parts. The first is exemption of slave status and promotion to Viking, the second is the promotion of military rank, and the third is the material reward. After the rewards of the whole army, the 5 leading regiments were also fully recruited, and then the 5 generals led a part of the Viking officers back to train the newly recruited regiment's soldiers. Although Iceland has encountered a small-scale war and ban this year, due to the huge material support brought by Heir, Iceland's economic activities have been released from prison. Every Icelander has a greater expectation of future life. Hope. After Heir unblocked the port of Reykjavik last month, Danish merchant ships and Icelandic merchant ships were granted free passage. Then all Danish maritime merchants returned to Denmark, and some of the Icelandic merchants also went out to operate. Iceland's ports are not frozen all year round, so merchant ships from Denmark, Iceland, and even the United Kingdom and the Netherlands enter and exit every month to deliver food, cloth and other living supplies to Iceland. At the same time, it also sells Iceland's dried fish, meat, sheepskin, and whales. The purchase of oil and other materials is taken away. Although Iceland has changed from the original Danish Iceland to a free republic, Heir still maintains a free attitude of opening to the outside world. Therefore, since May, a dozen British and Dutch merchant ships have entered the port and carried out business operations. But the Danish merchant ship left the Honorad family with 2 ships, and the former active ships are no longer seen. After meeting with the captain of the family in Hongluod, he learned about the situation in Denmark, so he went to the National Palace to visit Heir with a solemn expression, and told him the bad news in retreat. Denmark already knows the news of the coup d'état in Iceland, and the news of the death of Korsvin www.uxiaspit.com. His Majesty Christian IV is very angry and has threatened to send troops to defeat His Royal Highness. After saying a word, Honorad paused and found that Heir's expression remained unchanged, so he continued, however, The persuasion of the Prime Minister and many ministers made His Majesty understand that Denmark's current economic situation and national conditions are difficult to organize an army to come in an instant, so it is planned to take military action against Iceland after the autumn harvest this year. Hader nodded and snorted coldly. Now we are not afraid. The Royal Danish Guards are only a few thousand, completely unable to support the expedition. It will take some time for the wooden mercenaries. When they call, my soldiers will also be trained. I don't believe that more than 10,000 Viking soldiers can't stand Iceland. With the well-trained and advanced muskets of your soldiers, it is not difficult to hold Iceland. Hongred smiled and praised, and said, but you should also know that Karlsvin's father has just moved from the position of governor of Norway. The retired Lord Christian is the uncle of King Christian IV of Dan and the father of Korswin. Christian went crazy after learning the news of his son's tragic death, forcing His Majesty Dan to send troops to Iceland. He now knows that he has no money. People went to Bohemia and Prussia to recruit soldiers by themselves. You also know that the European war is in a confrontation period. If Christian is willing to spend money, he will probably recruit a good army. Therefore, the time for the Danish side to attack Iceland may be advanced. https://right parenthesis first set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 211, Good News sent back to Harriet. Hongred told Hader what he had heard from the Danish spy, and reminded him to be prepared to beware in advance. This is the best way to surrender to Hader. Hongred told Hader that even though the dead son Christian is not a big man in Denmark and has limited power, he has been the governor of Norway for 30 years. He is polite to say that he is a rich man. He is willing to spend money, recruits mercenaries, and King Christian IV of Denmark will organize expeditionary forces to attack Iceland as soon as possible at his request. Oh? Hader raised his eyebrows after hearing Hongred's words, and then said, thank you very much for the elder's reminder. If Iceland can repel the Danish army and establish its status, I think you and your family will be our eternal partners. Hader's words are equivalent to promise. As a businessman, Hongred's favorite thing is investment. Iceland is now a power that is likely to be completely separated from the control of Denmark. Looking at Hader's actions and the strength of the army, it is almost impossible to repel the Danish army. Although Denmark does not have the saying of giving charcoal in the snow, Hongred also knows that now Sheen and Great Duke Hader will be rewarded 10 times and 100 times in the future. After Hongred left, Hader called Olaf, and after the father and son had spoken for a long time, Hader sent commissioners to the 4 general fortresses, preparing to report as soon as 1 or 2 months, and after the slowest autumn harvest. It will usher in the situation of the Danish army's pressure on the border, and the 4 Viking generals are required to seize the time to train new recruits. After the 4-way commissioner left, Hader asked Olaf to leave Reykjavik with 5 large ships and go to Amsterdam. These 5 ships are loaded with furs such as bone china, caramel, maple syrup, water of life, and skins. In addition to Wendland's specialty products, there are also a large number of treasures from the governor's mansion and the Sigforth mansion. Hader plans to use all the commodity wealth went to Amsterdam in exchange for a large number of artillery, muskets and warships, and other important materials to deal with the Danish army attacking Iceland in the near future. When Olaf left the port and headed south, Olaf in the city of Grode on the other side of the Atlantic also saw the Viking fighters sent by Hader and learned that his father had occupied Iceland and established a free Republic of Iceland. I also received a notice that Hader wanted to bring his family and the family members back to Iceland. Catelyn was very happy when she heard the news, and led Hafengalni to pack things with joy. Olaf and Heine also drank a large glass of wine. Cousin Vanhild gave birth to a daughter who is very similar to her last month. Heine has been very happy and relaxed these days, and he became even more excited when he learned that Hader and their attack on Iceland went well. Olaf, I think we will be able to return to Iceland soon. Heine smiled, holding the letter written by Kadir and Hader in his hand. They want to include all Icelanders in Viking Thunder. The number of Beijing people will become 50,000 to 60,000. Just move to Wendland and half of them will allow our management and backbone to be replenished. In the future, it will not be difficult to prove that a large number of Indian natives will occupy the land. Olaf also nodded and said, yes. The future Viking Thunder should be the foundation of Iceland and Vinland. Life management is closely managed by the generals, district chiefs, rudder heads, and oar heads. The Beijing people formed a legion as the core force, and what was left was a legion of White Wolf soldiers and native Indian soldiers. As long as we set our merits to become Vikings as a good goal, the native Indians would fight for us. Heine also nodded. After all, they had discussed these words many times. After waiting for a while, Roland came over with Arthur and asked, Olaf, Heine, Hagrid, and Hader have already occupied Iceland? Can we go back to Europe? Although Roland is a master of Wenland, enjoying the care of white slaves and Indian slaves, and receiving the best material treatment, she does not like Wenland and always wants to return to civilized European life. After hearing a few words from Katrin, he couldn't wait to ask Olaf. Olaf shrugged and said, Yes, Aunt Roland, my father has ordered both my mother and you to return to Iceland, God bless. That's really great. Roland smiled and kissed her son, then quickly went upstairs to pack her luxurious clothes and jewelry. As soon as she turned around after the Hader army left, Olaf and Heine bothered to manage a huge country every day. In addition to Vinland, there were also Iroquois, Huron, Labrador, and Plymouth, North America belonging to the Vikings. The total area of the colony has exceeded 500,000 square kilometers, and the population has exceeded 100,000. There are many things to deal with almost every day. Olaf and Heine, in order to facilitate themselves and do not want the governors of each region to grow bigger, they transferred most of the Viking female workers of Shalimnir Company to work as inspectors, responsible for assisting the governors. Olaf and Heine. Nirvana handles government affairs because female Viking workers have been learning some knowledge and culture from cousin Vanhill and Olaf in the breeding company. They are currently a rare cultural person in Wenland. The more than 20 smart and capable women who are selected are able to help the governors everywhere in their affairs. It not only relieves everyone's work pressure, but also plays a role in supervising the governors of various regions. As for the breeding business of Shalimnir Company, the vacancies are filled by newly trained slave workers. After a happily discussion for a long time, Heine also frowned and raised a puzzle. Olaf, you said that if the Danish side does not want Iceland to be independent, they must send a large army to attack Iceland. Will General Hader and the others be in danger? Olaf has never seen what the armed forces of various countries are active on the European battlefield in recent years, so he has no idea whether the Viking Legion can withstand the Danish army, but he thinks of the French guards in Quebec. Olaf can realize Europe. The marksmanship of professional soldiers in various countries may be better than that of Viking soldiers, but it is even worse in terms of military capacity and military discipline. If the Danish army does not have to be too strong for French soldiers, the Viking Expeditionary Corps is advocating warfare. Denmark within 10,000 soldiers should have no less than 3 Viking expeditionary regiments. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hudic, my father, Hagrid, and Kadir are all battle-tested veterans. They will definitely deal with the Danes in advance. Olaf nodded affirmatively, and then said softly, I think Hudic and the others will conscript after expanding Iceland into the Viking Thunder. Icelanders are brave and good at fighting. Many people are also proficient in fighting and throwing axes, with a little training. It has a very considerable combat effectiveness. Denmark has been defeated for only 2 years. It may not have enough strength to support a large number of troops to fight across the sea. Even if Father and Hudic cannot defeat the Danes, as long as they can hold them back, it will be a matter of time before the Danes retreat. The level of consumption of cross-sea operations cannot be supported by anyone. I agree with you. Heine made a crisp sound with a clap of his hands, and his eyes flashed brilliantly. General Hader should be able to repel the Danish attack, but Christian IV and Charles I of England are the relationship between my uncle and my nephew. In case Britain helps Denmark, with Britain's distance and strength from Iceland, it will be difficult for Iceland to resist for a long time. Hiss. Olaf took a deep breath and said, You are right. Although the possibility of Britain's intervention is very small, it may change the weight of Libra if it takes a shot. After thinking about it for a long time, Olaf looked up and said, Immediately take out the stock of caramel, grains, dried meat, and dried fish. We will recruit young and strong warriors in the 3 cities of Iroquois and Huron, the 2 most populous Indian areas. We must step up training to form a team that can obey. In case the situation in Iceland is unfavorable, we have to support them immediately. The 2 ships that come back don't rush to take people back to Iceland. I am preparing 2 ships to go to the UK for a trip. Investigate the situation and buy a few more troop carriers in exchange for money. By the way, you leave directly? Maybe things are not so bad. Heine was a little hard to accept, and subconsciously discouraged him. No. Be prepared for any situation as long as it is possible, because Father and the others have failed in Iceland. Not only do we have to taste the loss of loved ones, but knowing that our badly injured French and British will not move their minds? So as long as Iceland loses, Wendland can't keep it. The more Olaf spoke, the more certain his tone was, and finally he got up and said, "You have to go to the Iroquois and Huron districts to be responsible for recruiting soldiers, and try to train soldiers from the two regiments. Officers and instructors, but still want to keep more than half of them to maintain the situation. I take away all the inventory and it should be able to replace the poorly made potbelly ships. 5 ships are enough to transport the troops. We have to prepare for the worst now. The inability to assist Iceland after preventing the situation from going bad will fall short." After deciding that they would go to Europe in person, Olaf and Hanna quickly summoned personnel to carry all the fur, sugar, wine, etc. in the city of Groot to the 2 ships, and then took 100 sailors and guards. Departed by boat more than half a month later, Olaf's 2 ships entered the Amsterdam harbor from the North Sea Canal all the way to the east. After selling the goods for 2 days, they suddenly discovered that there are already a lot of bone china, leather goods, caramel, and royal jelly on the market. Olaf was very curious. After careful inquiry, he learned that a group of Icelandic businessmen had sold a large number of them last month, which made Olaf understand that his father had sent someone. Although the selling price of Olaf's goods has been suppressed by a factor of 10 or 2 due to the fact that Iceland has just sold a large quantity of goods, there is no problem of slow sales due to the shortage of goods. Olaf took the check to the shipyard on the north bank of the Zan River after half of the cargo was dispatched. After comparing several yards, Olaf found that if he only made potbelly ships, the price of each shipyard was basically the same, and it takes 10.5 months to do it now, which makes Olaf anxious. He just wants to find a shipyard that produces good samples and buy a few ships as soon as possible. After all, I still want to go back as soon as possible and go to Iceland to see the situation. Time is precious. With a dozen of guards, Olaf walked to the east side of the river bank. He suddenly found that a shipyard was deserted, completely different from other shipyards that kept turning on large equipment and making ships, as if they had closed their doors. What is written on the paper pasted in front of the door? Olaf approached and found that there was still a large piece of white paper pasted on the half-hidden door with Dutch words he didn't recognize. A guide hired by Olaf at the pier for 10 guilders quickly walked over, then came back with a mockery, and said, "Little Master Olaf, this shipyard is De Groot shipyard. The equipment and workers inside were packaged and sold. I heard they were going to sell it last year. I didn't expect no one to buy it until now. Hey, but it's normal that no one buys it. Who asked Hubert to make it for His Majesty Gustav II? The submarine boat smashed its brand, shit Vasa. People say it is a submarine sneaker, haha." Olaf frowned. He was satisfied with everything about this guy named Selder, but didn't like his broken mouth and talking to himself. I was about to interrupt with a cold snort. I suddenly remembered that I had an impression of this matter a few years ago. After thinking about it, I suddenly realized that when I followed my uncle to Amsterdam to sell goods and buy ships in 1638, I heard from the then shipyard owner Arent Edge. What Mr. Roth said was also moved by de Groot's story. At that time Hagrid only ordered 6 ships in this shipyard, but it hasn't been seen how this shipyard was going bankrupt in a few years. Saul, tell me what happened to de Groot shipyard? Wasn't their business booming before? Hearing the boss's inquiry, Selder immediately became serious and said, "A few years ago, de Groot's shipyard was indeed very beautiful, because their chief shipbuilder, Mr. Henrik Hubert, was an ancient Nordic lion. Staff I built a warship, but about the year before last, the Vasa, which took 2 or 3 years to build, sank in the Baltic Sea after its first sailing, which not only made His Majesty Gustav II angry, Mr. Henrik Hubert's reputation as a master shipbuilder was completely ruined. Because of the impact of this incident, the business of de Groot's shipyard plummeted and soon became unable to operate. President Arent de Groot last year Mr. Ted began to sell their shipyards, but with the example of building sunken ships before, no one dared to buy them. After listening for a long time, Olaf nodded and thought, the ship de Groot built for us before is very good. Maybe the cause of the sinking of the Vasa is not the technical problem of the shipbuilder. It just happens that Wendland urgently needs to build its own shipbuilding. What the factory lacks is a skilled shipbuilder and a complete set of equipment. This shipyard may be able to pack it away. Suld, go and ask, see if Mr. de Groot or anyone else you can be responsible for is there. I want to talk to them. Selder agreed and quickly pushed the door in, and then took a middle-aged man and an old man out after a while. Olaf recognized that the middle-aged man was the boss of Degrati, who had seen him twice this year, but Degrati apparently did not recognize Olaf, who had not seen a significant change in height and appearance for several years. After the introduction, Olaf knew that the frustrated old man in front of him was the chief shipbuilder and Mr. Henrik Hubbard. After inquiries and exchanges, Hubbard resolutely stated that he was not responsible for the sinking of the Vasa. It was because Gustav I had been micro-manipulating, overturning the ship's construction drawings many times and demanding that he be in accordance with his own intentions. During the construction, even if Hubbard presented Gustav I with potential safety hazards, in the end the Vasa was born according to Gustav I's will, and the result was unsurprisingly sunk. The sinking of the Vasa was entirely due to the layman's guidance. Finally, Degrati finished speaking with certainty, and then looked at Olaf with a smile, and asked, "I don't know if you want to buy our shipyard, master? What's in your shipyard?" "There are 500 cubic meters of wood, 300 logs, skilled workers, and 6 potbelly merchant ships and 3 armed merchant ships that have been built before." Because of that incident, after listening to Degrati's story, Olaf was very heart-stricken, and then asked, "I don't know how much you sell for?" 630,000 guilders. "It's too expensive." Olaf shook his head and said, "You haven't sold it for 2 years, so the price is too high. www.uxiaspit.com. If you really want to sell it, it's better to be cheaper. What price can you offer?" Degrati blinked and asked. Olaf thought for a while and said, 30 guilders. "What? Too low?" Degrati exclaimed, "It's impossible." "Don't worry," Olaf waved his hand and said, "I don't need the land of the shipyard. All the technicians and materials and the existing ships are counted as 300,000 guilders. If you agree, we will sign the contract immediately. I will sign you a check. If you disagree, I think you will probably have to wait a few years." After a bitter argument, Olaf finally paid 320,000 guilders to purchase all the technicians and inventory materials, equipment and 9 large ships of the De Groot shipyard. In terms of price, Olaf did not take much advantage, and even at a normal market price, the value of these things would not exceed 400,000 guilders at most. But what Olaf wanted was the finished ship, and he also met the master shipbuilder Henrik Hubbard. Olaf believes that when Hubbard arrives in Vinland, there will be this master who represents the highest craftsmanship in Dutch shipbuilding. We'll soon complete the one-land shipbuilding industry, relying on countless woods in North America. The future will not be far away when we build our own ships for our own use. https:// right parenthesis first set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 212, Meat and Dagon. After Olaf bought the shipyard, the gold and silver and goods he brought were basically paid to De Groot, and less than 30% of the goods were left in the 2 ships. The current situation in Iceland is what Olaf is most concerned about. After buying a shipyard and ships, Olaf does not want to spend it in Amsterdam in order to be able to go to Iceland earlier. He took the initiative to find the core ink firm, packaged it and sold it to them at a price that was 10% lower than the market price, and then replaced all the money with food, and then it was about to enter July. Leaving Amsterdam with 11 big ships when Olaf's fleet sailed into Reykjavik, Iceland, it happened to be July 1st, when the weather was already very warm, but in Iceland, which is close to the North Pole, people still have to wear coats. The ship was stopped under the guidance of the flagman of Dagon. Olaf led his men ashore and saw that Dagon was basically exactly the same as it was in the past few years, except that 2 wooden houses are being built. Olaf guessed that it was not destroyed by it. The war is to demolish and expand. Olaf, master. The Viking soldiers on duty at the port saw Olaf, quickly greeted him and said in surprise, "Are you?" Olaf looked at the team of yellow-skinned young men in front of him, and had some impression of the leading white man. After thinking about it, he said, "Are you the one who followed Hoskard to Hader City? Now you are an officer." Yes, second young master. "You are here, now Iceland is our territory, everyone is very happy. By the way, His Royal Highness General is working at the National Palace, let me take you there." UU Variety Literature Kanzonga ECC. Olaf nodded, and then the group of people walked across the port towards the former governor's mansion in the east, now the national government mansion. When he approached the main gate of the governor mansion, Olaf just rode out from the gate. When he saw Olaf, he suddenly yelled and laughed. "Olaf, why are you here, talking?" Olaf rolled over and got off his horse, then the 2 brothers hugged and said a few words. "Olaf, why are you alone? Didn't Dad ask Mom and have to come?" Olaf listened to his brother's doubts, and smiled. I'll take a look first to make sure everything is normal and safe, and then let Mom and the others come. Where's Dad? You are right to be cautious. Olaf clapped his hands and said, Daddy is in the house. I will take you to see him. He has been talking about you lately. While speaking, Olaf pulled Olaf into the National Palace, then walked through the gallery and walked into the Nebao. Only when he boarded the second floor, he met several Viking guards. The leader was the former Olaf's guard leader Dill. Senator Master is here. Gilson was very happy and stepped forward and kissed Olaf on the instep. Olaf smiled and said, We'll talk about the old days later. Is Dad there? His Royal Highness is getting angry. I heard that some people on the island have suffered from smallpox recently. His Highness wants to use Winland's human pox seeding method, but everyone doesn't understand it very well. I haven't found out after 2 days of pondering what to do. You can come here. Olaf nodded when he heard the words, and when he was about to speak, he heard his father's somewhat hoarse voice coming from the room. Gilson, who are you talking to outside? Dad? Olaf is back. Olaf opened the door and said loudly. A rush of footsteps approached, and the tall and sturdy Hader suddenly appeared and hugged Olaf, then stroked his blonde hair and said, Good boy, you can count on coming. Why didn't your mother come? Hey, you must be worried about the situation in Iceland, so come and see for yourself, right? Olaf laughed and said, Dad, you can't guess it more accurately. How about Winland? How are your mother and em? Half an hour later, Hader, Olaf, and others sat indoors. Hader told Olaf about the occupation of Iceland and how to rule, how to incorporate Icelanders into Viking thunder, and many other things. At the same time, we asked Winland and other places about the situation. Olaf also briefly introduced Vinland's situation, and finally said, Since you have already started training troops, and your brother went to Amsterdam to exchange goods for a lot of weapons and ammunition, it seems that Denmark should be able to send a large army to attack Iceland. Keep it. Hader laughed, and then said with some pride, Our Iceland has become a country ruled by our family, Olaf, in the future, as long as we find a way to get a marriage between the princesses of the Kingdom of Europa, the Icelandic-Vinland union will be established in the future. The kingdom is not a fantasy. Yes. Our father is really one of the greatest heads of the Hrut family, Olaf praised with a smile. Half a day after Olaf and Olaf brothers touted Hader, Hader waved his hand and asked, Olaf, you just said you brought me a gift. What is it? It's food, Dad. Olaf pointed out the window and said, I know Iceland has always been short of arable land and will face a war in the future. Maybe you need to prepare more food, so I bought a few ships and sent it. Hader was very happy when he heard this. He stretched out his big hand and patted Olaf's shoulder vigorously, and then said with a high spirit, Oh, Olaf, you are really my best helper. To be honest, I have been worried these days. If there is a long-term war between Denmark and Iceland, how to solve the problem of rations for tens of thousands of people in Iceland, I'm afraid it will become more and more serious. Perhaps the distress situation will appear in the near future, but a few ships of food you sent will be enough for Iceland to use for 2 years. I also want to thank you for the food you support. You go back and tell Vinland. Everyone, I will reward you in the future. You reading www.uucan'tchoo.com rewards Winland's relatives. I'll tell everyone. Dad, shall I let my mother and younger brothers and sisters go back to Iceland when I go back? Olaf asked casually. I don't want to come for the time being. Hader thought for a while, and said, The Danish army is about to attack Iceland. Let's wait until we repel the Danish expeditionary force and establish our position and come back. After communicating for a long time, Olaf went down to rest after Karlsvin became the governor of Iceland. The governor's palace was expanded once. The original 3-story building was enlarged 7 or 8 times, adding 2 turrets and a round fort. Olaf stayed on the 3rd floor of the turret on the north side under the leadership of his servant, and had a sumptuous dinner with Hader and Olaf that night. After Olaf returned to Iceland, he first visited his teacher, Elder Amai, the next day, and then ate and played with his dozens of friends for 2 days. By the 3rd day, Hoskard, Hagrid, Kadir, Hudik and others who learned the news all rode back to Degen. They not only reported the latest situation to Hader, but also took a look at the way back to Iceland from Winland. Olaf met several uncles and elders who had been away for a long time at the government office, and found that their appearance had not changed much, but the aura revealed in their speech and behavior was different. After all, they are all Viking lay generals who are in charge of life and death on one side. As expected, the situation will change people. According to the traditional Japanese name of the same period, Maybe Uncle Hagrid is already the Lord of the Demon King, and Hudic is the king of the runner on a Musu. The career is different from the past peasants, fishermen and small pirates, and some heroism. It's a logical thing. Chapter 213, Wendland Shipyard. After living in Iceland for a week, Olaf knew that everything was on track in Iceland, so he was relieved that he took sailors, crews, shipyard craftsmen and others to leave Reykjavik, and follow the accustomed waterway. Land is gone. After wandering at sea for half a month, the fleet also encountered a pirate ship that probably originated from Britain, but as usual, after a simple shelling, the opponent found that Olaf's fleet was a ruthless character and slowly retreated. It was almost August when Olaf returned to Port Harriet. At this time, the weather in Vinland was hot. British and French fishing boats on the eastern coastline of Vinland were intensively fishing and drying the fish, although because of the changes in North America last year, there were fewer fishing boats than before, but the total number is still as many as 30 or 40. Last year Olaf drove out all the fishing boats on the North Shore, and now there are far fewer fishermen in Britain and France. Olaf sighed, then shook his head and said, "The fishermen and pirates are also the same people, and they can even become pirates at any time. Now that Wendland's strength is empty, let's just leave them alone, and wait until Iceland is stable before dividing it into Wendland for personal use." Area. Back in the city of Harald, Olaf was first surrounded by his aunt Rolling, mother Katrin, younger sister Gurney, younger brother Half, and others, and asked about the situation in Iceland. Pen Fun Pavilion Flinkhool.com. Olaf gave a detailed account of the situation of his father, Uncle Hull and others. During the period, he had to deal with their questions. Finally, he said loudly, "Don't worry, wait until next spring. Father and uncle will fight back Denmark. The expeditionary army, if you go there, you will divide their hearts." But Rolling missed her husband very much, and was about to insist on returning to Iceland immediately, but was held back by Catelyn. "Rolling, don't worry, Hagrid and the others are laying the foundation for us and our children. In the future, we and our children will have a safe and stable place to live. Now Iceland is about to fight the Danes." Their hearts, after living together for a year, Rolling respected his sister-in-law, Catelyn, because Katrin took care of herself very much in life, and at the same time she was very generous. Rolling sat back on the sofa holding Arthur with Catelyn's persuasion. "Olaf, when do you think we can go back?" "Next spring. I will send a boat to find out the news next spring. As long as everything goes well, we can live in Iceland next spring." Rolling temporarily agreed to stay in Wendland for a while under the persuasion of Olaf and Katrina, and then Olaf ordered the slaves and white slaves to wait under the leadership of Master Henrik Hubbard and his apprentice craftsmen to prepare construction of a shipyard in Port Road. After inspecting the terrain and the port, Mr. Hubbard found Olaf and said solemnly, "Olaf, young governor, the terrain and water depth of Port Harud are not suitable for a large port, and the surrounding area is not suitable for shipbuilding. Neither the factory nor the place where the new ship is launched is suitable, so I think we have to choose another port." Olaf thought for a while, and said, "There is a newly built Hader city in the northeast of the peninsula. The port there is a natural safe haven, deep water port, which is completely enough for use. Let's go there and see." Hubbard thought for a while and said, "I'm going to gather apprentices now. We have to go quickly. I see the huge piles of wood in your warehouse, and many of them have been processed and can be directly made into ship slats. To be honest, I feel itchy now. You hired me. I want to build a strong and durable ship for you first to make up for the damage to my reputation and image caused by the failure of the Vesa. Haha, I understand what you think, Hubbard. Your wish will come true." After speaking, Olaf turned to look at the shipbuilder at Olaf factory who was sharing shipbuilding skills with Hubbard's apprentices. "Say loudly, everyone, go and pack your clothes. We will go to Hader City tomorrow together." Under Olaf's arrangement, a team of more than 300 people including shipbuilders, carpenters, blacksmiths, and white slaves, indigenous slaves, etc. quickly assembled, and then drove the ship loaded with tools and materials. Departing from the port and going around the southeast peninsula until noon, we arrived at the harbor east of Hader City. Hubbard exclaimed with surprise after seeing the port of Hader City, "This is indeed a natural seaport. After dredging and reconstruction, it may be able to accommodate thousands of big ships at the same time. Because Hader City is a new city and has a small population, it looks far inferior to Harriet City. The wharf is very simple. There are only more than 20 long houses and a larger black stone fort in the city." When Olaf led the people off the ship, it happened to see hundreds of people in the city building gravel roads. using leftovers from building houses and quarrying stones and stones picked from wasteland to pave the road. It was a young man with red beard and hair who led the slaves to work. When he found Olaf and the others' ship, he quickly greeted him with people. When he saw Olaf, he bowed and said, "Subordinates, the acting lord of Hader City, Beach Beaky Song, see Master Olaf." Because Hader led almost all the elites of Vinland to attack Iceland, the people who stayed in Vinland to succeed the governor and the lord of the city were basically replaced by young people. Beach's credit and ability to be the lord of the city may be slightly insufficient, but after all it was Yacht's nephew. Hader promoted him to become the lord of Hader City before he left, and at the same time gave him 10 shrewd and capable private slaves to assist him. Beach is also a villager in Harrett village in the White Hazel Grove. www.uxiaspit.com has always been familiar with Olaf, but now the identities of the two have changed dramatically, and Beach is also convinced in his heart. Raft was appointed by the gods as a prophet, so he showed respect. And are you building roads? Is farming and fishing going well this year? Olaf asked casually. Everything is going well. 500 acres of arable land have been reclaimed this year, Beach quickly reported his work. Olaf was a little funny, so he interrupted softly, "When I'm waiting for dinner, there's time to say. You can set up a place for all of us first. I am going to build a shipyard in Hader City. These are all craftsmen and laborers. You have to cooperate with the future chief master of the shipyard, Mr. Hubbard." After speaking, Olaf smiled, and at the same time pointed to Hubbard to introduce Beechcraft. The two spoke a few words politely, and then Beach gave the job to his deputy, and took Olaf, Hubbard and others to Blackstone Castle. Blackstone Fort is much simpler than Hader Fort, and the space is much smaller. There are only about 20 rooms and 2 living rooms. At first glance, it looks very similar to the Hager Fort, the predecessor of the Olaf factory. It turns out that Blackstone Fort is the living and managing house built by Ian and Hoskard in Hader, and it is also the political and military center of Hader. Later, Jot died of illness, Hoskard returned to the city of Grote, and Blackstone Castle did not have a new owner until this spring. But now that Olaf is here, Beach consciously let him live in the 2-story house in the north of Blackstone Fort, and then moved to the front. Olaf consciously enjoyed the privilege of occupying the magpie's nest by the dove. He is now used to enjoying and using the privilege as a leader of the feudal era. Chapter 214, Intensively. After Olaf led his people to Hader City, the site selection of Olaf's shipyard was quickly completed with the efforts of Hubbard's master and apprentice. Hubbard found Olaf enthusiastically at noon the next day and recommended 3 most suitable locations. Mr. Olaf. The best locations in the southeast and northeast corners. Olaf watched Hubbard spit the stars flying in the sky and said, then pointed to southeast and said, "Just build it there." Under Olaf's decision, the shipyard was finally built in the direction of the sea to the southeast of the inner harbor of Hader. Hubbard took the apprentice workers to carry equipment, wood and other materials in the afternoon, and then instructed the workers and slaves to start leveling the land, and then build houses, sheds and walls. Starting in mid-July, the shipyard in Hader City was engaged in intensive construction. After the basic framework was completed, the shipbuilders took their apprentices to build scaffolding, cranes, watermills, windmills and other large and small equipment. The most advanced equipment in the Dutch shipbuilding industry is also a support tool for advanced shipbuilding technology. When the time entered August, when the weather reached the hottest time, the shipyard was basically completed. The craftsmen in the sheds all dressed in short shirts to clean up the wood in their hands. Some people worked together to carry the wood for cutting, and some were new. The shady wood was cut down for anti-corrosion and enhanced texture treatment. 80 to 90 craftsmen and apprentices were very busy, but Hubbard, the leader of the shipyard, was inspecting the materials and accessories handled by the apprentices and craftsmen. After the inspection, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the apprentices around him and said, "Sam, by Turin. All are very good. From tomorrow on, I will personally teach you the most core design drawings, and then we will build a strong and durable ship for Master Olaf." Some of Hubbard's apprentices were his disciples who followed him in Amsterdam, and some were other shipbuilders who came to Grote. They all knew that Mr. Hubbard had the most advanced shipbuilding technology and ship type in his mind. "It is already possible for myself and others to become first-class shipbuilders." "Okay, teacher," everyone rushed to agree, and then geared up to continue preparing the materials while the city of Hader intensively invested in the shipbuilding industry. The general leading mansion in the 5 regions of Iceland was also summoned by His Highness Hader, the Great Duke of Iceland. It turns out that in mid-July, Hongrad's family arrived in Reykjavik with ships, and reported that His Majesty King Christian IV had assembled an army of more than 11,000 men and 40 ships. The ship is ready to set sail to attack Iceland at the end of the month. Honrad placed 2 bets on behalf of their family. In Denmark, the family leaked a lot of Icelandic news to Denmark, and at the same time provided some financial support, while Honrad in Iceland showed a strong attitude towards Heir. The support and loyalty of His Highness. After receiving a private letter from the family, Honrad went to the national palace to see Heir in the early morning of the next day and told him that Denmark was ready to prepare for military use. Heir asked at the time, "Who brought the troops? Was it the imperial conquest of Christian IV?" Honrad shook his head and said, "Your Majesty seems to be depressed and unwilling to lead the troops himself." He made his second son-in-law Magnus the commander-in-chief, and Governor Christian as the deputy commander-in-chief. Heir sat steadily, and asked with a smile, "Christian is Korsvin's father? That one of the royal relatives who is nearly 60 years old? He has nothing to worry about, and Magnus? An excellent military commander." Honrad thought for a while and said, "Magnus is from a large Danish family, but their family has always been responsible for training the commander-in-chief of the royal guards. Before, His Majesty Christian IV personally led 35,000 troops across the Baltic Sea to invade. In the northern part of Germany, Magnus is the deputy commander of more than 10,000 guards. Although he has not established any merit in the army for a few years, he has definitely grown into a mature military commander. He may not have too strong ability, but quite satisfactory. As long as the soldiers are good, they are already our rivals." Heir pondered for a moment, and said, "What are the ingredients of the more than 10,000 soldiers in Denmark? We can't be careless. As far as I know, half are mercenaries in Scotland and England, and the rest are the Danish guards. Thank you for the help of the elders. When you repel the Danish coalition forces, you can go to Vinland." Heir knew that Honrad had always wanted to go to Vinland to preach. Of course, his purpose was not to preach. He wanted to understand the development of Vinland, the foundation of Viking Raiden, and understand the maladies, bone china, royal jelly, where do high-quality and unique products such as the water of life originate, for the special products and the channels behind them. Heir is satisfied with Honrad's help and attitude towards him, so he is not prepared to be stingy. Although named as a pastor, Honrad is actually a businessman in essence. His family contracted the Danish East India Company. Now he and his family also want to help Heir to set up companies in Vinland, West India and other places. Doing business. Heir's words were a kind response to Hongluod. Hongluod understood that His Highness the Great Duke was ready to take a share for himself, so he patted his chest and said, "Your Highness, don't worry, I will always be your loyal courtier. I, the family behind, will always be your most dependable friend." After the dialogue between Heir and Honrad ended, the soldiers with Heir's order went to inform the 5 General Leading to come to the government to discuss the plan to deal with the Danish expedition on August 5. After Hoskard, General Leading from the northeast, returned, in the chamber on the second floor of the National Palace, Lord Heir first shared the situation of the Danish expeditionary force, and then joined the 5 generals leading. A detailed battle plan was developed. The meeting ended in the afternoon, and Heir left them for dinner in the castle, and waited until the next day. The northeast leading General Hoskeld, the southeast Viking leading General Hudik, and the northwest Viking leading General Kadir www.wuxiaspet.com. The 4 southwest Viking General leading Hagrid left one after another, and Dagon leading General Olav was the first to act according to the previous plan. The 5 leading generals will each train a corps capable of conquering. Now nearly 3 months have passed. With the original Old Corps soldiers and officers as the backbone, every leading regiment has basically formed. So after listening to the reports of the 5 leading generals on the army under his control, Heir became more confident this time against the Danish expeditionary force. Except for the Dagon leading under the jurisdiction of Olav, all the remaining 4 leading will be mobilized to Dagon. The 4 Viking leading regiments with a total of 7,500 people, plus more than 1,000 government officials and soldiers for some militias. Heir can pool nearly 10,000 soldiers to deal with Danish soldiers. On August 6, Heir received the latest news from Honrad. The Danish side plans to send an army to the Copenhagen port on the 5th. 50 warships will be dispatched. Honrad estimates that the Danish army is already here on the sea. According to the distance, Heir, Olav and others estimate that the Danish army will be able to reach Iceland on the 10th at the latest and 9th at the fastest. In terms of time, Iceland has only 3 days of preparation time, and the 4 leading regiments have only 3 days of preparation time. It is necessary to rush back to Dagon and divide the defense zone. It can be said that the time is very tight. https:// right parenthesis first set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 215, The rain has come and the wind is full. On August 9, 1631, Reykjavik changed from the excitement many days ago and became extremely deserted. Apart from a small number of residents who bought living supplies, there were a large number of Viking soldiers walking on the street. Dagon, which had just restored 80% of its urban scene because of the end of the war, was turned into a tightly sealed area under the management of the Viking soldiers a few days ago because of the need to welcome the upcoming Danish army. A large number of Viking soldiers under the general's jurisdiction continue to gather towards Reykjavik. This is Heir's final preparations for the battle against Denmark. Heir and Olaf have been in uniforms for nearly a week. In the past few days, Generals Haggard and Kadir, the two leads who are closest to Dagon, have returned to Dagon with 2 Viking regiments and have been settled. The 2 envoys of General Lidang in the northeast and southeast told Heir that they were still on the road and would not be able to reach Dagon until noon tomorrow at the earliest. Heir attaches great importance to defensive measures. He once again checked the fortifications of Dagon and Guogongfu, as well as artillery and other defensive forces. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Heir, Olaf, Haggard, and Kadir have only had a lunch until now. This meal is also very simple. Just a meal of meat porridge and a plate of marinated shark meat, a few smoked puffins, and chopped brown bread. When he finished the meat porridge, Heir wiped his mouth and asked, "Now we have 3 Viking regiments and 1,500 National Guards, which add up to 6,000 people. I think even if the Danish army is here now, we can also hold the Dagon. What do you think?" Heir's question is not to hear different voices. He just wants everyone to be united, holding his lifelong confidence to resist the Danish expeditionary force. All of those present here are Heir's close friends and relatives. They naturally understand Heir's feelings. Everyone also feels that they are fighting at home. As a defensive side, the current 6,000 people can completely repel Denmark. Number 888. Follow VX public account, book Friends Base Camp, watch popular masterpieces, draw 888 cash red envelopes. What the Duke said is, "We will definitely be able to return the of the Danes back to Copenhagen. Denmark was the defeated dog that lost to the Holy Roman Empire. How could it be our opponent? Haha. That's," everyone ridiculed Denmark, which had just become Europa's laughingstock from the Nordic hegemon, and Heir asked, "The Danish navy is still very strong. We can't be careless. All our warships hidden," Olaf nodded and said, "have hidden in the Strait of Cape Byrg in the northwest, where there is a simple port. It used to be the stronghold of the Black Bear pirate group. It was wiped out by Kadir last month and found it to be a good port. The hidden environment is also close to Reykjavik, and our warships in the big port have now stopped into Byrg port." Heir thought for a while, and said, "I remember, the original leader of the Black Bear pirates was a relative of Sigforth, who assassinated my pig-nosed Ozzel. That place is good. We have too few warships and no shipyard to supply supplies. We can only protect the ships from land warfare with Denmark. As long as the Danish army can be hit hard, the Free Republic of Iceland will have a place." Haggard sighed a long time. He felt that there were few times in his life when he was so aggrieved. He was obviously not afraid, but it was because Iceland had too little wood and had no master craftsmen who built big ships, let alone his own shipyard, which led to the war in his hands. There are too few ships, and they are unable to build and repair ships. They are simply unable to engage in naval battles with Denmark, so they can only wait for them on land and passively fight against them. Seeing that everyone's mood was a little depressed, Olaf hurriedly got up and said, "Don't worry, as long as we can hit the Danish expeditionary army hard, hurt and maim the Danish army, they will respect our Iceland." Kadir seems to have caught a cold these few days, and some snorting said, "That's right. We only have to wait until the Danish expeditionary force has landed before eliminating them. Denmark will not dare to deal with us in 1 or 2 years. We have digested Iceland's population resources and integrated it with Vinland, let alone fear Denmark in the future." Kadir's words represent the thinking of most people in Viking Thunder. Haggard slapped both hands and said, "Yes. Danish ships have more artillery than us, and they are good at naval battles. Then we don't have to fight with them. We are here. Iceland waits for them, fighting with real swords and guns. I don't believe that our Viking men can still lose to Denmark's uselessness. Haha." A few people were happily carrying on the daily breast dancer activities, and then all looked at Hader with confidence. His Royal Highness, do you see anything else we need to prepare? Hader remembered a strategy that the smart Oris had proposed to him a few days ago, and he became more confident in his heart, and waved his hand. Everyone is doing well, let's wait quietly. After all, I have kept enough to deal with Denmark. I believe we will not be disappointed. Time passed bit by bit, just as the Viking soldiers in Reykjavik were doing their final preparations nervously and orderly. In the afternoon, suddenly there was a cloud of clouds, and then there was a fine light rain in the cool breeze. It's raining. Hearing the ticking sound outside the window, Hader pushed open the stained glass window to look outside, and found that the rain tended to fall in heavier, and he felt a little heavy. Gilson walked in and said solemnly, "Your Highness, it's raining." "Yes. The matchlock cannot be used on rainy days. If the rain is heavier, the flintlock musket is also very inconvenient. If the Danish army arrives at this time, our plan will be messed up." Hader frowned, and his mood seemed to go bad. Up in the plan of Hader and others, the Viking army did not have much advantage in dealing with the Danish expeditionary army combat experience. The Viking legion should not be as good as the Danish legion, and the number is not as good as that of Denmark. The only thing that can be obtained is the flintlock. Insufficient ammunition equipped with enough for everyone. In order to maximize the advantage, use firepower to suppress or even severely damage the Danish Expeditionary Army. www.uxiaspit.com. The 5 regiments of the 5 Vikings leading. During this training and formation, all soldiers will undergo special training for musketeers and others training. It can be said that Iceland's soldiers are no longer a single unit, but musketeers are simply spearmen, throwing axe soldiers and even archers. Everyone is overtrained in order to be able to break out the strongest combat power against the Danish Expeditionary Army. For Hader, he was under a lot of pressure, and he regarded the Danish Expeditionary Force as his life's strong enemy, lest he was not prepared enough to be defeated by the Danish army and end in ruin. All members of the Viking Legion were equipped with flintlock rifles. After the landing of the Danish Expeditionary Legion, they carried out ambush and frontal platoon attacks, which achieved the best results. Although the population is currently only half that of Denmark, the Viking Corps has more muskets than Denmark. This is the best way that Hader and others can think of Hader. They just want to rely on the muskets to effectively kill and damage or even defeat the Danish army in the first time, so that they can have the chance to win. But the gods were not beautiful. Seeing that the Danish warships and troop carriers were about to arrive in Iceland, it suddenly rained. Although the rain affected the Viking army musketeers as well as the Danes, it disrupted Hader. Planning makes it difficult to play out the strategic deployment he specified to give the Danes a head-on attack. https:// First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 216, War will start. The sudden rain affected Hader's original strategic deployment, restricted the strength of the Viking musketeers, and added more variables to the long pure future, which made Hader a little unacceptable. Just when Hader was worried, the door was suddenly pushed open by Hagrid, and Oris was behind him. The water droplets from the hair of the 2 men and the water from the plate armor dripped on the wooden floor in an instant. Wet a piece. Hager's face was pale, his hands clenched, and he spoke extremely fast. "Brother, the ships that were on guard on the sea just reported back. The Danish navy is close to Iceland and is about to enter the Reykjavik harbor." Hader's mood changed in the 4 seasons in an instant, but with years of colonial experience and rich experience, he suppressed the irritability in his heart, stood up calmly, and said, "Immediately summon the leaders of the army. We will occupy the houses around the port and stop the Danish army." After talking, Hader looked at Oris and asked firmly, "Now it's up to you to see if your strategy will work." Oris looked firm and whispered, "His Royal Highness, the musicians and chanters are ready. When we leave, the lights will be lit and the music will be played in the Guagwang mansion, and Mr. Hongren's personal servants will also go to the port to wait. Now, we will be able to defeat Denmark. Don't worry." Hader's heart was slightly wider, and he nodded. The messenger sent by Hader quickly went out of the government and disappeared into the rain curtain of Dagon. Hader changed into military uniform and Hagrid and others took personal guards. They left the government and went to the port in the rain, which was related to the transportation of the country. The big battle is about to start, and Hader must personally direct and supervise the battle. When Hader arrived, Olaf was instructing soldiers to drive out the residents and all the buildings around the port. After the ships that had been sent to guard outside the harbor came back, Olaf acted quickly to drive out the residents around the port. The buildings in the port were already crowded with more than 3,000 Viking soldiers holding muskets. This was the place he had prepared for the ambushing Viking soldiers 2 days in advance. The plan previously specified by Heir and others was to find a suitable shooting point in the port, send some musketeers to ambush, and a large number of remaining soldiers attacked frontally on the square. Only by attacking on both sides can the best results be achieved. Olaf is young and vigorous and has always had his own ideas, so he expanded the layout of the shooting points, preparing to ambush all the corps he controls, and give the Danish soldiers a head-on attack after landing. As it rained today, Olaf was keenly aware of the frontal attack. Under the rain, the musketeers' advantages could not be used, so he requisitioned the houses inside and outside the port and prepared to let all Viking soldiers enter the room and shoot. Denmark, not to mention that it can hit them hard, at least it can prevent the Danish soldiers from going deep into Reykjavik. As long as the Danish soldiers are trapped in the port, the scale of victory will lean towards Iceland because of the 2 Viking thunders in the northeast and southeast. The current legion can arrive in Reykjavik by this afternoon at the latest. The addition of 3,000 new troops can enhance Iceland's immense strength, giving Iceland a strength of 9,000 troops, which can take advantage of the home field and the worthy Danish troops. The Danish expeditionary force rushed back to the sea. Seeing his father appear, Olaf hurriedly greeted him and said, "Dad, I have expropriated all the buildings in and around the port. We will send all our troops in. When the Danish army landed, it will form a square formation. We will wait until they enter the ambush circle and we can carry out a volley attack, which will definitely inflict major trauma on the Danish soldiers." Heir, Hagrid and others are all experienced generals. Although they have not led a war with the European civilization power, they have rich combat awareness and experience. As soon as Olaf's words fell, Heir understood, and at the same time he straightened up and looked at the foggy sea in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "The Danish warship may be able to enter the port in less than 10 minutes. You guys, lead the soldiers in a suitable house for shooting. After listening to my orders, I will fire the first shot, and then everyone can shoot at will." "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Under the leadership of their respective officers, the Viking corps entered the houses inside and outside the port, then wiped the barrel of the gun, took out 2 waterproof leather bags full of gunpowder and bullets, and filled them with ammunition. Drizzle enveloped the port of Reykjavik, making the port extremely dim. In the afternoon, taverns, hostels, iron shops, grain shops and other shops are all lit up, and orange lights are revealed from the windows of houses inside and outside the port. It looks warm and comfortable, but there are no residents living in every room. All the residents were rushed by Viking soldiers to temporarily live in the church in the East End. These rooms are currently full of Viking soldiers sharpening their swords waiting for the Danish army. The commanders of the 3 legions of Olaf, Hagrid, and Kadir were scattered at the best shooting points in the north, south, east, and north sides of the port, and they kept looking out, hoping to see Danish ships from the foggy western sea. Heir and his 200 guards hid in the corner store just east of the port. This is a 2-story stone house. The first floor sells groceries and daily necessities. The stairs outside the door lead to the second floor, and the second floor is a beer shop and whiskey bar. Heir wiped the water droplets on his body with a towel, while holding the monocular in his hand, looking at the sea in the distance. After a while, Heir shook his hands, his shoulders and back stiffened. "The Danish battleship has entered the port," Heir murmured, and at the same time the distracting thoughts in his heart wanted to come out again. In the dense rain screen, one tall and thin 2-story warship, one after another, led by the leading 3-tier flagship, pierced the rain screen, cut through the waves, and entered the harbor of Reykjavik. The sailors on the warship looked at the empty port and hurriedly slipped down to report. Then the already slow fleet slowed down again. Soldiers and gunners in dozens of warships were nervously holding cannonballs and holding torches in the ship. The team gradually entered Hong Kong. One end of the second floor of the flagship is the cockpit, and behind the cockpit is the command room of the Supreme Commander of the Danish Expeditionary Force. There are now a dozen people standing in the narrow and cramped room. The 2 generals headed by them are wearing half-length armors painted with golden patterns. Both of them have a golden coat of arms on their helmets and 3 lions with crowns on them. This is the lion coat of arms of the Danish royal family. Only members of the royal family and high-ranking ministers are eligible to wear it. www.uxiaspit.com. The younger general has blue eyes, his body is thin, his cheeks are collapsed, but his eyes are keen, with a big hooked nose, looks very impressive. Standing next to the young general was the old general with gray beard and hair. His figure was fat and his eyes were a little gray. He showed an unhealthy look when he looked at him, But the old general's expression was very excited and excited. He pointed to the Reykjavik harbor in front of the window, and roared, "Magnus! The rebels such as Heir and Hagrid are ahead." After we reached the shore, we attacked with all our strength and used the Danish Iron Army to destroy Hadal's poor army. Told the Icelandic chopsticks that they can only be maggots lingering under the red carpet of your majesty. Earthworms. Reptiles. Dan King Christian IV's second son-in-law Magnus raised his eyebrows. For more than a week, he had had enough of the neurotic old man around him, but the prince, an honorable Christian with the same name as his majesty, was not himself. People who can ignore or offend Magnus sighed in his heart, but on the surface he said politely, "Your Excellency Christian, your oven is good, but for this campaign against the rebels of Iceland, your majesty appointed me the supreme commander, so please obey the king's orders." Christian snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not too confused. As long as you don't behave like a tortoise, I will definitely obey the command of the general." https:// parenthesis first set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Prelude to the Symphony. Crack, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up with white light, and it took a moment for a thunderous thunder to sound in people's ears. The Danish fleet entered the port of Reykjavik, surrounded the entire harbor and showed dark barrels. After waiting for a while and no enemy was found on the dock, the Danish army commander Magnus sent some ships to dock and organized soldiers to disembark. Soon, a Danish army of thousands appeared in the deserted port of Reykjavik. They formed a square formation, wearing half-length plate armor and holding spears. A tall figure wearing a black robe and holding an umbrella suddenly appeared in the empty port, and then quickly approached the Danish army. After showing a badge of identity, he was taken to the flagship by several Danish officers. Entering the cabin, the figure took off his hood, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged man. He looked at Magnus and Christian in luxurious armor, knelt on one knee, and said, "The villain named Nubia, it is the personal servant of Elder Hagrid. He sent me to present information to General Magnus. The Hagrid family has a glorious history in Denmark for hundreds of years. Although there has not been a prime minister, there were also 2 ministerial high-ranking officials in the early years. The current patriarch is Hagrid's father, and he is also a Danish Lutheran religious sect. The main character when King Christian IV of Denmark contracted the East India Company more than 10 years ago, Hagrid's father invested in the contract. In recent years, he has been doing a good job. Every year he paid 100 for King Christian IV of Denmark. The cost of 200,000 shillings is equivalent to 120,000 silver marks. From the perspective of family relations and interest relations, as the heir of the family, Hagrid has always been a figure that cannot be ignored by the Danish government and a guest of the Danish royal palace. Therefore, in the hostile relationship between Iceland and Denmark, Hagrid and his family, he has been betting on both sides, and at the same time, Hagrid himself is willing to help Heir seek Iceland's independence from his own interests, because during the time when the governor of Iceland was in charge of Iceland, such as Karlsson, Hagrid's family industry has not been able to enter Iceland, and Hagrid himself could not receive enough respect from Karlsson, which made Hagrid's view of Iceland a colony of the Kingdom of Denmark. Don't take it seriously. If he helps Heir and Iceland move towards independence, he and his family will gain huge wealth and political resources. How much loyalty a businessman who pursues wealth can hold to his kingdom depends on how much wealth the kingdom grants them. If Olaf is in Iceland, he will tell his father Heir to maintain the closest relationship with Hagrid, because when Hagrid decides to sell his Danish interests, he will sell it thoroughly, hoping to buy the best price. Iceland's Heir is the best buyer. Merchants such as Honglord did not understand the term sending charity in the snow, but as a family of merchants, they all understood this truth. Betting that Heir's victory was risky, but the rewards were huge, and Heir and their army also gave Honglord a lot of money. Confidence, so he has tended to support Heir in his heart. When visiting Oris a few days ago, Hagrid personally received this senior Viking official with a different appearance and skin color from the Europa, and at the same time accepted Oris's strategy. It turned out that Oris, in order to ensure that the Danish expeditionary force arrived in Reykjavik, could go straight to the governor's palace, instead of searching for houses around the port out of caution. Just like Heir made a suggestion that he hoped that Hagrid would shoot his confidant as a leader, Only when Honrad guided him as loyal to Denmark, the Danish commander would be convinced the current thing is proceeding according to Ora's plan. Magnus asked some questions to enter Nubia and checked the metal he brought to the Honrad family from the previous king. After he was sure that the man was reliable, he asked in a deep voice, "What is the situation now? Why is the port connected? No one? Where is Honrad?" Nubia cleared his throat and said, "My master was invited by Hader to the Grand Duke's mansion for a dinner. Ever since Hader killed Kaliswan and became the Great Duke of Iceland, he has reformed indiscriminately on the island, and levied. All day long, eating, drinking and having fun in the national palace, singing and singing every night. The people of Iceland are miserable. Nowadays, they can't even guarantee their basic life. The port has long gone away from the prosperity of the past, Your Excellency. My master asked me to wait at the port every day recently. He told me before going to the Guagwang mansion for a banquet today. He told me that you must hurry to attack the Guagwang mansion when you arrive. Now Hader's mansion is full of their Viking legion. As long as the leader of the generals can bring those people together, Iceland will be able to return to the leadership of the Danish royal banner." Before Magnus spoke, Christian suddenly said excitedly, "Okay. Magnus, I have information from Honrad. It's best for us to organize an army to go straight to the governor mansion. Let's delay Hader's way. The Beijing soldiers will be dispatched." Magnus is cautious, because he has seen too many powerful troops and powerful generals while following his father-in-law Christian IV in the army of northern Germany and the Holy Roman Empire. Although Honrad was a reassurance, and the small Iceland with only a few tens of thousands of people could not shake the Danish rule, Magnus calmed Christian out of caution, and then asked, "You tell I, how many troops does Hader have, and how many are stationed in Reykjavik now?" Nubia said without hesitation, "Hader has more than 4,000 soldiers under his command. My master said that he has reported to you before. These soldiers are brave fighters, and more than half are musketeers. Please be careful. Some time ago there was an insurrection army in northeastern Iceland. Hader sent 1/3 of the army to counter the rebellion. There should be more than 3,000 soldiers in Dagon." The news that Nubia said and what Magnus received from other channels was confirmed, and he was convinced 80 to 90%, and then quickly ordered all ships to dock, and then the soldiers came ashore together. Iceland is very far away from any country in Europe. Even if it is the fastest ship to go to the nearest Scotland or Norway, it takes 3 or 4 days. For Icelanders, there is no big ship to try to travel far to Europe. It is also because of the unique environment and location of Iceland that Hader sent Viking generals to manage the quartet after occupying Iceland to register and manage all Icelandic ships. Those on the island are temporarily not allowed to go out. www.uxiaspit.com who have already gone out. Ships will be controlled as long as they return to the island. Therefore, there is no possibility that the Icelandic news will be leaked, and for most Icelanders, they are not clear about the valuable information. It can be said that Denmark's knowledge of Iceland and Hader is entirely the words of the Danish businessman who returned from Iceland, Honrad and others, in the cognition of Magnus, Christian, and King Christian IV of Dan. The so-called Free Republic of Iceland and Grand Duke are actually just a group of mercenaries and pirates, probably only more than 4,000 people, but half of them are equipped with muskets, and there are more than 20 large ships, which indeed have the strength close to the regular army. But if the entire country of Denmark wants to deal with Iceland, Christian IV, Magnus and others do not think that Hader and others will be the enemy of one. In the pre-war meeting, everyone found that the so-called Viking Legion in Iceland has 2 fatal shortcomings. That is, the first is that there are no cavalry. In this era of great power, only 2,000 cavalry can cooperate with 3 or 4. With thousands of regular soldiers, the Danish expeditionary force can easily defeat or even annihilate the Viking Legion in Iceland. The second fatal shortcoming is that Iceland does not have a shipyard, and there is no timber to support the shipyard. Whether it is naval warfare or the Danish naval blockade to control Iceland, this is a good way to weaken and defeat Hader. https:// First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 218, the climax plays instantly. Because he thinks he has the strength to crush Iceland, Magnus is determined to win, with the support of King Christian IV of Dan, with a large number of naval warships, more than 3,000 cavalry and 8,000 heirs. The soldiers attack Iceland due to the mismatch of intelligence information. The Danish side did not know that Hader was backed by Vinland in North America. Therefore, it is impossible for anyone to think that Hader will use the land, slaves and other wealth in Wenland, North America to gather the hearts and overall resources of Iceland in less than 2 months, and also train an army of nearly 10,000 people. It can be said that the asymmetry of information is an important factor in determining the outcome of the battle. With the current combat plan prepared by Denmark, it is already very difficult to win. I learned the first-hand news from Nanubia, and it was very beneficial to their own side. Magnus and Christian both had confidence in their hearts. After the soldiers assembled, they were covered in deerskin raincoats. He also got off the boat and rode 2 strong and tall Arabian horses with the help of his servants and walked to the front of the army. This rain really came in time. Heir seems to be unprepared, or because it is raining that the port is no longer guarded. We should break through the government as soon as possible and capture Heir and other thieves, and Iceland will be able to. Back to the rule of your majesty. Christian stretched out his hand to let the rain fall into his palm, then turned his head and said. Magnus thought for a while. Although it feels a bit too smooth, considering that Icelanders have not been in chaos for hundreds of years, coupled with a barren and difficult Iceland, there is no background of confronting him at all, and he is not worried about Heir, so he agreed to Christian's suggestion. After pondering for a moment, Magnus on horseback ordered the whole army to rush forward in the rain, and asked his subordinates to try to rush to the former governor's mansion in the eastern district within 10 minutes, the current so-called national government mansion, and Heir, etc. Catch everyone in one swoop. The Danish army, which had formed a square formation, immediately started after the orders were issued, and walked like a wandering dragon towards the only shining and luminous former governor's mansion in the dark rainy day. Magnus and Christian led the cavalry as the supreme commander in the middle of the army. The front and back were Danish soldiers carrying muskets and spears. The army platooned snakes across the pier and into the harbor square. Although Magnus believed in Hångrid, in the gloomy and dim weather, many doors and windows in the buildings around the port showed a faint light of light, as well as the light of the tall government mansion in the far east. The music of Galead the Frog can be faintly heard. Magnus and Christian, who are familiar with banquet music, can even judge that the frog Galead played in the government office is a new piece of music changed by the British music master John Dolan more than 20 years ago. The brisk dance music played in the rainy night, which convinced both Magnus and Christian that the news sent by Hångrid's servants was that Heir was indeed holding a dinner party in the mansion, and there was no ambush of Viking soldiers around. Although he believed it, out of caution, Magnus sent out hundreds of cavalry to observe on both sides of the army to prevent Viking soldiers from sneaking in or Viking scouts from appearing and fleeing. The stagnant water on the stone pavement was stepped on and splashed out continuously. After a while, tens of thousands of legions were dispatched from the dock to the cross street connecting the port and the east side. Because of a long snake on the 2-story stone building in the northeast corner of Cross Street, Heir lay on the window and looked down. Behind him were soldiers holding their breath. Everyone listened to the dull and neat footsteps and the rumbling of horseshoes outside. My heart became more and more nervous from the beginning. Heir watched the Danish army gather at a distant dock and then set off, but his eyes were always staring at the 2 Chinese knights who were guarded by the regiment. Although they were far away, they couldn't see clearly. He looks stressed, but Heir keenly perceives that the 2 men are the commander-in-chief of the Danish expeditionary force Magnus and the deputy commander-in-chief Christian. Seeing that the vanguard of the Danish expeditionary army was about to leave the ambush ring, and the Magnus of the Chinese army also entered the ambush ring, Heir knew that this was the best mobile phone meeting, so he picked up a handful of bullets and filled it up. With his flintlock bludgeon, he quietly pushed open a little window, revealing a gap in the palm of his hand, and he raised his hand with a shot. Boom! It was like the sound of thunder guns in the port of Reykjavik in the evening. Many Danish soldiers thought that they had heard thunder. But until the front army heard a burst of noise and shouts of enemy attack, all the Danish soldiers hurriedly took off the musket behind them. Heir brought down 2 Danish soldiers with a single shot. While the Danish soldiers downstairs looked chaotically at the fallen soldiers and looking around, the doors and windows of dozens of houses inside and outside the port were pushed open at the same time, revealing the side of the gun. The Beijing soldiers, more than 5,000 Viking soldiers, fired their guns in their hands, and the merciless bullets were fired at the almost defenseless Danish soldiers. More than 5,000 gunshots suddenly sounded like a sky thunder in people's ears. 2,000 or 3,000 Danish soldiers were shot on the head or in the heart, chest and abdomen. On the spot, the iron armor helmet was penetrated or deformed and was beaten to death or shaken to death. The luckier thing was that non-critical parts such as arms, legs, or shoulders were penetrated and hit. Although the Danish soldiers lost their ability to move, they still saved a life. League of Legends novel YXLMXSW.com God. Cunning hater, Magnus quickly lay on his horse back at the first shot, but when he looked up, he found the Viking soldiers from all sides of the house, himself. The tens of thousands of soldiers they brought had not even fired a bullet, and they had fallen by almost 1/3 before they met the Viking soldiers just now. Christian was scared by the gunshot and rolled off his horse. He got up from the ditch, ignoring the mud on his face. He pointed to the surroundings with a terrifying expression and shouted, "The Icelandic rebels have appeared. Order to shoot." "Fight back." Magnus slapped his forehead and yelled to fight back. Nearly 80% of the Danish soldiers who were still standing quickly formed a square formation. www.uxiaspit.com. More than 5,000 musketeers, regardless of the rain, hurriedly raised their muskets. Viking soldiers exposed the doors and windows of the surrounding rooms to fight back, and the traveling cavalry rushed towards the house where the attackers appeared. Boom! After firing a shot, the Viking soldiers retracted into the room and squatted down to reload the ammunition, preparing for the second round of shooting. Therefore, the Danish expeditionary forces' counterattack did not hit the Viking soldiers in Jiacheng, but only damaged the doors and windows of the house body. Only after the Danish soldiers fired back, they rushed towards the room where the Viking soldiers were under the leadership of the cavalry, but when the cavalry approached, the Viking soldiers showed up again and carried out a round of more deadly shooting. Most of the Danish cavalry who fell this time were the same as before. Most of them were only injured, but whether it was death or injury, it caused a real loss to the strength of the Danish expeditionary force. After the Viking soldiers completed the second round of shooting, some of the most powerful soldiers crouched behind the doors and windows with spears, and short axes. After the approaching Danish soldiers appeared, they carried out throwing axes, flying spears, and even a round of bow and arrow strikes caused the Danish soldiers who were about to rush into the room to drop a few corpses and retreat. The flying axe and spear skills passed down by the Icelanders from generation to generation are the housekeeping skills that the ancestor Vikings have been using when they crossed the Europa continent 1,000 years ago. Icelanders have not used it much until now when they go out to robbery. It can be said that in the cold, when the weapons are connected, the power of the throwing axe and the spear is huge, which can effectively kill a large number of enemies. After the Danish soldiers suffered continuous blows, their morale dropped to the extreme. They tried to shoot at the room for 2 more rounds and then slowly retreated in groups, while they retreated while shooting, lest the Viking soldiers appeared suddenly and killed themselves again. Chapter 219, Bloody Battle. The Danish Expeditionary Corps landed at around 4 p.m., but before reaching the eastern district where Reykjavik's duchy was located, it encountered an ambush by the Viking Corps, and then retreated to the port embarrassedly. After more than half an hour, the Viking soldiers effectively killed and wounded a large number of Danish soldiers by sudden attacks. Danish soldiers were inconvenient to load ammunition on rainy days, which easily caused the gunpowder to be damp, causing the shooting after the second round to appear extremely dumb. The Danish army was unable to attack, and could only retreat to the dock amidst Christian's unwilling roar. At this time, there are only more than 7,000 Danish soldiers who can stand. The rest are either injured and carried on their backs, or have died on the floor of the port. Magnus and Christian, as the commanders of horseback riding, were taken care of by the Viking musketeers from the beginning. Fortunately, they were too far away and were not shot. They had already thrown away the horse in order to save their lives. Retreated to the flagship under the of the soldiers. The 2 commanders and deputy commanders both retreated to the sea, and the soldiers at the pier continued to squeeze toward the narrow passage behind them. Everyone wanted to get on the boat, as if they had saved their lives. After getting on the boat, standing in front of the window, Hader looked at the confused and embarrassed Danish soldiers on the pier in the distance. He felt proud, knowing that after this battle, neither himself nor all the Viking soldiers, even the Icelanders, would have any affection for the Danes in the future. "Be afraid." With a big wave of his hand, Hader yelled comfortably, "Give my order, the whole army will attack. Let's push the Danes back to sea." Hader's soldiers took the lead to leave their horses to deliver orders, and dozens of soldiers armed with muskets rushed out of the house where he was located. They shouted, "All troops attack! Drive the Danes back to the sea!" At the same time, rush towards the port. Hader's order became a gap for the triumphant Viking soldiers to vent their emotions after repelling the Danes. All the Viking soldiers rushed out of the room shouting loudly. Everyone was holding a rifle with compacted ammunition. Striding towards the harbor with a short spear and axe, every Viking soldier's face flashed with excitement. They no longer regarded the Danish soldiers as enemies that were of course difficult to match, but as lambs to be slaughtered, and wanted to rush to use the Danish blood as the ladder of their rank and position. Due to the prolonged watering of rain, the gun barrels in the hands of the Danes were filled with water and could not be used. All the Danes could only hold on to their spears, swords and other weapons while forming a square formation under the reprimand of the officer, waiting for the maintenance. Beijing soldiers The Viking soldiers ran faster and faster and lost their formation. After approaching, they shot down a few Danes at random, then dropped their muskets, grabbed the flying spears and flying axes on their waists, and threw them out. Danish soldiers were attacked by muskets and throwing axes again, and a group of brave soldiers fell. The Viking soldiers took the spears, axes and other weapons to fight with the Danish soldiers in close combat until the end of the two attacks. At this time, the Danish cavalry, with only 2,000 men left, had assembled in a corner of the port under Magnus' orders, and then clenched their spears and charged at the Viking soldiers occupying the pier with all their strength, attempting to charge with the cavalry's sharp knives. Defeat the Viking soldiers and turn defeat into victory. In many cases, the cavalry charge can play a key role in determining the outcome of the battle. Magnus and Christian both pin their hopes on the 2,000 Danish Royal Cavalry. Boom! The charge of the Royal Danish Cavalry was like a tidal torrent, which was difficult to stop. The brave Viking soldiers could not stop the charge of the cavalry at all. mayabifang.com. Hundreds of Viking soldiers were trampled by the cavalry. Soon the Danish cavalry rushed from the dock to the east end of the port. The beheading along the way killed 300 or 400 Viking soldiers and wounded the soldiers. More than 1,000 people. Heir knew that the port square was very suitable for cavalry to run. At present, it is inconvenient to use muskets on rainy days. An effective means of resistance could not be prevented in a hasty. In order to avoid the Danish cavalry from attacking again, Heir personally screamed and summoned hundreds of cavalry in ambush in the eastern district. Then ordered the Viking soldiers to hide in a neighboring house. The more than 600 cavalry ambushing in the eastern zone is already the entire family of Iceland's current cavalry. Heir was originally like a new force left behind as a last resort to save the defeat or win the pursuit. Now the side-to-side victories due to the sudden addition of the Danish cavalry. With traces of defeat or even collapse, Heir had to resort to last resort. The hooves of horses were getting closer. Hagrid and Heir, Kadir, and Olaf greeted them, took the reins of 4 healthy horses from the Viking cavalry, and turned over. Then Heir looked at the Danish cavalry not far away, drew out the spear on the horseback and shouted, "Charge! Charge!" Only 1/3 of the Danish cavalry were Viking cavalry under the leadership of the great Duke Heir and 3 Viking generals. They rushed towards the Danish cavalry without fear and slapped their horses. Soon the two cavalry ran into each other. The neighing sound of horses and the collision of weapons, the pouting sound of sharp air piercing the flesh and the pouting sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded endlessly. When the two cavalry passed through and turned their horses to look at each other, the Viking cavalry had lost 3 points. One of them, but the Danish cavalry also lost 1/3. The difference in the number of the two caused the same proportion of casualties. Every Danish cavalry was a little moved, and even fear appeared in his eyes. In fact, the attack on the Viking cavalry this time is just waiting for work, but the Danish cavalry is very tired, and the Viking cavalry is led by Heir and other big leaders. www.uxiaspit.com inspired the Viking soldiers to become stronger. Because of his desire to fight, he drew a tie. If he edged the Danish cavalry 2 more times, he would still be able to take advantage of the number of soldiers to win the final victory. There are bright red blood on the bodies and faces of Heir, Hagrid, and Olaf. It is the blood spattered by the enemy they beheaded. Kadir was scratched by the Danish cavalry on his right arm because of carelessness, but he throwing away the spear and picked up a big axe with his left hand, looking forward indifferently, as if he didn't care about his pain. Brother, Kadir is also a berserker. Hagrid looked at Kadir and exclaimed. Heir nodded lightly and said, "Today, all our Vikings who participated in the war are berserkers. We are not ashamed of the blood of our Viking ancestors. Now that the Danish cavalry has been slow to charge, it is already timid. Let's attack again. Once, try to defeat them. The great Duke has ordered that. The enemy is already timid. Charge." Kadir endured the severe pain. He felt his whole muscles twitching along with the wound. He tightened his back muscles and rushed out with a shout, "Myaelbifangshu." Because the Danish cavalry was afraid of the Viking cavalry, they did not charge. The Viking soldiers who hid in the surrounding rooms saw that their grandmaster led the cavalry and the Danish cavalry to equalize, and they all rushed out again with excitement. The spear threw it at the Danish cavalry, and 300 or 400 Viking musketeers pointed their undamped muskets at the Danish cavalry and pulled the trigger. The Danish cavalry did not wait to gather the courage to charge for the second round before they were attacked by Viking soldiers. After entangled for a long time, the Danish cavalry left more than 600 corpses before besieged and fled back to the pier. At this time, a large number of the Danish infantry had all escaped on the battleship. Chapter 220, Invincible Viking. The grey-faced Magnus was embarrassed by the sudden defeat. He stood at the bow of the ship and gave orders. He finally gathered the remnants who were about to be defeated. However, he saw that the royal cavalry with high hopes was beaten by the Viking cavalry. The musketeers besieged and intercepted, and were almost surrounded and wiped out, and the original extremely bad mood became even more anxious seeing the remaining cavalry rushing out of the siege and approaching the pier. Magnus hurriedly ordered them to board the ship, but behind the Danish royal cavalry was the Viking cavalry personally led by Heir, who was pressing its step. He did not dare to delay and kept giving orders. Dozens of warships that are besieging the port are required to fire on the shore to gain time for the royal cavalry to board the ship, and at the same time hope to kill Heir and others. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of cannons fired at the same time, and powerful iron bullets roared towards the port. Heir and others were also experts in artillery. Knowing that the number of cannonballs was huge and could not be stopped, they hurriedly jumped off their horses and climbed to the ground. By the end of the round of shelling, the entire port had changed its appearance. Looking up, there were more than 6 houses collapsed by the shelling, and hundreds of bullet marks appeared in the potholes on the ground. Ballet novel network. Heir hurriedly turned his head to look at the soldiers behind him, and saw that, except for a dozen unlucky Viking soldiers and a few horses that had been smashed into meat sauce, most of them had survived this round of shelling. Knowing that the Danish expeditionary force is going to use the most superior artillery to bombard the port, Heir hurriedly said, "Everyone retreat out of the port. Evacuate the artillery circle as soon as possible." Olaf and others hurriedly got up and ordered all Viking soldiers to retreat outside the port. Now Danish warships are moored at the docks. They can keep shooting at the docks and ports. The Viking soldiers can no longer cause any harm to the Danes. It will be no good if they continue to be entangled. On the contrary, they will kill countless peacekeepers. Beijing soldiers. As time passed, the light rain had turned into heavy rain, and Reykjavik had just turned dark. Because the torch could not be lighted on rainy days, Heir led the Viking soldiers to discredit and retreat. The Danish warships moored in the harbor were also randomly shooting towards the pier. At this time, they did not seek accurate and effective killing and annihilation of the Icelanders. The heavy losses of the Danes were approaching collapse, and they madly shelled Reykjavik. Perform emotional venting. The shelling of the Reykjavik port rang all night, and it was not until the next morning when the eastern sky turned white that Magnus and Christian and the Danish soldiers stood on the deck and looked towards the eastern port. The port that had been ravaged by artillery fire overnight has been turned into ruin. All the houses have collapsed or even been smashed into pieces. The smooth and neat stone floors have also been demolished into uneven dirt roads. The entire port and the areas near the ports in the east, south, and north areas were covered by artillery fire. With the dock as the center point, it was plowed by artillery more than once in a radius of more than 1 kilometer. Because of the excessive use of artillery, more than a dozen artillery guns exploded in the night, and the Danish soldiers damaged more than 40 people for no reason. Magnus on the ship and Heir in the lobby of the National Palace did not sleep overnight. Both and their subordinates were wearing military uniforms, constantly paying attention to each other. Seeing the miserable condition of the port becoming a ruin, Magnus and Christian feel better. Bastard Heir. Damn Icelander. After being bombarded all night, he should have lost a lot. Christian himself didn't know. He had already mixed some fear of Heir's kind, so he's subconsciously already looking for emotional balance. Magnus was very calm. He shook his head slightly and said, "Even if we blow up 2,000 Icelanders, we cannot save the fact that we have been defeated." After speaking, Magnus remembered the war damage report he had just received, and said in a deep voice, "More than 11,000 soldiers were killed by Icelanders in a single day, and more than 4,000 were injured. I think it's hard for me to get away from being dismissed when I return to Denmark. God, who would have thought that Icelanders were so treacherous? Maybe they knew that Hongrid was ours for a long time, so they deceived Hongrid and also deceived it. Up to us." Until now, Magnus still did not think that Hongrid betrayed them, because in his impression the barren Iceland could not attract Hongrid at all, so it is impossible for Hongrid to betray Denmark for poor Iceland. Christian shook his head lightly, and said, "If you can't get a good training on the boat, It is unknown how many wounded soldiers can get off or off. We are careless. Magnus nodded painfully, and said, we only have more than 4,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry in our hands. Heir and the others are familiar with the terrain of Iceland, and they also have thousands of soldiers in their hands. Let's get entangled. There is no way to win, and there is even the risk of the entire army being wiped out. Old governor, shall we withdraw the army? How can I withdraw troops? Christian subconsciously objected loudly, but after a pause, he also understood that Heir could not be defeated by surviving troops, although they did not know how much Heir's troops remained after last night's fight and overnight shelling. But after a few consecutive losses, both Christian and Magnus were afraid of Heir in their hearts. The top commanders of the two Danish expeditionary forces regarded Heir as the most difficult enemy to deal with, as the mercenary commander Wallenstein comparable to the Holy Roman Empire. Magnus and Christian felt in their hearts that they would never be able to compete with Heir's Viking soldiers without more than 3 times their strength. After thinking about it, Christian nodded and said, we have suffered heavy losses and can no longer make unnecessary sacrifices. Magnus, you are right, you should withdraw the troops. The Barren Novel Network Baolatia.com. Hey, Magnus sighed, you reading www.uucan't.com gave the order to retreat listlessly, then collapsed on his seat and muttered to himself, I am afraid I am the most humiliating military commander in Danish history. I have no face to see your majesty. Christian is not good at war, but he has rich experience in political struggle. He quickly figured out the countermeasures. He leaned over in Magnus' ear and said softly, don't worry, young man. I recruited half of this army out of my own pocket. Mercenaries, the consequences are not as terrible as you think. And we have to find a way to shirk responsibility. After all, the situation was unknown last night. Heir not only had 4,000 to 5,000 men, but also suddenly added tens of thousands of soldiers, which caused us to suffer heavy losses. What do you say? Magnus repeated a little bewilderedly, and then flashed in his mind, and said, yes. Heir's soldiers are not more than 4,000 as mentioned by Honrad, nor are they more than 4,000 as mentioned by the Danish businessman. People, but nearly 20,000 people. We are caught in Heir's encirclement. If we did not command well and strive to break through the encirclement, the whole army might have been destroyed by now. You are very smart. Christian nodded, and then reminded, but this rhetoric is not enough. What else? Magnus asked respectfully. As the supreme commander, you desperately led your subordinates to break through, and you must have been seriously injured. You were even in a coma for 2 or 3 days, Christian said meaningfully. Magnus instantly understood, and then ordered his personal guard to give himself a knife on his thigh, arm and shoulder. Then I really fell asleep in the exhaustion and pain of not sleeping all night. Chapter 221, The Face of War. The sound of the cannon from time to time outside stopped for a long time. Heir looked at the self-ringing bell on the wall, and said dumbly, it's almost 4 o'clock, why has the gun stopped? Magnus is going to send someone again. Are you logged in? Olaf rubbed his forehead and said, I will send someone to have a look. After a while, the 3 knights set out from the lobby to the port. After half an hour, Olaf, who was waiting outside the hall, saw the returning knight, and then walked quickly into the lobby with Joydad. The rain stopped. The Danes are gone too. Magnus and the Danish warship withdrew. Hearing Olaf's words, Heir got up suddenly, then waved, let's go to the port and have a look. After a while, Heir, Olaf, Hagrid, Kadir, and more than 400 Viking cavalry appeared near the port. Their faces were pale and sad. They were very sad about the tragic appearance of the port being bombed overnight, and their hearts were even more for the Danes. Of resentment originally defeated and drove the Danes, all Icelandic Vikings had to raise their arms and cheer for victory, but because the port's tragic appearance made everyone feel grief and indignation, everyone did not cheer and instead asked to pursue the Danes. Heir was not dazzled by the victory. He knew that his dozens of armed warships were not the opponents of Danish warships. After thinking about it, he said, Danby, we have repelled. The events of the times indicate that we have successfully escaped from the slavery of Denmark and are on the road of independence and freedom, but we still have to guard against Denmark's next counterattack. Maybe the next Danish attack will be even more fierce. Olaf nodded and said, Dad reminded us that we can't relax our vigilance. But this time we have one. We have to treat the soldiers who died and wounded and rebuild our homes. Perhaps this will cost us a lot of experience and resources. Hagrid snorted and said, the food Olaf sent last time is sufficient. Our Iceland only lacks a few resources such as food, wood and steel. Let's use food to compensate everyone. The reconstruction of ports and other cities can also mobilize citizens and soldiers, reward them with food. Several leaders discussed. Olaf first sent people to the port that had become ruins to clean up the garbage, search for the corpses of Viking soldiers, and dispose of the corpses of Danish soldiers after the rain. The sky was clear, and a red sun gradually appeared on the eastern sky, with warm sunlight shining on the sea and Reykjavik with golden light. Hader and others stopped in front of a ruined port on horseback, watching quietly as the soldiers dragged out a corpse from the ruins. Some were Vikings, some were Danes, fewer Vikings, and more Danes. Denmark people's corpses were piled up randomly, ready to wait to be thrown into the sea to feed fish, while Vikings' corpses were placed on a carriage, ready to wait for burial outside the city. After more than 1.5 hours, the sun has risen high, and the citizens of Reykjavik walked out of their homes hand in hand. The 3 elders in the church also walked out with the residents of Dagen and walked to the vicinity of the pier overnight. Reykjavik, the most prosperous port for Icelanders, turned into ruin. This is tantamount to catastrophe and disaster. Every Icelander was afraid of seeing the tragic battlefield. The great Duke Hader and the Viking legion, who repelled the powerful Danes, were in awe and admiration in their hearts, and a sense of potential pride also emerged. The stronger the Danes, the stronger the Icelanders who repel them. Who says we are the slaves of the Danes? Under the leadership of the wise His Royal Highness Hader, we can also become powerful citizens comparable to the Viking ancestors. Although I am proud that Iceland has truly separated from its colonial identity, the residents of Dagen who have stayed in the church all night rushed into the ruins with ugly expressions and frantically picking up clothes and furniture before their houses turned into ruins. This is my life savings, Danish evil spirit. Bastard who should go to hell. God, please Gods bring disaster to Copenhagen. The residents of the port lay on the rubble and wept bitterly. They dared not blame Hader and other Viking soldiers, but they continued to insult the Danish soldiers who destroyed their houses with cannons. Hader waved his hand gently, and Oris walked into him quickly. His Royal Highness, what is your order? Hader pursed his chapped lips and said, the rebuilding of the port is left to you. People, money and food can be adequately deployed. You have to do it carefully, and you must let the people of the port live in houses that are no worse than the original. Your Highness, don't worry. I will get things done. Loudly expressing his loyalty, Oris was excited. He knew that with the victory of the Viking army in this battle, his status in Hader's mind would rise, and the future could not stop at the company commander, sergeant and Dagen Viking. Lidang's rudder had Oris' ambitions. Don't think that he will only be a small manjuvan, paddle area, rudder leader. He thinks that he can also be the governor of Paz, and even the general of Viking Raiden. This time he was appointed by Hader. The important task, Oris knew it was the first step to make progress. Hader and others didn't feel tired until the sun rose high, and after ordering the follow-up, Hader went back to sleep. First in the afternoon, the port of Reykjavik sailed into more than 20 large and small ships. It was the regiments of the 2 Viking leading districts in the northeast and southeast. They were also led by Hoskard and Hudik. The broken dock where the fleet approached, Hoskard and Hudik standing on the deck looked calmly at the ruined port and the busy Viking soldiers and Icelandic citizens in the port. It seems to be late. Hoskard's heart sank, and he hurriedly stretched out the plank, and then quickly walked ashore. Hudik also landed ashore soon. The 2 left behind to organize soldiers, and then quickly walked to the front of Oris, who was welcoming him, and asked urgently, where's your Royal Highness Hader? The Danish army has arrived. What is the situation? Did we win? Was the loss serious? Hudik and Hoskard saw countless question marks in their hearts when they saw everything in the port, and they couldn't help but ran into a series of questions when they saw Oris. Oris was not disturbed by the question of the 2 generals. He respectfully bowed and saluted, and then dealt with the situation of the Danish army landing and the Viking army last night, as well as the Danish warship bombing the port and finally evacuating. The things were said one by one, the tone was low and the speed was moderate. Almost the whole process of the battle was stated in detail. When Oris finished speaking, Hudik and Hoskard understood the whole story, and then they breathed out at the same time. www.uxiaspit.com. Their faces were full of surprises and shocks, as well as some fear and guilt. Such complex emotions appeared at the same time, and it was also the first time in their lives for 2 people to come. Hey, we are all to blame for the slow collection of ships in the northeast and southeast, which delayed the journey. Thanks to His Royal Highness Hader's command, and fortunately your kid's strategy worked. Otherwise, How can I feel at ease if there is an accident? Hofkerd snorted coldly. Hudic also echoed, yes. Thanks to the victory, we have tried our best to hurry, but I didn't expect it to be a step slower. After blaming himself for a while, Hudic suddenly asked, where did your highness go with Olaf, Kadir, Hagrid? Oris hurriedly pointed to the mansion in the east and said, His Royal Highness and Master Olaf returned to the mansion to rest. General Kadir and General Hagrid also went back to their respective residences to rest. Everyone stayed up all day and night. It was exhausted. When the time comes, you two will go to the government office to wait first, and then lend your hands to me. What? Hudic squinted his eyes and asked, what are you going to do? Oris smiled a little shyly, and then said in a deep voice, His Royal Highness ordered me to rebuild the port because a large number of soldiers are taking turns to rest. I am worried about the shortage of manpower. Since you two have brought the soldiers back, I wonder if I let them not participate in the war. The Viking soldiers also participated in the reconstruction and the aftermath? Are you two doing something for your Royal Highness? https:// First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Shukiju mobile version reading URL. Chapter 222, Post-War Impact. Oris moved Hader out. Hudic and Hofkerd thought that they were late but felt a little guilty, so they left their men to the command of Oris and rushed to rebuild the port. The two of them rode to the port quickly. Guagwang mansion. After entering the mansion, with the help of the guards, the two unloaded their plate armor and weapons, and then sat down in the guest room lightly to drink coffee and smoke. It took an hour before hearing the door sound, and then they wore a silk robe with Hader. He walked in quickly with Olaf. When did you arrive? Hader greeted the two old men easily, and then sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of hot coffee. Hudic and Hofkerd did not get up either. First they were a little guilty to explain that they were late, and then they expressed shock and admiration for the fact that Hader led the 3 legions of soldiers and the National Guards who defeated the Danish Expeditionary Army. In the praise of the two, Hader proudly boasted of his brilliance. After half a day, the sky was dark. Hader laughed. Tonight, our old mates gathered together and defeated the Danes again. It happened to be in the official palace. Celebrate with a reception dinner? It is good, that's right, Olaf interrupted and said, should it be time to reward the soldiers for meritorious service? Right, Hader grinned, and said, tomorrow you will report the statistics of the meritorious staff. Let's open a Viking Thunder Council to discuss it. This is a matter for Leonard. You don't need to go through Congress and Parliament. We can make a decision after discussing it. In the evening, the chefs of the National Palace moved the treasures of dried fish, dried meat, fine wine, syrup, pickled sharks, smoked puffins, blood sausage, fresh whales, cod, etc., into the kitchen, and slaughtered hundreds of them on the spot. Sheep, 20 cows, a dozen pigs, and more than 150 chickens and ducks are ready to make a supreme dinner. This meal can be regarded as the most sumptuous one that Hader has arranged after returning to Iceland, even surpassing the celebration of the occupation of Reykjavik and the dinner after the establishment of the Free Republic of Iceland. This time Hader will not only entertain the generals, district chiefs, rudder chiefs and other high-level leaders of Viking leading, but also prepare to invite all the soldiers to dinner. Although Iceland's resources are scarce, it is already very difficult to entertain thousands of soldiers to eat a meal with Iceland's resources, but Hader has brought a lot of resources after all. And Olaf also brought a lot of food before. The expenses and materials for the repeated entertainment were personally funded by Hader. Therefore, although the banquet was difficult to bear for the Icelandic parliament, it could only shake 1% of the assets of the great power. After the reception, Reykjavik resumed its usual bustling state. Because the wharf was still being rebuilt, the business district was temporarily moved to the southern and northern districts. The citizens of Dagon talked about how the Icelandic army defeated Denmark, and at the same time marveling at the leadership of His Royal Highness Hader. The spring of the Vikings has come again. August in Iceland is a month when people across the island feel warmer than ever with the news that the Viking army defeated the powerful Danish Expeditionary Army under the leadership of the great Duke of Iceland Hader. The Icelandic people gradually became more confident and happy. They seemed to walk higher than before. With a 3-pointed head, all Icelanders now accept the change from the Danish possession of Iceland to the Free Republic of Iceland and the change of the identity of the Danish citizens to the Icelandic Vikings. The Sakayan epic of the Heir family began to spread rapidly in various regions of Iceland. This spread was entirely a spontaneous behavior of the Icelandic people because of their worship of Great Duke Heir. With the spread of the saga epic and the great deeds of His Highness Heir defeating the Danes, Heir became a great man and sage who surpassed all his ancestors in Iceland, and became the Icelanders' vision of being comparable to the European Caesar character. The most basic form of this kind of worship is that everywhere in Iceland, men, even women, and teenagers from Icelandic families are vying to join the Viking Legion to serve His Royal Highness Heir, or to enter the National Palace in Dagen, to serve His Royal Highness Heir and Olaf, Hadarsson, Hudik, Hagrid. And others are all aware that Denmark has suffered a big loss this time, and Christian IV will definitely not give up. It will not be long before Iceland will face a second Danish army. Offense. Although this victory was due to the bravery and skillfulness of the Viking soldiers, it was more that Honrad's anti-water and alles tactics played the most critical role. In addition, the Danish soldiers did not understand Iceland and the Viking soldiers. This was the victory in post-war statistics. The Viking army only killed more than 500 people, while the Danish soldiers died as many as 2,600 people. The exchange ratio was almost 5-1, and it was based on the fact that the number of Danish soldiers was greater than that of Icelandic soldiers. The results achieved in the above-mentioned battles, with a few winning the more, the weak winning the strong, Heir has been able to leave a name in Europa's military history through this battle. Although he is not a famous general, he is also considered a celebrity after fighting against Danish soldiers. Heir, Olaf and others realized that the organizational discipline of Danish soldiers is not worse than that of Viking soldiers, and they are better than Viking soldiers in terms of marksmanship. More importantly, the Viking army lacks enough cavalry. Even if you use Iceland's BMW horses, you can train up to 2,000 cavalry. However, the cavalry is more difficult to train than the musketeers, and you usually want to train one-use cavalry. Not more than a year is not good. However, it's not too difficult for Heir to train cavalry. It can be said that there are hundreds of good horses and BMWs used in the training of cavalry in the 5 leads. Most of the adult males in Iceland are basically proficient in riding, and only needed is enough to train the commands in the battle and the actions such as charging. According to Hudik, who is responsible for the military training of the 5 generals, it will take at least half a year for the Viking cavalry of the 5 military regions to be trained to a level that can compete with the cavalry of Denmark and even other European countries. After the meeting was over, Heir, Hagrid and others met to formulate rewards for the promotion of military ranks and ranks against meritorious soldiers. At the same time, they looked for their own shortcomings and continued to expand the recruitment of soldiers for the next 5 generals, while increasing the training of cavalry and musket. Arrangements have been made for various issues including the strength of troops, infantry and other arms. After the end of August, the generals of the 4 major leading districts in the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest returned to their garrisons with their respective corps and carried out large-scale military training activities at this time. The news that Iceland was founded and repelled a Danish expeditionary corps also spread through the mouths of British and Dutch businessmen who went to Reykjavik to do business in the European countries. His Royal Highness Heir, the great power of the Free Republic of Iceland, has also become a figure of little concern to countries such as Britain, France, Spain, Sweden, etc., and Denmark hates Iceland and Heir even more. According to the news of Honrad's inquiries, after Magnus and Christian were defeated and returned home, the Danish government and opposition shook. Christian IV ordered the 2 to be dismissed on the spot, and then fell into a series of follow-up care and treatment. Originally, Honrad sent false information to Magnus through his servants. No matter what the reason is always to be convicted, but Honrad's family launched a gold bullet offensive and presented 200,000 marks of silver to Christian IV. After Indian dividends were used to support His Majesty, Christian IV ignored Honrad's guilt. After several rounds of discussions in the Danish parliament, Christian IV finally made the decision to make Iceland. All Danish businessmen, including those from Sweden sailing in the Baltic Sea, even Poland, and businessmen from the northern German Principality, could not conduct business with Iceland. Christian IV is planning to use the commercial blockade to prevent Iceland from replacing the wealthy wool, leather, fish, etc. with scarce resources such as cloth, grain, and wood. He and the officials of the Congress believe that Iceland, which is scarce in materials, will only be restricted in time. After a long period of time, after a year or a half, sending soldiers to suppress the border will automatically collapse. Christian IV and others expected it to be completely correct, but Honrad knew that their wishful thinking was wrong, because behind Iceland's Heir, there is Vinland in North America, where the land is fertile and rich in products, which can fully support Iceland. With a consumption of 50 to 60,000 people, it can be said that Iceland, supported by Vinland, is not afraid of the Danish blockade. Even Honrad believes that as long as the tens of thousands of Iceland's people are included by heir, such as within the Viking rating system www.wuxiaspit.com, Vinland's resources will be integrated with the Vikings and the indigenous slaves of North America. The potential and energy exploded in 1 or 2 years will be 3 to 5 times what they are now, and Denmark will completely lose the possibility of regaining Iceland. Having figured everything out, Honrad is more determined to hold Hader's fi, but in order to allow his family to serve Hader for a long time and establish a strong friendship, Honrad's identity can no longer continue in Iceland. Going on, after all, Iceland and Denmark are dead and alive enemies and ours. Honrad can deceive Denmark once, but he will bear a huge risk if he stays any longer. So after communicating with the family several times, Honrad's cousin, Gandis, came to Iceland as a business manager, and replaced Honrad as his family's spokesperson to serve Hader, and Honrad's role in Denmark. At the request, he bid farewell to Hader in the name of religion, and temporarily returned to Copenhagen. When Honglo said goodbye to Hader, the two talked for 2 hours. He even had afternoon tea together in Hader's office. The two discussed many details of the future cooperation, including but not only North American business practices and missionary matters. Hader understood what Hongluod meant, so he happily bid farewell to this partner and friend, and agreed that Hongluod would go to Wendland to preach in the name of the West India Company next year, and then deepen the cooperation between Wendland and them. https://Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 223, War Reports into Wendland. Since September, Denmark's restrictive blockade of Iceland has been effective. In 1 or 2 weeks, the port of Reykjavik only received less than 10 Dutch merchant ships. Hader did not restrict the Vikings' freedom of trade, so Icelandic merchants still used dried fish, sheepskin, cowhide and wool. After changing a lot of food, linen, utensils, wood and other materials, they began to circulate on the island. Because Hader exempted everyone in Iceland from tax this year, every family is much wealthier than in previous years. Even if a large amount of supplies cannot be replaced because of the Danish blockade, the quality of life of Icelanders has not deteriorated. Has improved in the past. Iceland under the leadership of His Royal Highness Hader has become the best seen in the hearts of all people in hundreds of years. Everyone is sincerely grateful to Great Duke Hader. The people of Iceland do not matter. Everyone resumes production under the call of His Royal Highness Hader, and the Parliament continues to graze or planned, and join the militia team for regular training under the leadership of the leaders of their respective regions. Hader and Olaf, who live in Reykjavik, know that some of the Dutch merchant ships alone cannot absorb the resources exported by Iceland. Over time, Iceland still cannot supply the needs of the 50,000 people on the island, but in response to the Danish blockade, Hader and Olaf have already had countermeasures. At present, because of the Danish blockade, even the most daring Dutch merchant ships come in a small amount of sneaky, and it is basically impossible to increase the transaction volume. But Hader has more than one Iceland card in his hand, or for Hader, Iceland is even far less important than Vinland, because the resources, land and even the population of Iceland are less than half of Vinland at present. The only advantage of Iceland is that the population is the same Icelanders as Hader. The same ethnicity and culture allows the Vikings to annex the Icelanders, which can completely strengthen the strength of the Hader family and find a long-term stability of Vinland's ruling power. In terms of balance, the existence of Iceland allows Vinland to have the opportunity to visit Europa, and he can participate in large-scale events in Europe at any time to gain some benefits. After Gandis, the manager of Honrad's firm, told Hader about the Danish blockade of Iceland, Hader dispatched Gilson and Tom and others to meet Vinland as soon as possible, with the purpose of telling Olaf that Iceland was victorious. The good news is that Olaf must prepare enough food and living supplies for Iceland's future consumption, and bring them with Katrin, Rolling and others. Hader, backed by Vinland, didn't panic at all, but was happy to watch Denmark mess around. Olaf, who was dealing with affairs in the Chamber of Commerce in early September, met Gilson, Tom, Herrick and others who had returned, and learned the good news of Iceland's victory over the Danish expeditionary force. This good news spread quickly in the cities of Herod and Hader, and spread to the Bakken city and Changling mountain mines on Vinland Island. Within 2 days every Viking who stayed behind, regardless of men, women, children, and children, cheered for joy, and maintained great enthusiasm and admiration for the unworldly achievements of General Hader. Although tens of thousands of slaves did not understand what their masters and Viking masters were happy about, They also knew that it was His Royal Highness Heir who defeated powerful enemies and seized land and population, so the slaves were also excited. I am proud of having a powerful master when Katrin, Rolling, Half, Jelmy and others were happily packing up their bags and preparing to leave Vinland and return to Iceland to become the nobles of the civilized world. Olaf and Heine sent to Labrador. Couriers from the Iroquois region, the Huron region, and Plymouth City also arrived one after another, met with the governors of several regions, and presented Master Olaf's personal letter. The governors of various regions also finally learned about the deeds of His Royal Highness Heir's victory over the Danish expeditionary force, and at the same time packaged the collected wealth as a gift and sent it back to the city of Grove to celebrate the happy event of His Highness Heir and the entire Viking-ridden region. A large amount of dried fish, fur, and even jade, gold and silver and wood were shipped to Port Herud. Olaf was counting up the continuous shipment of supplies. Although the quantity and value are far lower than the batch at the beginning of the year, it is only now. In the past 6 months, such a huge wealth has been sent, which shows that the governors have been desperately searching. The best wood is sent to the shipyard to be processed into bar wood for shipbuilding, and other wood can be transported to Iceland as a building material after simple modification. Dried fish and fur should be stacked carefully to avoid moisture. There is also jade, gold and silver. Move to Hatterborg and put it with the copper and gold ingots from the copper mine. Olaf wears a silk dress, a felt hat, and a golden beard less than an inch long on his upper lip and chin. His figure seems to be a little taller, standing in the port and Heine directing the white slaves and slaves to work. It looks much taller and burly than Heine. Heine's figure is a little better than before, and his face is somewhat rounded. Standing next to Olaf, he rarely speaks. At most, he can add Olaf's arrangement. It can be seen that the two people have cooperated very well now. When the two were arranged, they arranged the slaves to take charge of the duck, and then the two rode back to Hatterborg. I heard Fanchir say that the Shacklemnia breeding company is becoming more and more successful now, and the cattle, sheep, pigs and horses are almost full. Recently, Wenland sweet potatoes and potatoes began to have a large number of insects. Heine was responsible for leading the slaves and Viking family members to catch the insects and protect the food. It was not finished until the day before yesterday. This is the biggest disaster in the woodland plantation industry in recent years, so Heine has rarely returned home for nearly a month, has very little time for communication with his wife, and does not know much about the operation of the breeding company. Olaf smiled upon hearing the words, pulled the reins and looked at the farm in the distance, and said, "Farming is a long-term groping business. The longer the time, the greater the reward. Now pigs, sheep, cows and horses have given birth to 1 or 2 rounds. Some even gave birth to 3 rounds. And the number has expanded greatly, so I plan to let each family take back some pigs and lambs in the form of dividends. This will not only reduce the pressure on the breeding company, but also complete this year's dividends." "Look at it," Heine nodded and smiled, "you and Van Hill will do it. I don't understand the breeding company, but if you give me 1 or 2 piglets now, it's good to have someone at home." "Haha," Olaf said with a smile, "I call it the rational use of resources. Vikings have private slaves www.uxiaspit.com to raise a few domestic animals. If they are crowded in the breeding company, they have to cause plague disease." The two returned to Hatterborg. While talking, Olaf asked Half to speak with Heine, and he went to the underground warehouse to see the gold, silver and jade he had moved since this spring. Due to continuous mining, the Changlingshan copper mine and associated gold mines have been mined to deep high-quality deposits. A large number of high-quality copper and gold ore have been mined in large quantities, so they have not been sent to Herod every month. The number of copper and gold ingots has also more than tripled over last year. Olaf made a simple estimate, plus the gold and silver sent by the governors. So far he has 1,500 pounds of gold ingots and dozens of tons of copper, as well as thousands of pounds of silver and hundreds of thousands of pounds of turquoise, gems, etc. The sum of these wealth is not lower than the previous year of Wenland's leather goods harvest, and even more. Olaf proudly picked up a gold ingot and swayed in his palm, feeling heavy and comfortable, and then said to himself. He said, "The Danish side has blocked Iceland, huh? As expected, but with the food and supplies I sent before, my father should be able to support this year. Because of the search last year and the end of spring this year, the property of Vinland should be better this year. It used to be much less, but gold and copper mines continue to provide precious metals. Next year, we should have more wealth in our hands. We can completely replace a large amount of supplies and arms to help Iceland." Christian IV's wishful thinking cannot be defeated. It's ringing. https:// Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Personnel and Supplies into Iceland. On September 10th, Catelyn and Rolling took half, Jelny, and Arthur, who was almost 1 year old, led dozens of slaves with dozens of boxes of clothing and wealth, and left Port Herit by boat. Went to faraway Iceland. This time Hannah was responsible for the trip to Iceland. Cousin Vanhill and their daughter were also in the company. This time, the family members of the core leaders were moved back to Iceland, not only for their request, but also for the reunion of Heir and others with their relatives, and at the same time control his attitude to all Icelandic Vikings. His Royal Highness Heir will always use Iceland as the cornerstone of his rule. Olaf stayed behind to watch the house in Wenelin, and Hannah took his relatives and 100 agile guards, riding a car full of copper, gold ingots, water of life, caramel, porcelain, pottery, fur, dried fish, and wood. The 4 big ships waiting for a large amount of supplies left Wenelin when Olaf just returned to Wenelin in July. He was preparing to build the shipyard. Hubbard, as the chief master of the shipyard, has been busy every day for 2 months, instead of using the processed wooden components he brought to make a firm, durable ships are processing fresh wood and making spare parts as of today. The Olaf shipyard in the East Bay of Heidar City has built 10 slender and fast troop carriers and 3 durable armed merchant ships. As long as they add artillery, they are warships. Olaf was very satisfied with Hubbard's work and specially rewarded him with 2 Iroquois girls after Hannah and others left. The merchant ships from Europe to North and Central America also brought news to the colonists and people of Virginia, Quebec, and Plymouth that Iceland was founded and defeated the Danish expeditionary force. It became a hot spot in North America in an instant, and now every colonist suddenly knew that the Viking general of Vinland, His Excellency Heir, had returned to Iceland, and led the people of Iceland to break away from Danish rule and establish a country. Merchant ships of various countries have only now realized that His Royal Highness Heir, the Great Duke of Iceland, is actually the ruler of Vinland, so a question that has plagued many people in Europe has been answered. That's why Iceland, with its poor products, harsh environment, and sparsely populated country, was able to repel the Danish expeditionary army's crusade and establish a nation. Vinland in North America owns 3 times the land of Iceland, enslaves tens of thousands of indigenous people, and has a large number of contracted white slaves. It seems reasonable to combine with Iceland's power to repel the Danish expeditionary force. In mid-September, the governor of Champlain of Quebec sent a special envoy to Vinland. He wanted to meet Heir. Olaf knew what he meant, so he told the envoy directly that his father Heir was no longer in Vinland, but in Iceland. Great Duke. The envoy did not appear surprised, but smiled and took out Champlain's congratulatory letter and a silver gift box. After opening it revealed a dozen green and red crystal gems of various sizes. Because the surface is not polished, each gem is not particularly translucent, but each one is very full. The smallest is also as big as a pinky fingernail, and the largest is even the size of a puffin egg. This is. Olaf raised his brows and asked Champlain's special envoy about and raised the silver box, saying, "This is a gift from Mr. Champlain to His Royal Highness Heir, in order to congratulate His Highness Heir on the throne of the Grand Duke, and congratulate Iceland on becoming an independent state. Please, Olaf's son, you will accept the affectionate kindness of our Governor General." Olaf nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Champlain." Then, Olaf's guard is a sturdy young man with small eyes and looks very similar to Gilson. It is his younger brother Gilfa. He took the silver box and placed it in front of Olaf. When he saw his master nod, Olaf stretched out his hand and picked up the largest emerald. He looked closer and found that there were many impurities in it. After looking at a few more, he found only 2 of the purest emeralds. It is said that there are emeralds in Canada that are specialty products. "I'm afraid they are emeralds." Olaf smiled and pushed the silver box aside, and then asked, "Is everything okay with Mr. Champlain?" More than half an hour later, Olaf personally sent Champlain's envoy out of the house. He waited to see the envoy leave before turning around and said to the Gilson brothers next to him, "Send someone to ask the governors on the mainland. Let's see if Quebec is experiencing difficulties? Or is there any change?" Champlain is not a generous person. He suddenly gave us a gift. I must have some thoughts. After returning this time, Gilson, who stayed in Wendland to continue protecting Olaf, nodded and personally arranged for someone Olaf wanted to go home for a drink and take a rest. Suddenly he remembered the potato and sweet potato pests and diseases that swept the city of Grote and even Heir. Although it had been cured a few days ago, the weather has become more and more hot recently. Olaf is worried that there will be more go and see if you relapse after walking around in the field. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the castle. Olaf asked the kitchen to make a pot of lamb stew and ate it after several hours of inspection. Although the sweet potatoes and potato leaves in most places still have many defects, the fresh tender leaves are indeed intact, which shows that the pests and diseases have been resolved. Although the output of potatoes and sweet potatoes will decline during the autumn harvest in a few months, more watering and fertilizing should not have much effect. Olaf got up after a nap and sorted out his notes. The above are all recent work and next steps. Although there have been many episodes in the past 6 months, the overall situation is very good. Olaf thinks this autumn harvest will be a big harvest. If you count the harvest in the Iroquois Plains, the overall grain output will be more than twice that of last year. The output of copper mines, gold mines and even coal mines is increasing, and last month, the Lord of Hader City, Beach, accidentally discovered an open-pit coal mine on the mountain west of the city while he was still quarrying. So now the Changlingshan coal mine has been transferred to Hader City, which provides more convenient and sufficient supply for the production and life of residents in the two cities. Many aspects such as product resources have improved many indexes than before, and the breeding plants are becoming more and more prosperous. Even the population has increased a lot. Although most of them are slaves, they are now increasing even if it is a baby. It is a fighter who is loyal to the Hader family now with Iceland as the second base. Viking leading has also increased its core population of 50,000 to 60,000. www.uxiaspit.com. Olaf feels that even if Vinland now adds hundreds of thousands of Indian slaves, it can completely rule effectively. The increase in slavery is even more encouraging with the changing of the seasons. Fishing boats and merchant ships will have a good situation for 2 to 3 months before the beginning of winter this year because of the rise of Wendland. Although Olaf has not sent people to drive away fishing boats from other countries in the Wendland Sea, but because of the attitude of Vikings and slaves who fish every day and the attitude of wishing to cause friction, Spain, France and even British fishermen are hiding far to the south. Fortunately, the fishing grounds in the North Atlantic are large enough, so there is no need for fishermen to fight with the Vinland, let alone fight. There are fewer and fewer merchant ships and even pirate ships going to and from Central and South America and Europe. They either stay in the Caribbean Sea or return to Europe to wait for next year. It can be said that the number of ships on the Atlantic Ocean has gradually decreased since September until 2. It will basically stop after a month. Olaf no longer cares about things in Europe and Iceland, because no matter what happens or problems, he doesn't have the time and strength to ask about it. Olaf himself knows that what he and Vinland can do at present is to develop well. In order to build Vinland into a comprehensive and powerful region, it will be sufficient to support Iceland in the future. Olaf has been busy since he served as the prison, and after Heine also left in September, Olaf has become even more busy. He even started to travel around Wendland's control to learn more timely information and deal with smaller problems. What he was afraid of was omissions and accidents, because Wendland was already seriously short of manpower. There was no one to discuss, and Olaf had to force himself to work harder. Chapter 225, North American Storm, 1. Time always slips away inadvertently when he's busy. It is already October 10th after Olaf made a round in Hader City, Bakken City and even Changlingshan Mine and returned to Herat City. It is already late autumn, and Wendland's climate has already begun to cool at this time. Even though the leaves of many trees have not changed, they have begun to fall, especially the leaves of maple trees. Bright and beautiful Olaf has just lived in the castle for 2 days, and the private slaves sent to Iroquois, Huron and other places have also returned one after another. They have reported the situation in each place to Olaf, and a lot of information has been put together, and Olaf has frowned. Everywhere is the same as usual, no big things, but how come all the personnel sent by Quebec to explore the hinterland of the West have returned to Quebec City? And Champlandridge's father gave the priceless gems very respectfully after the separation of Iceland. Conspiracy purpose, Olaf muttered to himself, and then lay down on the table to read the feedback from other regions. Huron staff reported that the Chippewas living around the Great Lakes began to gather in large numbers to the northeast, and the Hurons also saw their ally, the French, often come and go in the territory. Much more frequently than before, Olaf spent a long time looking for these two sentences, only to be confused. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. The French have been accustomed to exploring the west through the Huron territory for many years, but they have explained that they must have found something more frequently than before. What is the reason for the large numbers of Chippewa gathered in the northeast of the Great Lakes? Olaf muttered to himself, then called Gilson, and when he walked in, he ordered, "Go and find some Hurons, I have something to ask." After half an hour, Gilson took 3 middle-aged Huron slaves into Hatterberg. After everyone bowed to Olaf, Olaf asked, "Can you speak Old Norse?" One of the youngest Huron slaves took the lead in speaking fluent Old Norse. "Master, I will say that I have been learning from Master Viking in the past few months. Just ask me if you have anything to do." Olaf nodded and asked, "Are you familiar with Chippewa?" The 3 slaves babbled in Huron for a long time, and then the younger Huron said, "We Huron and Chippewa have been neighbors for hundreds of years, and we know it. Do the Chippewa people have the habit of migrating? Under what circumstances will they gather in large numbers in one place? The Great Lakes are rich in aquatic products and fertile land, and bison and reindeer will come to drink, so every settlement nearby is the best place. We Huron and Chippewa have not migrated for decades." "I've passed the tribe?" Olaf pondered for a moment, knowing that Huron slaves had a deviation in understanding, and repeated the question here at this time. After the 3 Hurons discussed, the younger one said, "If the Chippewas gather in a large number of places or migrate, it must be the call of their alliance leader. Generally, it is not necessary to prepare for a large-scale war, or sign covenants with other tribes." "Oh," Olaf squinted his eyes and asked, "Do the Chippewa have enemies?" "Who will war with?" "The neighbors of the Chippewa are Huron, Cree, and Ottawa. Our 3 tribes have not had a major conflict with the Chippewa in the past 10 years, and our leader was in Champlain, Quebec a few years ago. With the help of my husband, he also signed a peace agreement with the Chippewa." Olaf flashed in his mind and asked, "Does Champlain have a good relationship with the Chippewa?" "Not bad. The Chippewas have always been trading with Champlain, trading for beads and weapons." Olaf asked some more questions and waved back to them. When the slaves left, Tom and Halleck, Yaluki, Harry and others came in. They stayed in Vinland this time and belonged to Heir. He was worried that Vinland would be short of manpower and Olaf's rule would be flawed, so he had to send Olaf's friends back to help him. "Olaf, what's the matter?" Tom asked while sitting beside Olaf. Olaf shook his head lightly and said, "I think the French may be doing something with the Chippewa. But I don't think about it." Tom chuckled. "Don't think about it, just send someone to ask the Chippewa people. With their current power in Vinland, as long as the Zipule people show friendship and trade with them, they can still Are you deceiving us?" Olaf suddenly raised his head, hugged Tom, and laughed at himself. "Yes, you are right. I just think a little bit more. Let's just investigate directly." Soon, Tom and Harleck left Harriet City with a special mission and took a boat from the St. Lawrence River to the Great Lakes. They were going to Huron City to find Governor Polly, and then with Polly's help, a joint meeting with the Chippewa people. Things were indeed as expected by Olaf and others. Huron and his party of Tom and others went very smoothly. After the Poles communicated with the Chippewas, Tom quickly entered the current large number of Chippewas gathered in the area, and saw the leader of the Chippewa people, Stone Cow. After some communication, the Chippewa people in Vinland signed a peace and friendship agreement, and at the same time, they got a promise to trade with the Vikings through the city of Huron. At the same time, Tom also figured out everything and quickly rushed back in the city of Grote. He told Olaf, who was napping on the sofa in the afternoon, with a face full of surprise, "Olaf, the Chippewa people moved at Champlain's request. The people of Champlain found 2 adjacent gold and silver mines in Chippewa's territory. People summoned to the mine, just to use the Chippewa people to mine for him." Tom's words awakened the sleepy Olaf instantly. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Tom and asked, "Is it true? Tell me what's the matter." Carefully, Tom and Harleck sat down, and after a sip of water, they explained in detail what they had seen and heard. It turns out that Champlain has been shouldering 2 major missions to explore the North American continent since he became the governor. The first is to find the way to China, and the second is to find precious metal deposits. It is also unknown whether it is because of the rise of woodland or other reasons. This summer, Champlain's men discovered a silver mine and a gold mine not far from the northeast of the Chippewa territory. www.uxiaspit.com. According to simple detection, the 2 veins are not small. Knowing that he was weak and understaffed, Champlain reported to Paris and asked for additional professionals and a large number of armed forces. At the same time, he also tried his best to establish a good relationship with the host, Chippewa, and prepared to use this indigenous person to cover himself and fight for France. The precious time before the arrival of the troops and personnel of the headquarters in Champlain's plan, as long as His Majesty Louis XIE sends 1 or 2 legions, the greatly increased New France will be able to gain the strength and status of self-protection, and thus dominate the mineral deposits. However, if it is defeated before the arrival of the power supported by France, Vinland has discovered gold and silver mines, and New France is likely to lose the fat in his mouth if the person in charge of Vinland is still Heir. He may really be fooled by Champlain, but Olaf is very alert, lest he accidentally affect Vinland and Iceland's front and rear strategic plans. This time it should be an investigation. Out of the changes in the Chippewa territory, and grasp the situation of gold and silver mines, Olaf, let's send soldiers to occupy the 2 mineral veins, Tom said with a red face. His expression of excitement made people see it will be affected. Olaf nodded and said, occupation must be occupied, but we can't do it in the name of seizing the veins. This will completely offend France. The Free Republic of Iceland has just been established. If it offends France, it will be very detrimental to us. What do you do then? Tom asked, frowning. The old way, Olaf sneered and said, let the native savages deal with the Chippewa people. If we calm things down, we will be able to receive the land and resources as a matter of course, and we will not fall into the hands of others. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.